Rumor has it, one night, Jesse James got extremely inebriated in the bar, tried to sleep off a massive hangover. For whatever reason, he woke up and he thought he saw birds, so he just started shooting up the place. So all the bullet holes, there would be 6 bullet holes in the right wall and 1 all the way across in the left. Even when you're in the bar, you feel something, you know? When you step foot in here, you feel something amazing, something, you know, historical.
They looked up and saw a figure walking by with a hat and boots on. And they both stopped at the bottom of the stairs, looked up, and the figure let out a cackling noise and took off walking towards our upstairs dining room.
So Bardstown, like the town itself, I think it was the 1770s.
Yeah.
And then the Talbot Tavern, like finished completion of the main structure in 1791, but construction started in the 1780s. So I mean, super old. We're literally going back 100 years from the locations that we've been at this past week.
What's cool about the Talbot Tavern is, like, remember we were talking about ley lines and stuff? And then there was that really interesting theory about ley lines kind of, when I thought about ley lines, I'm thinking about, okay, all of the different types of travelers that have went and stopped the Talbot Tavern. They've traveled through this part in Kentucky over the years. Mm-hmm. So if we're talking about this anomaly in Kentucky, we're talking about the courts, we're talking about stones or whatever, the geomagnetic anomaly, if that's holding that energy, are the hauntings at the Talbot Tavern really an instance of this energy being trapped there from all of these people? You know, you got all these travelers who, they're going through this area, and a lot of them are significant to U.S. history.
Mm-hmm. Like Malia said, we're going back even 100 years prior to the locations we've been at, you know, previously. So we have to explore this theory. Ley lines have always been very interesting. It's something we've looked into in the past, but not on this scale.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, guys, Jesse James history too. I mean, that to me is the most exciting.
Yeah. It's always good to get a little criminal action in a location, but especially if you're talking about, you know, the energy and, you know, the cave systems. Like Talbot Tavern is connected to the Jailer's Inn by tunnel. So that's a whole other thing. It's like, is the 2 residual energies of both of those locations connected in some way, because they are sitting and connected from a tunnel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is very clear that you are a Talbot Tavern enthusiast.
Huge enthusiast.
So we are sitting in probably one of the most historic places in Kentucky. I think that's pretty safe to say.
Absolutely, built in 1779. Well, a lot of famous people have stayed here throughout the years. Abraham Lincoln, George Washington, General Patton, Daniel Boone, John Fitch, the man who invented the steamship. He's actually probably one of the reasons I brought Daniel Boone here, because that's why Daniel Boone writes so much about the steamships. Obviously, the Talbots, the ones who started it all, you know, they've got their own little lineage of history throughout this entire town.
Wow.
Just a lot of wonderful people throughout history, including King Louis Philippe of France during his exile ship. It was him and his brother who traveled with the party during the exile ship, and that's when they were drafted. Rumor has it is that during one night, Jesse James got extremely inebriated in the bar, tried to sleep off a massive hangover. For whatever reason, he woke up and he thought he saw birds, so he just started shooting up the place. So all the bullet holes, there would be 6 bullet holes in the right wall and 1 all the way across in the left. I believe the painting is the Fountain of Versailles.
And are those the murals that are in the Jesse James room?
Yes, they are. Yep.
What?
Yep.
I mean, we were sitting in the oldest bourbon bar in the world.
In the world, absolutely.
So it needs a story, like a drunken night of Jesse James shooting something because he's so out of his mind that he thinks birds are real. I love it.
Absolutely. And on top of that, even when you're in the bar, you feel something. You know, when you step foot in here, you feel something amazing, something, you know, historical. You just feel it overcome you.
Is there anything to suggest in the experiences? And we have a lot of haunting to get into because this place is chock full of activity, so
Yes.
it seems. do you know, or have you heard anything about that period of time when none of the family was here in any way, shape, or form? Do you know if activity was lessened? Like, do you think there was still activity, or maybe it amped up when the Talbots came back?
I think there's always been history. You know, obviously we don't have any type of recollection of if there was, you know, other than journals, things that people have written here and now there, letters. But every day we experience something, you know, every single day something happens, you know, and you just get used to it. So I don't think it's something that just stopped with a familial bond. I think it's always been here. It's very prevalent.
Amazing.
It doesn't shut off. My first experience, you know, I grew up in southern Utah, very, very strong Mormon, never really believed in ghosts, nothing like that, until I had my first experience here, and it was just one morning. I was opening up everything, and then around 6 a.m., I walked right in front of the stairs, and it was just freezing. So I looked up, and I saw Ann Talbot, the lady in white. She was slowly walking across the top. So I ran up the stairs to watch her. She walks out onto the balcony, and then she just dissipates. And since then, I've had occurrences almost every single day, whether it's the rocking chairs 2 nights ago where I came upstairs, they were just rocking by themselves. We think those are the 2 twin boys that died here in the 1800s. They were rocking in the chairs. If something happens in twos, it's usually the boys.
So, and who are these boys?
There's 2 boys that died, I believe, of dysentery. I could be wrong, but they died in the early 1800s. And yeah, they're here.
So if you could just explain to me what people have experienced, you've experienced in the separate rooms.
Well, so in room number 2, for example, we have a doll. We tell guests, housekeeping staff, everybody knows, don't touch the doll. You know, just don't touch it. Something likes the doll. So what we understand, it's a little girl named Anne, I believe, who likes to play with this doll. And when you touch the doll, the furniture moves, stuff like that. So we had an ice storm recently. I stayed in that room. I slept in the furthest bed near the window, but I turned the doll around so it didn't watch me at night because it's a creepy doll. And when I woke up, it was on the whole other bed staring at me. And so, but mainly with room number 2, people talk mostly about the doll or about it moving, about stuff moving if they move the doll. The Jesse James room, we had guests stay in there, and while they were there, they decided to play the famous country song by Jesse James. Well, he tried to pull his boot up to put it down. Something forced his leg down and would not let him pull his feet off the ground. Yeah.
Okay.
And so they played that song, and you know, they got some activity from it. But each one of the rooms, in the Washington Irving room, you know, it's mainly the books. They'll fly off the walls. Stuff gets, you know, just flies around.
I love how, like, nonchalant. Yeah, it's mainly the books. The books fly off. It's fine. Just things fly around. That's insane.
That's
crazy.
but when you see it all the time, you just get used to it, you know?
So it's an accepted part of being here at the
It is
Talbot.
just part of being here, you know? You experience it, you don't experience it, and you just catch it. Sometimes you got your camera out, you know, like that's how I was able to catch the 2 rocking chairs. I just happened to have my camera out. But mainly up here, especially in the back left corner of the Concord room, that's where the lady in white spends all her time.
And you believe she is a Talbot?
Absolutely, absolutely. Her period dress, just the way she looks very similar to the photos. You see full, prominent features.
So she seems pretty solid.
Very solid, very solid. You can still see through her, but you can see the nose, the eyelashes, the lips. So the road in between our hotel and the Jailer's Inn, that is historically known as Black Line Road, and it used to be the only road African Americans could walk down, as they were not permitted in those times to go into the square. And so from what we're told, somebody, an elderly woman, African American, used to live just down the street this way, but because she could not go that way to her house, she had to go the route around, and she passed away in the alley. So it said she's one of the more grumpy spirits. I've personally never seen her or experienced anything, but that's one of the ones that we're told from staff that have seen her.
So probably one of my favorite writers of all time is Washington Irving. He created the American ghost story. I love him. He's a genius. And the rumor is that he wrote The Legend of Sleepy Hollow here.
We do have a room named after him because of that. But downstairs in the pub, those tables are really set up as they were throughout history. And there's one right next to the fireplace that lets in the most light. And it said a lot of the writings happened there.
I love the idea of not only one of the best ghost stories of all time, but one of the original ghost stories of American literature.
Absolutely.
Being written in a place that is now considered just by everybody to be incredibly haunted. It's just a beautiful full circle thing that I love.
I definitely hope that one day it is to be able to be proven true, because I would love that too. As a writer, I absolutely love Washington Irving. He invented the short story.
Now, we will be conducting an investigation here.
Yes.
Do you have any advice for the guys as to things that they should be aware of, maybe things that might help incite activity?
Touch the doll. Turn the doll around. If you can, usually there's a couch right here. Put the rocking chairs here, put the couch over here. Yeah, that's why we put the couch there, because the boys would sit there and rock the chairs into the banister. So eventually you get sick of hearing that, so we just moved everything around. But put the couch over here, put the rocking chairs there, touch the doll between 3 and 301. Listen for the bell tower.
So right now we are about to go down into the tunnels that allegedly did or still do connect the jailers in across the street. I'm really excited to get down there because Chuck was telling me in my interview earlier that there are shackles that he thinks slaves used to be shackled to. I don't know if that's gonna be true. I don't know if we're gonna be able to see them. I have no idea what to expect, but I'm super excited to get down there and check it out.
The Talbot Tavern's basement holds a tragic reminder of the grisly lives enslaved people endured, as well as a purported connection to the Jailer's Inn.
What's up, big guy?
All right, sir.
Are we ready?
Let's do
So
this.
probably what we'll do, we'll have you take us in and kind of show us the safety stuff, and then we'll do another walkthrough.
Sounds good. I'm leaving all this open for you guys, so
Okay.
don't hurt yourselves.
Reports indicate that James would use the basement's tunnel to travel freely between the two structures, sometimes to sneak both himself and members of his gang out of the jail, as his cousin was the jailer there.
Shallow, narrow stairs here.
Malia and Kevin headed down to see the walled-off tunnel entrance, and if they'll experience the feelings of dread many claim to have there.
I'm getting EMF here, but it's because of the wiring and all that stuff.
Oh, okay, so
So-
that's all through here, huh?
So since '76, they've started bricking this up every winter, and then they take the bricks down so that they can do their tours. This
So-
is the tunnel that leads to the courthouse.
Okay.
So there actually is a tunnel.
Yes,
that leads
that's
to
the
courthouse.
tunnel that leads to the courthouse underground. That's why we block it up, because it saves on heating, because it's a total nightmare to.
And then you guys take it down?
Yep.
So this you're just constantly putting up a wall and taking it down. That's
Constantly.
crazy.
So this room
More
was
clearance.
technically the prisoners' holdover. When they would transport prisoners from jail to their court date, they would hold them in here.
So they would hold them in here.
They would hold them in here. Yeah, back then there was a lot of iron bars and stuff like that. But as it stands right now, it's poor use of it, but storage.
Ooh, temperature change.
A very big temperature change. It's like walking into a freezer.
It gets a little low, so just watch it.
Yeah, this is really low, guys. Whoa, it's cold.
So this is where housekeeping used to keep their washers and dryers. We used to have stuff back here.
Okay.
But something always sits on the stairs, and it used to scare our housekeepers. So these are the stairs that lead to the tunnel that goes to the jailhouse.
Wow.
And then these are part of the original slave shackles right here. On this side, you'll see them right here.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God. Holy crap.
So housekeepers have reported, well, all staff has that they like to move. They will, you can walk down here and they will just sit there and bang nonstop. They're hitting the wood. Bang, bang, bang.
That's so emotional.
That's all you hear.
That's just, I mean, it's beyond disturbing, heartbreaking, and just disgusting.
I know, just to see it, it's crazy.
like, I almost, like, it's like I'm seeing it and I'm not even really able to process it really, because it's just like, it's a level of disgusting that I don't even want to think about, truthfully.
It does feel, it's not heavy down here, but it does feel emotional down here.
That's the thing. It's like I honestly feel like I'm on the verge of tears. Like I honestly feel like I'm choking up a little bit, which is really freaking weird. But I don't feel creeped out. I don't feel the heaviness that I felt upstairs. I don't feel any of that. I just feel like sad.
One of our housekeepers just says is that she's seen something, it just comes down the stairs and it walks to go to that tunnel, or it'll come down the stairs, turn around, and go back up that way. So now the jailers they have closed off their version of the tunnel. So now this one kind of does lead nowhere, because this is the one that leads straight to the Jailers Inn, but they closed it off or filled it in.
And after 17 years of investigating the paranormal in 49 different states, I've never seen a place like Bardstown. I've been to Galena, Illinois, I've been to Gettysburg, I've been to St. Augustine, Florida, Savannah, Georgia, New Orleans, Louisiana. But something about Bardstown is different, not only from the way it looks, but there's an energy here almost that you can't ignore. You know, you step out of the vehicle, you look around, you take a breath of the air here, and it's just different. And I think the Talbot and the Jailer's Inn, which we'll be investigating as well, is the perfect point of interest for this town. And I think Bardstown has something going on. We have to investigate, we have to look into it further, but it just feels different. The idea of a thunderstorm taking place during our investigation here at the Talbot with all these different variables taking place from the quartz, the limestone, the cave system, it's going to be very interesting, especially from a data standpoint. Is it going to, manifest any type of paranormal activity? Not quite sure, but I think it's going to be a really interesting test.
Since we're talking about Jesse James, the boy liked cash. And you brought something that I think he might resonate with, especially considering the history of Jesse James as an outlaw.
Exactly. So, we not only have a piece of original Confederate money, which would have been to the period of Jesse James' time and some of his beliefs, but we do have a copper plate and a device that's going to tell us if that copper plate is touched at any moment. So we're going to lay that money on top of it. We're going to see if Jesse or someone wants to try and grab that off the plate. And if that is touched at any moment, you will hear not only a tone, but a red light will go off on this device. So it's okay. I think we get started. Malia will leave you here to monitor some things. If you at any point see anything on the staircase, please let us know. I think we take in this piece of Confederate money, this copper plate, and let's test that theory, and we'll go from there.
Cool.
Sound good?
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
good luck, guys.
Let's do it.
Alrighty. Bullet hole wall.
How are you looking on EMF, Kevin?
I'm staying low. I hit a 0.6, but other than that, nothing
Too out of the ordinary.
too out of the ordinary.
We have this copper plate here that's connected to this device that's going to let us know if this copper plate's touched at any moment. We do have here a Confederate piece of money, original. This is from the 1850s, early 1860s. And we're going to use this as a trigger object to try and see if we can get anyone to grab it. So let's go ahead and activate this here. There we go. So you can see this device is working properly. If something comes up to try and grab that off the plate, you see that it'll go off. So I'm going to set this here. Do that. There we go. You can see, so we have EDI plus as well. So if anything tries to grab this bill off of this copper plate here, you'll see not only we get that red light that's showing up there, but we'll get that tone. So let's get the session going. Let's try it out. We do have various devices here in this room that will not harm you in any way, shape, or form. These little egg-shaped white devices here on both of these tables will detect your motion if you walk in front of them or even go up and touch them. They will not harm you. This device here, as I explained, we do have a Confederate bill here, a piece of money from the state of Virginia. If you want to come up and grab that, we would appreciate it. And if you do come up and touch that again, you'll see it'll alarm us.
How much is that bill worth?
$10 at that time, $10. It's a good amount of money. These other devices here, with the lights on them, those won't harm you as well. These will let us know if you're here. It'll give us a series of lights to tell us that things are changing in this room. So if you want to come up and, again, interact with those, we would appreciate that. We come here with respect. We don't mean any harm. We love this building. We love its history. We just want to learn more about you.
Can you walk up to me and let me know that you're here? Just come stand in front of me? Or can you go look at that money over there on that table and let us know if that's the real thing? Jesse, how did you acquire money like that back in the day? How would you get your hands on something like that?
We hear that you shot at this wall here. You can actually see that there's bullet holes here in the wall. You got one here and another here, a couple over here. If the famous Jesse James did do that, can you come up and set off one of these devices? Just touch them. Tell you what, though, if I was hanging around this place and haunting it, I would be down where the party is. right?
Same.
I wouldn't be up here in this quiet area at the moment.
Right now, it feels pretty comfortable up here. I have to say, right now, it feels more comfortable than it did earlier in the day.
Yeah, I agree. That's the crazy thing about, paranormal investigation, within itself, is that you can walk into a room and it'd be just a quiet, empty room like this, but at any moment things can change. So it's kind of fishing in a way. So we're gonna hang out here as long as we have to, wait for this restaurant to close downstairs and see what we can document here. But once everyone's out of the building, it's gonna be a completely different story.
The story that one of the bookkeepers liked to tell was she was closing down one night. She'd been a hostess and was closing down one night. So that bookkeeper and the cook were walking through the building, just giving it a final check through to make sure everything was okay. Everybody was out of the building. And they were at the bottom of our staircase in our front lobby. And now it's got a turn in it that we put in after the fire in the late 90s. But then it was a straight shot up to the top floor. And they looked up and saw a figure walking by with a hat and boots on. And they both stopped at the bottom of the stairs, looked up, and the figure let out a cackling noise and took off walking towards our upstairs dining room.
That's another thing about, 17 years I've been doing this, 16 years for you, 17 years for you, Mustafa. After that amount of time of being in a location and being around things that we can't explain, paranormal activity, you do get a sense of a room that has, a possibility of being active.
Yeah.
And right now I don't feel anything.
Yeah.
It is quiet. It just feels like an empty room.
Yeah.
My bedroom that I'm sleeping tonight, earlier when we walked in there, it had a totally heavy feeling.
Not just that, what did you find when you walked in there? Like, you saw the mirror was flipped over, right?
Yeah, that's not the room I was staying in. That's the one next to it. I believe the Daniel Boone suite. But yeah, when I walked into the room, it had a figurine on each side of the dresser. One of them was laid down, not fallen over, but laid over. And the mirror spins, and it was flipped completely upside down, facing against the wall. So I turned it back over. I moved the figurine back, and we'll see if that changes again. I don't know how they got that way. I don't know what the room was like before I walked in there, so I can't say that it was anything or something. But I fixed it all, and we'll see if it changes.
If there are entities here and they want to be part of the action, like they've said, they wouldn't be up here right now. They'd be down where people are drinking and eating and things like that.
Fair point.
Yeah. That's where I would want to be, at least.
That's true.
So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to kind of go in one at a time and check it out.
Okay.
So you want to go check it out?
Huh. Oh, we're serious.
Yeah.
Cool.
Dead serious.
Cool. Yeah, sure. Yeah. You know what? Hey.
Why not, right?
Why not? Let's do it.
When in Rome.
Is it the hat? Is that what
the hat.
it is?
I think you got to tell him that you have a better hat than him. Go in there, own that energy. Just go.
Cool.
Do it.
Great.
Godspeed.
She does look like an outlaw. She looks like a hipster bohemian outlaw.
Hi, Jesse. My name is Malia. This is kind of new for me. This is my first time here at the Talbot. Is this a place that you used to come and hang out? If you are here, there are a lot of different devices around the room. And if you get close to these little white ones, they will go off and they will let me know that you are here. I've always found your life very fascinating. Is there a reason in particular that you liked Bardstown? Try see if anything's going on in the bedroom. The energy of this room is like way, way, way heavier to me. This is really weird. I like genuinely feel a little woozy. And it could be because the floors are a little uneven, but there's like a pressure difference in this room to me. Yeah, I can't, like even my hands are starting to tingle. I don't know if I can do it in here. This is, It's like I gotta step out. I'm like literally having like a full body tingle and pressure. I'm gonna meet up with the guys.
What happened?
You all right?
Nothing happened. I just got so woozy. I went in the bedroom and I'm having like
You
full
okay?
body tingles and like heavy pressure.
You all right there?
Yeah,
Here, come
I'm
take a
okay.
seat.
That was weird. I've never experienced anything like that. Like there's like a heat in my chest.
That was in the bedroom?
Yeah, in the bedroom.
Well, I'm sleeping there.
Like genuinely, like the entire, like it felt like I walked into like a completely different space.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like genuine. I'm not messing around.
Mustafa, you're staying there. Go check it out.
Yeah?
Yeah, go.
All right, cool.
Pick up on it. See what happens.
Well, you were feeling weird in the Lincoln suite, so maybe it just doesn't like women.
Maybe, yeah, because this was like 10 times as intense as when I walked into Lincoln Suite. Like my hands started tingling and everything. Like I thought it was the floors because they were a little uneven. Like I got a little dizzy, but then it was just like this heavy pressure. Like when you walk into a sauna and you know it's hard to breathe because the air is hot and heavy. Like that's how that room felt to me.
Anybody here messing with my friend Malia? Do you want her to come back in here? I could send her back in. All right. Go in the bedroom. We might have a ghost that likes to bother. Well, how are you feeling, Emily? You feel okay?
This one definitely gives me some nerves.
It's creeping you out?
Yeah. And I feel like when Malia first walked in, this was different.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
We might have a ghost that's either a perv or they just have something against women. All right, Emily, so based on what you just told me, let's go out. Let's talk with Brandon and Malia about this. I think it might have something to do with when there's more women present in the room, so. Okay, let's go. Emily was telling me something interesting in there that I think we should talk about.
Okay.
So, Malia, when you were in there with Emily, what were you guys feeling?
Well, personally, I was feeling like, especially the main area of the bedroom, I felt okay, but it's when I walked into the actual bedroom part, it felt like a hot sauna, like the density of like a hot sauna, and I just felt like this intense like pressure, and then my freaking hands started tingling, which was weird as hell, and I just felt like incredibly unwelcomed, like it was just heavy, like incredibly uncomfortable.
Emily, you're feeling something similar? Or?
Yeah, I feel like when you guys were in the room, it wasn't like that intense of a feeling, but like whenever I was in the room with just Malia, it was like kind of weird. It felt different.
Like you said, it felt a little hotter, right?
Like hotter and like kind of the same thing that you were describing, just like
Very
I don't know,
uncomfortable.
It felt very different than when you guys were in there.
Are you comfortable going back in one more time? And it's just gonna be you and Emily this time.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah,
But again,
let's-
if you have any sensation that's uncomfortable, just instantly go.
You got
Leave.
it. I'm really curious.
We just want
Maybe.
to test it one more time.
Let's
You know
do
what I
it.
mean?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
Alright,
do you
I'm-
mind holding one of the EDIs?
Okay, let's. I still feel so heavy to me. Now I feel heavy in my legs. I want to try going back in the bedroom. Bring it in here. See, it's here. This is where I feel it. When I like pass this chair, I still feel it really bad. It's so weird. If anybody is in the room with me, I would really love for you to let us know if you are here. It feels better to me here. It's mainly by that chair. Like that is where I feel the difference.
You want to go back?
Yeah, it's really weird. It's literally here.
Do you want to try sitting in?
It's such an uncomfortable feeling. I don't know if I can. See, it's weird because it changes a little bit.
Yeah.
You see that?
Oh, something.
Someone's-
Lincoln Suite.
Kevin?
Or that? I mean, Dubes.
Yeah. Hello.
Is it like this?
Close to that.
It's higher pitch.
Someone in here with us? It is like really cold in here.
Hello, is there someone here? We heard you making noise. Can you knock for us? Like this?
It's freezing in here, right?
Yeah, that's not even on, dude.
67 degrees. Was this open when we got in here? Look at this.
Maybe that's
Was
it.
that the sound?
Try it.
That's pretty close, huh? That's pretty damn close.
It's just quiet enough.
Well, that's one of the claims here. They say that,
That's very similar to what it sounded like.
yeah,
Yeah.
right over there, there's a knock. Well, they say that, doors open and close here. It's one of the claims.
That's what it sounded like. Let's open this up really quick. What's in here? Nothing.
Oh, this one's just stuck. What the hell was that?
You hear that? Go forward. Go in there.
Is somebody opening and closing doors?
Here, stop him.
That was it.
That's it again, right there.
With the Talbot's dining area closed for the night, we investigate the bottom floor of the building to test if there's a change in activity now that the lively atmosphere has died down. Will we document or attract a different type of phenomenon now that the energy at the tavern is more subdued?
Whoa, okay, there is not anyone in here.
Are the lights on?
Huh?
Are the lights on?
Dude, Mustafa,
Yeah.
stand right in that doorway, right
Okay.
over there. Right. I saw someone like this.
You saw someone looking in there?
I thought it was one of our people.
Hey guys, was there anybody in there?
No.
Crew just said it's been empty the whole time. You saw somebody looking
I
in
saw
there?
someone right here, like like this. Saw that hand, like this. Like, and it moved quick, like that.
I saw what appeared to be a figure peeking through an entrance into the dining area. We confirmed that the room was empty and referred to a control camera, which shows what appears to be a shadow moving in the same vicinity. There are no windows to the exterior of the building in this section of the Talbot, so whatever moved must have been inside there with us. The camera crew leaves Kevin, Mustafa, and myself alone for an isolation investigation.
So this right here is the doll that reportedly, if you touch, she will move around the room. There's been people that's left in the middle of the night because of this doll, and there's been some weird things go on with it, everything from it moving from the shelf to a bed. I believe one of the workers said that he slept in here and turned her around because it creeped him out. When he woke up the next morning, it was sitting on the next bed beside him. So the word to the wise is don't touch this doll. So we are going to move her to the rocking chair at the end of the hallway.
Yeah, it's pitch black in here, dude. I can't see anything.
It is pitch black.
I can't see anything. I'm just looking through this little viewfinder. Hold on.
All right, I'm gonna have to get a...
I literally can't see anything. I'm going in the dark right now.
Okay. I'm setting something on this chair for you to play with.
That's good right there.
Yeah. So I set this doll on the chair for you to come and play with, okay? So feel free to come up and check her out, pick her up, play with her. All right, we're just gonna go let you be.
Yeah, so we got the motion detector there. Hopefully we'll be able to capture that going off. Oh, photon event.
Big photon event?
No, it was a streak right across here.
Okay, it's at 30.
Crossing.
I'll say 30.
3008. It's like 3015.
Currently, we have 5 control cameras running along with the EMCCD. We have an EDI Plus down this hallway. This doll that Kevin's infatuated with, that's over there as well. And we've been hearing a lot of noises, so.
We got motion detectors in 2 rooms. Another EDI Plus here in case anything's trying to come and pay us a visit.
I think right now we're probably conducting the biggest test and experiment ever conducted here at Talbot. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I mean, we're just taking a shotgun approach to this. I mean, we have multiple control cameras. We've got environmental data loggers over here that's detecting a wide range of different conditions. We've got motion detectors, electron multiplying camera, not even counting that going down the hallway. We got that, this hallway, this stairwell.
It's quite exciting. It's, you know, whatever we catch on this camera is something that's gonna have to be explained by someone with a much higher mindset than myself. So right now we're going down to the end of the hall where the rocking chair is with the dial on it and the EDI Plus. We're gonna set up an EM pump and pump some electromagnetic energy into the hallway and see if we can get something to manifest for us. So right now, as you can see, I'm at a 0.5. And once I turn this EM pump on, we're jumping up to, the closer you get, we're up in the 30s, 40s. So we're gonna let this run and see if we can't pump some energy in here for this guy.
We are getting temperature changes here in the hallway.
What do I do next?
This is going off way more than it was before, guys. Mustafa and Kevin engage in activities where guests typically report phenomenon to try and document environmental changes. More pressure changes? It's going off like crazy now.
Yeah.
Are we doing this right?
There we go again. I mean, this is crazy because, I mean, it hasn't changed. Like, I mean, the whole time we investigated all night, it hasn't really we had no environmental changes. Yep, temperature change again. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa,
Noise?
whoa.
Just James' room?
At the same time I heard a noise from the Jesse James room, we logged drastic increases and decreases in temperature in the same area. More pressure. Guys, it's going down right now.
Yeah.
Are we doing this
Do
right?
you not feel that all over your body?
It's cold as shit.
Yeah.
But plan's what's making it work, so.
This EDI in the hallway is going nuts. Absolutely crazy right now. As Mustafa and Kevin continue to play, we document several light anomalies in the hallway where we place the purportedly haunted doll. It's hard to say exactly what's taking place here at the Talbot Tavern. It's hard to say what type of haunting is manifesting itself here. The history alone, you know, warrants some kind of phenomena.
I think the Talbot Tavern is probably one of our most complex locations as far as history. We're really spanning the spectrum of American history. You have everything from slavery to beautiful balls to happy family times here. There's a lot going on.
Even though the Talbot Tavern has a real storied history, you have everything from exiled kings to politicians to purportedly Abraham Lincoln himself. Maybe he's wrestling dudes outside because he was known for that. And from Jesse James, for me, the heart of the haunting is that familial connection.
I think just about all of Bardstown seems haunted, actually all of Kentucky in general. But with Bardstown, you know, and having the tunnel system that runs from here to the Jailer's Inn, and who knows what else is under the city, because Kentucky's basically built on a cave.
The Talbot Tavern at its core was a place of respite for guests from all over the world and Bardstown residents seeking a human connection and a chance to relax. In our investigation, we wanted to test the human element that is so often divorced from grand historical tales of figures like Jesse James.
You feel something, you know, when you step foot in here, you feel something amazing, something, you know, historical. You just feel it overcome you.
And notice an intriguing correlation. The paranormal phenomena seemed to ramp up when we treated the tavern as a tavern, suggesting that these entities were drawn to these attempts at livening up a situation. Although there are other intriguing questions we are left with, like Malia and Emily's negative feelings in the Jesse James room.
I can't, like, even my hands are starting to tingle. I don't know if I can do it in here. This is...
In the shadow we saw in the dining area.
I saw someone like this.
You saw someone looking in there?
I thought it was one of our people.
These are the stairs that lead to the tunnel that goes to the jailhouse.
We will next venture to the neighboring Jailer's Inn, which is physically connected to the Talbot via an underground tunnel. Are the reported paranormal claims there connected too? Or are there other factors involved with the jail's ghostly claims?
I believe it is an active location. I believe that this building, Bethlehem Academy, has a lot of history, and I do not believe you can have paranormal without history. So with that being said, the many hats that this building has worn definitely is part of the reason why I feel like it is haunted, active, however you'd like to say it.
In the world of paranormal ideas, ley lines aren't that old of an idea. It was based on the idea that there's like geo-energies or earth energies, which are these sort of lines of power. I think that idea has some merit.
I had high expectations for what I was going to do with it. My wife ran into some tragedy a few years back, and kind of put a stop on all the plans we had. I don't think that I'll be able to part with it, because just looking back at my own history and the regrets I have on what I didn't do with my wife and what I didn't spend time with her on. My wife was always adamant to just be very courteous, because if you think about it, we talked about how the nuns were. They were very rule-oriented. There was a priest on premises at all times, so it was very important to them at the time to follow the rules.
Our journey throughout Kentucky, started with me trying to acquire not only a home, but a paranormal research facility that I'll be conducting year-round research. And meeting all these fantastic people, from museums to homes, bed and breakfasts, and here at the Bethlehem Academy, it's given me a true insight to what it's like to live and operate in said haunted places. But I think this location, this specific place, kind of sums our entire research up into one place. It's pretty emotional, to be honest. It's a big decision for me to, uproot my family, move to a new state, live in a facility like this. It's a huge decision, but I think that, meeting these people, investigating these locations, learning about the history, I think I'm getting closer to making that decision. Everyone loves a good ghost story. It doesn't matter if you're a believer, a skeptic, a non-believer, everyone loves a great ghost story. And learning about the state's history, especially when it comes to the occult and witchcraft, I think that those different styles of belief and those different belief systems play a huge part into what we believe to be a haunting and what eyewitnesses throughout the last 100 years, going even further, have experienced and witnessed. But it's interesting to look at it from a point of view of, does belief manifest paranormal phenomena?
Well, first of all, Vincent, thank you so much for inviting us to your abandoned girls' school. I can honestly say this is the first time I've ever been to an abandoned girls' school, so thank you.
Happy to have you all, Malia.
If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and telling us your relationship with the building.
My name is Vincent Thompson. I'm a lifelong resident of Hardin County, Kentucky. Live in a small town called Rineyville, and my family's lived in this area for generations. Had several aunts that attended school here, several great aunts, and I think even some great aunts and some other cousins. So a lot of family history. And then I came upon the auction back in 2014 and decided I was going to take the gamble.
What inspired that? I mean, I know it sounds like you have deep familial connections with the building, but that's a big undertaking. This building is what, 8,000 square feet? It's humongous. It's cold, it's old, it's amazing, it's historic, but what made you want to purchase the building?
I saw it come up for auction. Like I said, it was posted mid-2014. I actually just bought our house for my family, for my wife, in end of 2013. I wish I'd have held off on that house and waited till for this one because we were just moved into here. But I knew my wife had a lot of passion for paranormal studies and the otherworldly, and so it was kind of a passion project that I passed on for her. But I wasn't going to do it if it hadn't been for the price that I was able to get it at. So the fates kind of aligned, I guess.
And you said your wife was interested in the paranormal. Can you speak more on that?
By her own account, she was a self-declared medium. She also dealt with some tarot card reading, and she said she had a very kindred connection with the spirit world, and she found very kindred spirits here at Bethlehem Academy.
Did she ever commune with spirits here, and did she ever tell you about those experiences?
She did, and she would tell me about them, and if I could go back in time, I would not have given the eye rolls that I gave, given that I'm not a believer. But no, she would share some stuff with me. It gave her a lot of stuff to focus on, especially when she started having her health problems around 2015.
Now, we are a paranormal show, and so of course, we're always curious if people have died on the property. I can imagine, given those illnesses and the fact this is a working farm, there had to have been some people that have died on the property. Do you know of any?
I was able to confirm 2 definite deaths, but you have to take into account that they had children, and up until the early 1900s, children passed away pretty regularly, along with women in childbirth. So there was a cemetery on site that when they closed the school in the 50s, they moved it to Loretto, Kentucky. And there's just one simple plaque recognizing all the people in the cemetery. But the 2 that I was able to confirm was there was a nun, and of course they used oxen to pull their plows, and the nun got caught between the oxen and the wall. And oxen are not mean, they're typically very docile creatures, but they're 2,000 plus pounds. And you got a nun who's probably 100, 125 maybe, and she just got caught in the wrong place. And then another one was a nun that we weren't able to really confirm what happened to her, but those were the 2 we had confirmed. But I know they had a cemetery, so they definitely had people pass away on the property.
So the building is currently in quite a state. Do you have plans for the building in the future?
We have worked on it piecemeal since I've purchased it. Again, I had high expectations for what I was going to do with it. My wife ran into some tragedy a few years back, and kind of put a stop on all the plans we had. But I've got a lot of support from the community. I'm very much tethered to it. People have always asked me if I'd be willing to sell it. I was immediately approached after the auction because the price that I got it for was a very good price. And the day that the auction happened, there's a local festival called Cecilia Days. Well, everybody was at Cecilia Days, and they were aiming to come to the auction, and they got caught in traffic or they got caught by a train. And they got here, and the auctions typically last, I don't know, an hour or so. This auction, I think, was over in 10 minutes. And by the time they got here thinking it would be going on and people would still be bidding on it, I was already signing the paperwork. People asked me what I was going to do with it once she passed away. I don't think that I'll be able to part with it, because just looking back at my own history and the regrets I have on what I didn't do with my wife and what I didn't spend time with her on, we had a lot of time here together, and I won't rule out that there's a dollar amount that might buy it from me, but it's probably going to be much more significant than maybe the property is worth, because there's definitely a connection here.
Do you feel that you see your wife in this house?
I've started telling everybody that the only ghost I ever see in this place is hers, because when I go through here, I just remember the tours we gave and the conversations we had and the picture we took on the front porch and seeing my daughter playing on the outside, that kind of stuff.
My name is Amy Lawson. We are at Bethlehem Academy, and this place has wore many different hats. It started out as a governor's home, went to a girls' school. It has been a bed and breakfast. It has been a hotel. We have investigated Bethlehem Academy many times. We've had a door in this room has come open. I was leaning down to actually touch the REM pod. The door kind of opened up toward me. It was able to open on cue. I believe it is an active location. I believe that this building, Bethlehem Academy, has a lot of history, and I do not believe you can have paranormal without history. So with that being said, the many hats that this building has worn definitely is part of the reason why I feel like it is haunted, active, however you'd like to say it.
Bethlehem Academy has a piece of my heart. I mean, it honestly does. And anything I can do to help this place, I'll go out of my way to do it anytime. After about the second visit here, something in me changed. I'm really not sure what happened, but I feel connected to this place in a way. I was in the attic, and I had an experience up there that it really changed the way I looked at things. They said flashlight, like plain as day when I had my flashlight pointed in the corner. It said a full name, and I mean, I was in shock. At one point, I was in the library and I pointed at a book and I said, "Can you tell me what the name of this book is?" And it read the name of the book to me. I knew when I stepped inside that I was meant to come here. That's what it felt like to me. Now, I know that's speculation, but that's how it feels to me. Like, I have no evidence to back that up, that I was meant to be here. But I feel at home here. I can't explain it. This is my favorite place in the state of Kentucky, without a doubt. I can't think of any other place I would rather be. It's always led me to believe that either this place is haunted with active spirits, or it's a very powerful residual energy that's in here that comes about at the right time.
Prior to our investigation, we consulted with Kyle Cadell and Darian West about the strange geological makeup that is unique to specific areas of Kentucky.
Most of Kentucky is what's known as a karst region, and that basically means it's pockmarked with sinkholes and caves everywhere. Mammoth Cave, of course, sprawls over a lot of Kentucky, and it's the longest cave system in the world. Basically, this entire area just has all these tunnels, either man-made or nature-made, going underneath it as kind of conduits, I believe, to different things going on the surface level of Kentucky. Some of the strange phenomena that we have, I definitely think that caves are kind of almost passageways, gateways for some of the weird energy that we have going on here in the state that really seems to just follow all these lines of cave formations and everything. Thousands of years ago, this whole area of Appalachia was known as the Void. A lot of Native Americans and indigenous peoples believed that this whole area was closer to the other side of reality than the rest of America or the rest of the land. Think about that's thousands of years of people pumping the belief that this area is magical into it. So it's a chicken and egg. Was this area this crazy place before people started believing it? Or was all of the thought process and all the beliefs in it just pumping magical energy into this area that's made it this wild place it is? I absolutely believe that belief has a lot of power in forming reality or the fringes of reality. I think that, in traditional magic work, all the tools and spell things aren't what creates the magic. It attunes you as the magic practitioner to be able to create the magic yourself. So these are all just tools to make your mind in the right mindset to be able to do whatever you're trying to do with the magic. So I think that that's what a lot of belief, and especially belief in, reality-ish is, we all believe that there is something out there, and so it starts to manifest and react to us.
I think a lot of work was done on this idea that, especially in the esoteric literature, if you go back to the sort of Hermeticism and the beginnings of Hermetic philosophy in general, there is sort of an idea that this is consensus reality. This is the reality that we're all sort of agreeing is the real one, and that underneath that is sort of a superstructure or a more elaborately designed, hyper-designed system that is being manifested apart from our own beliefs and intentions. In the world of paranormal ideas, ley lines aren't that old of an idea. So they're really kind of come out of some work in the 1920s by a guy named Alfred Watkins. And it was based on the idea that there's geo energies or earth energies, which are these sort of lines of power. And the way that they were sort of came across this idea is to lay out all of the ancient settlements and prehistoric features of England or the British Isles, and then drawing lines between all of them, and then seeing if there were things that lined up on those lines, right? So I think that idea has some merit, and there's definitely some of the work that we've been doing with Pennyroyal on the Kentucky anomaly issue, or the idea that the geomagnetic energy has something to do with people's minds or their thoughts.
It's actually the very center of what NASA deemed in the 70s as the Kentucky anomaly. And the Kentucky anomaly is something that they didn't really do enough research to figure out what was going on, so it's technically still unsolved. But its gravity is different here than anywhere else in the world. And it's heavier. And every time, where we are, the Van Allen belts around the globe actually dip down to try to touch the globe right over Kentucky because of how heavy the gravity is. And there's a lot of different ideas why this is. There's only one other area in the globe in Russia where it's kind of gravity is similar to here, but it's not as pronounced as an effect. And so there's a lot of ideas of what this is. But one of the things we think that coincides with that is we are standing on one of the largest quartz deposits in the country, and quartz is a naturally occurring rock that resonates, where basically it amplifies electromagnetic activity and bounces it back out. And we know that electromagnetic activity is one of the things we look for in ghost investigation and any sort of paranormal investigation. And we know that from science, previous medical trials and stuff, that EM affects the human brain. So what kind of effect does it have being in an area where we're literally being pulled by gravity a little bit more than anywhere else in the world towards this quartz that may or may not be messing with our mind and making us hear voices and seeing shit that's not there?
So one of the things that I thought about I guess we were all talking about what could this mean? What could this geomagnetic anomaly really mean? And so I thought that it would have a lot to do with some sort of psychological angle. There has to be some sort of correlation between these electromagnetic fluctuations, whether it's through the piezoelectric effect or something like that, that there has to be some effect on the local culture, And so if you look at places with these huge spikes of geomagnetic energy, they are usually in places where there's a lot of psychosis. And so there is a lot of precedent for this having some sort of psychological effect on people. And that's kind of was our angle in digging into it from the beginning, I think.
Which is not exclusively an us idea. Like, if you look, we are one of the largest geomagnetic spikes if you look at the map of Kentucky or of the United States, but two of the other ones are Sedona and Cassadaga in Florida, the psychic retreat, psychic capital of the world in Cassadaga. And so it's not just a new idea that we've discovered, it's something that maybe hasn't completely been explained, but has been picked up by people forever, for hundreds of years,
We're about to conduct one of the biggest experiments I've ever conducted in my 17 years of research. Not only are we going to combine some of this new tech that Kyle and Darren are using, but we're going to test the paranormal photon theory. There's always a really, big emotional element to investigating the paranormal. And one thing Mustafa and I talk about a lot is the possibility of pseudo-hauntings, thought form manifestations, things of that nature. Does belief manifest phenomena? And I think that this experiment that we're about to conduct is the perfect, not only theory, but the perfect experiment to try and test those theories. All right, Darren and Kyle, thanks so much for joining us on this, man. This has been something I've been looking forward to since we started talking about this project, and really excited to see how this works out. And again, if you can explain to us exactly what this is doing and what the purpose will be for this experiment.
Right, so what we're doing is measuring the local entropy. It's measuring it specific to the device, but with the idea that the local environment, there would be distortions in randomness, or entropy is the measurement of randomness. So what we've done is we're using the Shannon's method of measuring entropy, which is the guy that created information science. And it is taking and measuring tons of points, but it's averaging out the last 25 measurements. And then that is forming the sort of, if you can think of it like the weather patterns of entropy, that's kind of what that's doing. If you just measured it per measurement, it's a very up and down thing. So we're just measuring what it does. And then that measurement, when it passes a threshold, it turns on this outlet right here. And it will make that light turn on and off when I plug it into that.
So here we're running the EMCCD camera, and what we're doing, and we've been doing this for a few years now, Mustafa and I, is we're testing what we call the paranormal photon theory, right? So working with Dr. Clore and other scientific consultants, they suggested that photons may be the mechanics behind what we perceive to be ghosts. So what we've noticed in our research is that in said haunted locations, photons are showing up in conjunction with pressure changes. And we're starting to see, there's a change right there. But we're starting to see that pattern and that correlation. So running this with this, random generator, can this possibly predict an event? So if this, predicts something, right, and changes, I hope maybe in some way we can capture a photon event. So yeah, I'm hoping that they can correlate in some way. So I mean, we've been talking about this for a while now, and having you guys here with this amazing device that you're using, I think this is kind of building up to everything we've been looking for here in Kentucky, and hopefully this theory will provide to be fruitful.
Yeah, absolutely. This is our first big field test with this device, so we're really excited to see what exactly is going to happen and what kind of evidence we can get with it.
So currently the light is on because we're above that threshold, and when it goes below the threshold, and it's in the Paralabs research, the
It changes here. Yeah. Oh, see that photon event that happened right there? A really quick. Oh,
that's
true. There we go.
That's interesting.
So, yeah, because, so when we weren't all collectively observing this.
There it is again.
I was upstairs by myself watching this, and then we have this recorded as well. It was in there for about, I would say 45 minutes. It's almost, about 45 minutes. No changes.
Right there,
there was. Photon event. There was.
In conjunction.
Yeah.
That's the first one I've seen. It's awesome.
So we're testing this this idea
changing.
that belief can manifest activity and stuff from happening. We're not talking about it, we're not looking at it, nothing's going on. Then we start talking about it, and now it's happening.
Yeah.
So we were having the environmental changes there. It was pressure, temperature changes as well. And then you saw that photon event take place at the same time as.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we're going for.
Photon event right there.
Oh yeah, so I wonder about those patterns where it's like.
Yeah.
It's like
almost a response.
Yeah.
Let's maybe just here we go. Some more changes here. And what's great is we're recording the data internally on the EDI Plus, so we can go back and correlate that.
Oh, nice.
But I think it was really interesting that we had this environmental change, then we had this device going off, and then you saw that photon event there.
And what's really cool is the reason why we situated the EDI Plus and the EMCCD camera in this particular stairway is because almost every single location, I mean, I'd say half of all the locations we've cumulatively investigated, there's always a claim of a woman in white walking down a stairwell. It's like classic ghost shit.
Changes again.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Right, yet again.
Yeah.
It's almost perfectly on time. That's really strange. But the big question is, why are these photon events, showing up in these said haunted locations? Like, is it something that's completely natural that we just don't understand in science at this moment, or is it possibly related to what we believe to be haunted?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because is this what's causing the haunting or perception of hauntings, or is whatever's happening in a haunting causing this kind of events, like changing real world science?
Right, exactly. Mustafa, do you want to go into that room and maybe try and get a dialogue going and see if we can get anything going? So there's the control camera in there that'll be able to see you.
Okay.
And we'll monitor from here.
All right.
Sound good?
Yeah.
So I think the idea here is, or one of the theories that we're testing is, can, like you were talking about earlier, belief manifesting, phenomena.
Yeah.
So Mustafa going in there and kind of almost, thought projection about, this woman that's seen here, these nuns that are seen in the building, can that create an event? That would be interesting.
Exactly, yeah. Because he's absolutely, I definitely think that someone looking for phenomena is as equal of a part as phenomena showing itself.
Right.
It's a tree in the forest type thing, as
exactly.
we were talking about. So it's fascinating to think about, like, the human element affecting what we perceive as the outskirts of reality,
Well, the experiment kind of started off with a freaking bang. I mean, right when we started observing the EMCCD camera's footage, we have the live feed of the EMCCD camera. It's looking right up the stairwell where a lot of people said that, there was stuff happening in the attic, and this classic ghost story of a woman in white walking down the stairs. So why not point the EMCCD camera up on it? We had an EDI Plus there. Right when we all collectively started observing it, it seemed like this hypothesis that observing and addressing and believing and trying to manifest something worked. We started getting photon events appearing right at the top of the stairs. We started getting all these environmental changes, temperature drops, increases in correlation with pressure aberrations. It was freaking wild. So we're really stoked to see that. And then while that was going on, I hear this clicking, and I'm like, what the hell is this clicking? And then I'm like, oh wait, that's the experiment that Kyle and Darian are doing with the randomizer that they have with this lamp that's hooked up to this lamp. What was really cool is that, the lamp would turn on and off, and that kind of seemed like, all right, that was normal. It's calibrating, or I don't know how to explain this, I'm not a scientist, but what I do know is that every time there was like a syncopatic rhythm, like pop, 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 where there would be almost like a rhythm of the light turning on and off, that same rhythm was always in correlation with photon events.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens bringing you into the investigation, and see if you make a connection with these girls.
Yep.
And then it's probably be important for you to be alone if we're testing this male-female energy theory. We'll have you go in there with Emily, and you guys can be there, and
Yeah.
probably won't be like a nun. with
Yeah,
jagged
probably.
teeth.
Probably.
And at least not one that you'll see. We'll see it from Nerve Center, but
Oh, cool. Yeah, just be sure to tell me to run.
no, you're on your own.
We gotta collect as much data as possible, so we're gonna do that.
So what I'm gonna do, Malia, is I'm gonna go ahead and get this recorder going for you, and you can just take it
Okay.
up with you and just, I'll get it recording now. So you can take
Okay.
it, just set it on the floor in there.
Got it.
And then just go over some of the history. I think in particular, we can talk about this nun that was killed by the
Yeah.
ox. You know what I
Yes.
mean? Do you remember her name by any chance?
Sister Bernadine Thompson.
Right. Okay, so I think we should try and reach out to her maybe
Okay,
and
cool.
see what happens.
Oh. So this is my room. I see. Okay. Here we go.
Wait, so you guys want this on the top of the stairs, yeah?
Yeah, about the midway point.
The midway, like put it in the middle of the stairwell.
You got it.
Thank you.
That looks great, doesn't it?
It looks
That good, guys?
It looks good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I understand this was a girls' school for 128 years. That is quite a long time to be a school. I heard you guys cared for 75 girls a term, which is a lot of girls. And it seems like you guys really made a huge impact. I hear you guys were on the cutting edge of female studies. You actually gave business courses to the girls in the 1800s, and I have to applaud you guys for actually trying to get women out there. And I would love to chat with any of the students that might be here, any of the sisters that might be here. I have a couple cool little devices here if you guys want to potentially say something to me. All you have to do is talk and we will hear you. For all intents and purposes, this was a female space. We know that a priest had to be here, but it was really you guys that ran the show. Is it okay that a bunch of guys are moving around?
So far, it's been pretty quiet after this experiment, man, which is interesting, you know what I mean? I think that takes it even a step further with, you know, our theory and the hypothesis, right? The hypothesis behind it.
I think so. I mean, we're here trying to really manifest something with our own thoughts. Super excited. The place was very, very creepy. And we have all of these ideas about the hauntings that could be behind here. So I kind of had to, and we all did collectively as a team, like mentally dissociate ourselves from the real emotional story that Vincent told us, along with a lot of the things we wanted to happen.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
Like we want to see things manifest. So, you know, take a little break, dissociate ourselves from that, really come at it from an empirical standpoint, and
yeah. Oh, motion detectors went off.
What?
Look.
Well, okay, that's really interesting because that's the door that Amy, who we interviewed.
Oh, that's when she said that opened.
Yeah.
We've had a door in this room has come open. I was leaning down to actually touch the REM pod. The door kind of opened up toward me. It was able to open on cue.
No, I was saying what was really crazy is in my mind, you know what I was thinking was it's a lot more fun and fulfilling to try to manifest it and believe in it. Because like right now, I'm not really having much fun just like observing. It's kind of boring like that.
Well, look, it went off again.
It went off again.
Okay, this is interesting. And again, this is the door that, whoa. This is the door that they say opens, right?
Yeah, this door, she said it opened by itself. Is there somebody here who could open that door for us, please?
If you're here, can you set off that blue light again? Make that turn on? It went off twice. If you can turn that on one more time, that'd be fantastic. That would let us know that you're here with us.
Man, this place is in pretty bad condition, huh? It's sad to see a place start to fall apart. Vincent's trying really hard to keep this place afloat, and the community feels very strongly about this building. Is there anything you would like me to relay to Vincent? Parts of the house he should focus on, places he should avoid?
So this didn't set it off. So when you set this down,
no.
This is the one I'm holding, but you have to literally.
Yeah, you have to get right in front of it.
Okay, let me check. So you can see, there's nothing in here.
Empty room.
Unless this toilet's moving in front of the door and going back by itself.
Yeah, that would be freaky.
I know. Ghost toilet.
Whoa. Whoa. This door's closing, dude. You heard that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Is it speaking?
No, it was like moving. It actually, did you see it on the camera moving?
Okay, well,
hold on. Can you close that door more, please?
Do you guys not want to talk to him? Is there something about him that intimidates you? Why is it that his wife Samantha was able to get so much activity and yet nothing ever happened when he was in the house?
We came here into the Moses room to look into the claim of this door opening, just get a feel for the room itself. And not only did we have the motion detector going off multiple times here in front of this door that is said to open, but when we went in to check that room to see if there was anything in there, we've seen a couple of animals in the property. We walk in, that door started to close behind us. And we had our control camera over here running, so I hope that we have it on that camera, but you definitely could hear it. And when I looked over, we definitely saw it starting to close.
Why don't you want to communicate with Vincent? He loves this place. His daughter loves this place. He wants to hold on to this place. What's it like having tourists come and parade in groups through your space? Because your private space. Is that okay?
It's really weird that that motion detector hasn't gone off since we opened that door. Went in there and that door started to close. It's like,
yeah.
Something left?
Huh?
It's like something left or whatever was.
Yeah. Whatever was here, it's like the room was empty for a while and then we came in and then happened. That was kind of like what happened in the experiment right at the start of it.
Yeah.
A bunch of stuff started going off and then.
If there is someone here with us, again, we want to just introduce ourselves. My name is Brandon. Mustafa here. We come here with the fullest respect for yourself in this building. Just want to possibly speak with you and possibly document your presence. Are you here? Oh.
What happened?
This door's closing again.
Someone's there. Could you shut that door, please? If you'd like to communicate with us, we set up a variety of different devices. There's a white egg-shaped device up on the balcony above me by the chandelier. Somebody just...
That was me.
A lot of people have come in here and they have written some things on the walls. They have vandalized your property. They've even painted some satanic things in your basement. This was a house of worship. How do you feel about satanic symbology being in your basement?
My fucking shoulder is burning.
Your shoulder's burning?
Yeah. Like really bad. Ah.
Yeah?
Dude. Right here. It was weird. It was like a hot sensation. It was like I got bit by a bug or something.
Right here?
Yeah, like right here.
We're gonna have to check that out, dude.
Ah, dude, no, seriously. It's like I've never felt anything like that before. Fucking A, it's like right here.
Let me get some.
No? Like right,
a little
right
redness.
here?
It's like a redness
Like
right here a little bit. There's like a redness right here. Right there. Oh shit, it's getting really red, dude.
Is it?
Right over here.
Where?
Yeah. Let me take a photo.
He's got like 2 scratches right by his neck.
What?
You see that right here?
Oh yeah.
Right here?
Shit.
Dude, it fucking...
Oh,
dude. What the hell, dude?
They're almost like claws.
Dude, it hurts, dude.
Dude, it looks like you've been bit, bro.
No, those are like scratches.
Are you kidding me right now?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're not kidding.
I'm not
Like,
kidding, bro.
Look,
What the hell?
Let's check this one off.
All right.
You swear you're not...
I'm not kidding. I'm gonna take a photo right now. Dude, check.
It's more up by your neck. But
Yeah,
like,
it's right here.
It fucking burns, dude.
Yeah, I got a photo. Let me take another one. Dude, that's... And then the motion detector just went off.
man, it's like uncomfortable as hell, dude. It's like my muscles getting super tight. Ow, you serious? Can you send me the photo?
So you got these two marks
Whoa.
there, and then I'm trying to show that like horseshoe thing, but it doesn't really come out here, but it starts here. But these two are the ones that are kind of the craziest.
What the hell is that though? It's not like a bite or anything?
They look like, kind of looks like scratches.
Did you see it on that camera?
Yeah, I'm telling you, they look like scratches.
And then the motion detector just went off while we were talking about it, again, while we were distracted by something else.
I don't think it's what's weird though about it is like, it doesn't feel negative.
Yeah?
To me. Yeah.
It doesn't?
No, I don't feel frightened or scared or like anything. I don't feel worried about it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just like, it just started like burning on my neck.
Maybe it was kind of like a surprise.
Like right on my neck, like below and then down into my shoulder.
If there's somebody here, there's somebody here who tried to
Touch me? Yeah. Like, I don't think it was like a negative thing, if that makes sense. Like, you know what I mean?
I know, it makes sense. I understand.
Like, I didn't feel like it was like someone's trying to harm me or scare me or anything like that.
What did you feel? What was like the inception of it?
It was just like it started out kind of tingling, like a tingling sensation. I was like, what the hell? And then like I kind of went over here like this to touch it because I have my gloves on, you know what I mean? And I was like, oh shit, it started burning.
You know, everything's creepy, and yet I feel more comfortable here than I have the majority of the locations we've been in, which it makes no sense. And you know, it's freezing. You can see my breath. It's crazy, crazy cold. But it's not that creepy cold. I have to wonder, is it because there is nothing here? Is it the belief that we've been talking about? Is that what people experience when they come here because they want to, because it does look this way? Or do I feel comfortable because I'm a female? And this was a house full of females for 128 years. You know, do I just feel welcome?
What interests me most about Bethlehem Academy is a discussion that I had with Vincent, and it got me thinking a lot about paranormal research in general. What is paranormal investigating? And what are spirits? What are entities that are supposedly haunting locations? And I think we could very well be in a place that suggests strongly that the memory is the ghost.
People have stories, but you have to come up with proof of that story. You know, you can't just go in with a word of mouth and expect that to be seen as, you know, the truth of what happened.
For the first time ever, I actually had the opportunity to be a part of a team to try to potentially contact these people that I've been researching. And I've never done that before.
The love Vincent has for his late wife Samantha is not only evident through his words, but his actions as well. By working to restore the Bethlehem Academy, it is possible that he himself is practicing thought form manifestation. Our joint experiment with the International Paranormal Research Museum proves that there is some weight to this theory. Whether we consciously addressed the possibility of paranormal activity or attempted to will it into existence, we documented several strange occurrences. Or perhaps the combination of all these factors, all fueled by Vincent's undying love for his late wife.
So we had a team here not too long ago, and they actually was doing a session in that cell, and they uncovered where a person was saying a date. He kept on coming across with just dates, period, and that date was associated with the time that he was hung in that cell.
I don't know. Is somebody up here? I don't fucking know, dude.
What is that?
Do you see it?
Yeah.
Hello? Guys?
Yeah.
There's a weird shadow situation. What the fuck? You know, the history with the Old Stone Jail dates back to the 1820s. I mean, the jail that is currently behind me, it was the 1870s. But a lot of the stories that are tragic, like deeply tragic, deeply disturbing, actually happened in the 20th century, not that long ago. People passed in these cells behind us not that long ago. And so yes, you have a very historic place, but we also had people that passed recently and under mysterious, kind of suspicious circumstances. So I do feel like there is a likelihood that some of those people that passed more recently could be here. You know, I think it's a common misconception that ghosts have to be from like the Victorian era or older, you know, and that's not necessarily true. You could have a ghost from any era. Somebody could have died yesterday, and for all we know, they could be here. So I think there's a likelihood that there might be spirits here from multiple centuries.
All right, so Old Stone Jail has a ridiculous history. I mean, there's so much going on here, so many different inmates with wild stories. I mean, where do we even start, Malia?
I mean, it is a lot. So even when you look at the construction of the jail, it changes from 1820 to 1880, like multiple times. Multiple different structures were built. One or two were burnt down. 1880, you basically get what we're going to go see. You kind of get the main structure of the jail. But it has so many moments in history that are just beyond fascinating. Like, actually, verifiably, during the Civil War, the Union military took over the jail, which is pretty cool.
Makes sense. I mean, it's a fortified jail. Makes perfect sense.
Absolutely. And it was built that way. It was built to resemble a medieval castle with slits so thin that inmates can't slip through it. Because again, kind of like the Jailer's Inn, people have a habit of trying to escape. But there's a couple really cool cases that I just kind of want to touch on. So there was this really big train robbery that happened at the L&M Railroad, which we've talked about a million times. And it's kind of a really devastating story because it's the King and Owens case. And essentially they robbed this train and the railroad puts out a $10,000 bounty being like, we need to know who these people are, like who robbed our train. The story is that the snitch was possibly King's own brother, Harvey King.
Oh.
And when he snitched, he gets shot dead. And his own brother, William King, Captain William King, gets framed for it. And he is held at the jail with Owens. And when it gets time to be executed, he gives a 35-minute speech with the noose around his neck to 4,000 people, basically saying he was framed and nobody ever loved a brother more than he did. So it's this really crazy story.
Well, I guess the term snitches get stitches take another turn here.
End up in ditches, dog.
Well, first of all, Billy, thank you so much for inviting us here to the Old Stone Jail in the Simpson County Historical Society. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and telling us how and why you ended up here.
Well, thanks. My name's Billy Wilkerson. I work here, of course. I'm a historian, and I do the maintenance and cover the paranormal here.
That's amazing. I mean, this is a great place to study history. The history here is unbelievable. We're actually sitting in probably one of the coolest history museums I've ever been in. The artifacts are unbelievable. Out of the corner of my eye, I'm actually clocking some really beautiful Victorian clothing that I'm like wanting to snatch. I won't, but I want it.
Yeah.
But we are mainly here for the jail.
Mm-hmm.
So if you wouldn't mind starting to share some of the amazing history of the Old Stone Jail with us.
Well, the Old Stone Jail started construction in 1872, and then it ended in 1879. It was built as, I guess, a deterrent for you not to go to jail, because it's really looked like a medieval chamber is what it really looks like. But it's, it's 2 floors, 6 cells per floor. There's just a lot to really say about the jail. I mean, it has a little dark history, and it has a lot of good history, but it's just a very unique building.
And remind me again, when did the jail close?
In 1986 is when it ended.
I think there's that misconception that history is boring,
Yes.
right? Which, when you look at a place like the Old Stone Jail, it's visually intriguing, which is probably to its benefit, because people are going to naturally be curious of like, what the hell is this castle thing that I'm
Right.
seeing in the
Yes.
middle of this town square?
Mhm.
But there is another building that it's attached to. And can you explain to me what that is?
That is a jailer's residence. It's built in 2 different time periods. The couple rooms on there is built in 1830, and then the second part is 1840. which the part was built in 1830, was actually the third jail that was built in Simpson County. And it was just mainly an office on downstairs, and then the cell was upstairs. And then in 1840, they added the jailer's residence, where they passed a law that the jailer had to stay on residence with the jail.
And there is a particular moment during the jail's history that I'm fascinated by. It was post-war, 1866, I believe. There's the King and Owens case.
Yes.
And do you know anything about that?
I briefly know a little history about King and Owen. It's kind of a dark history, so to speak, of Franklin, and it's very interesting. But yes, they robbed a train, and they tried to hide it. But in the process of them trying to rob this train, they actually blew the tracks, so it made a huge derailment. And it's just a lot of kind of mystery of the whole ordeal.
When I was reading up on the case, the thing that really struck me was the railroad that put the bounty out for the people that had robbed the train. And then subsequently, a man was killed who ended up snitching on who it was. And the story is that it was William King's own brother, and that is what he would later be hung for.
Yes.
And they were held in that upstairs jail cell?
They was held, in that jail cell.
That is so fascinating. Yeah. And you told me earlier that you believe they're still there.
They are still there, yes.
And what makes you say that?
We've came across them, doing some sessions up there, for the paranormal, of course, investigations. But we've came across them several times up there.
And do you have like conversations, like EVPs with them? Have you seen them?
A lot of EVPs, any type of ghost box sessions or the app sessions, they always come across, and you can ask, was they, I guess, hung, or they'll say yes, and we just ask like basic questions, and they're always replying. And I also have a trigger object, so to speak, and it's 1860 pistol. And it does, it fires like just blanks, but they're always answering. They like the gun, and they use that type of gun. So we had a team here not too long ago, and they actually was doing a session in that cell, and they uncovered where a person was saying a date. He kept on coming across with just dates, period, and that date was associated with the time that he was hung in that cell. I do have some documents here. I have like how these people has died in the jail.
Okay.
I have the first one that's ever died in this old stone jail of 1903. Wow. I don't want to say his last name because, of course, small town community, we still have family ties here with most of these people that I'm fixing to show you. But Mr. William here, you can see, they say he was in for lunacy.
Oh, wow.
I have a couple ledgers over there from courts, and I have one ledger over there that says that you're an idiot, and they actually document you back then in the 1800s as an idiot in court.
I'm Ernie Pack.
I'm Denise Pack.
We're Pac-Man Paranormal. We have both been investigating for a long, long time. I've been a paranormal investigator of one form or another, probably 25 years or so. Denise?
I was born and raised chasing ghosts, basically. My parents were ghost hunters, more or less, and grew up urban legends and chasing them through the woods or wherever they were supposed to be, with my parents dragging me along with them.
We got engaged at the Old Stone Jail.
And married at the Old Stone Jail.
Exactly. Exactly. We've, our first visit here was to a Perry Unity gathering that Whiskey Tango Foxtrot Paranormal, Bill Wilkerson and his crew put on down here. And we met a lot of folks that are now like family through that. And so the place has always kind of been special to us.
Well, I think we first need to start with we were using a necrophonic app, and we're not
that we did not believe in at all.
We're not app people. We've never been an app people. So this was kind of like an experiment for us to try to verify or prove whether disprove whether this app was actually worth utilizing.
Yeah. So we were back in when you go into the first floor of the jail where the cells are, the last cell on the left. And supposedly there had been an inmate killed in that cell. And we didn't know what the date was, anything about it. But we were back there experimenting and asking some questions. And I asked, when did this happen? And through the necrophonic, which I've never heard it say anything like this since, but it very clearly, we all heard it say February 8th. As soon as I had asked the question, when did this happen? So I went and I asked Bill, I said, does the date February 8th mean anything? He said, I don't know, let me look. So he went back and started going through the computer and records files that they had here. And about 20 minutes later, Bill came to me like, you gotta check this out. And he handed me a newspaper article. It was dated Thursday, February 13th, 1956. And it said, the first sentence was, this past Saturday night. So if you go back from February 13th, that would have been that past Saturday night.
Would have been February the 8th.
It would have been February 8th, yes. That would have been that Saturday night. And it said an inmate was found shot of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound from taking a gun from a deputy. And, you know, it was like,
no
wow,
other way to
maybe I
explain
believe
that.
in necrophonic.
No other
And
way
maybe
to
whether
explain
it was necrophonic or just, you know, some other, you know, divine interference that manipulated the app, whatever it was we got that date, that exact date. And I mean, we were all blown away by it.
The old stone jail is made of limestone, and it's full of energy. It's a conduit. It retains that energy, and yeah, it's very active.
We've investigated Old Stone Jail numerous times and have had, you know, something happen every time we've been there. We've had an experience down in one of the jail cells. We were trying out a new app called Necrophonics. As we were using that app, we asked some general questions in there in the jail cell, and we got a date, February the 8th. I think we were all kind of in shock.
Excited.
Ernie and Denise were there with us, and I think we were all bouncing off the walls at that point. I mean, it was a great investigation. I think that same night, we were upstairs in the children's room doing the
It was Estes
the
method.
Estes method. I had the headphones on. Ernie, actually, I think we were doing a duel that night because we had somebody in the Civil War room and I was in the children's room sitting on the floor. And Ernie and Leanne were in the hallway asking questions. One of the questions was, what does Ernie have in his hand? And I think my response was bad, bad. Well, what Ernie had in his hand was a revolver from time period correct revolver. And they didn't ask any questions. He pulled the hammer back. And my response was click, click.
Old Stone Jail, awesome place. Great meeting with Billy, talking with him. I mean, I've never seen someone that's in charge of a building have so much love for history, to be honest with you.
That's true.
One cool thing to start this investigation off is he actually gave us the original keys. There's no better person to handle these keys than a former jailer himself.
Oh, I thought yeah, no, Kevin, totally. That makes sense.
Did you see his like body language change too? He was like, oh.
Yeah. You got all like stiff.
Yes.
You grew 2 inches, you're like, it's like Voltron.
That is hilarious.
Grow 2 inches, I can see over the table now.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on here, as you guys know. I mean, when you met with Billy, he told you about multiple deaths that took place here, right?
Multiple deaths. A guy shot himself here. A guy hung himself here. A guy didn't die in the premises, but his mattress caught fire and he eventually died from those burns. A lot of crazy stuff, you know, and some kind of tragedies. People were pulled out of here very violently and hung on another place. So this place has a violent history for sure. Supposedly, King and Owens are here, even though they, again, weren't hung on site. Apparently, they're up in the Civil War room, and 2 apparitions have been seen up there as well.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
a little boy who they call, I believe, Robert Jr. in like a nightshirt, which is interesting. I do feel like, you know, it really does seem like Billy's energy brings a lot to this place. So I almost feel like having the respect for the people that were here is kind of key, and maybe really bringing the history into the investigation is kind of maybe the key here.
A big reason why I think he gets a lot of activity here and a lot of the reported activity is always when he's around is because I feel like he can connect with whatever entities that are here more so than anybody else.
Yeah.
You know, he's kind of shown and demonstrated, hey, you can get out of this lifestyle. So I think that lends itself to the fact that if there are prisoners still here in the afterlife or whatever, that they're gonna respond to that. So we're gonna do this sans Billy first, go throughout here, and then we'll see what happens, and then maybe bring him in the investigation and see if we get any different activity.
Absolutely. It's
Great.
a good game plan for sure. So Kevin, head up. We'll head up to the opposite side of the building and then we'll go from there.
Cool. I'll
me luck,
holler
guys.
if I hear anything.
Good luck, dude.
So since this is the area that doesn't like women, if you feel anything, hear anything, see anything, speak up.
Dude.
Good evening. Hello? Is anyone in here with me right now? If you can hear me, will you please walk up to me and touch this box that I'm holding in my hand?
Right, so right now we are up on the second floor landing. This was like one time the jailer's residence, and this room we're walking into now was an area after the Civil War where they actually kept Confederate sympathizers in this room, and on the walls are actual writings and murals associated with them being kept here. What?
Dude, that's me on the wall.
It literally looks just like you. Look at that, dude, it looks just like you. Dude. Someone stand next to it.
Check this out. Doesn't it look just...
What the hell, dude?
Dude, I'm a ghost, bro. It's like the others.
Mustafa Gatollari, he's been dead for over 150 years. What the hell?
This is trippy, man.
That is strange.
Yo, what if it changes every time different people come here?
Okay, this is an episode of Night Gallery.
Sorry, man.
I have the keys to your cell. I used to be a jailer. Temperature and pressure change. Do you want the keys? Pressure, temperature change again. Can you come up and take the keys from me?
All right, if there's anyone in here with us, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Brandon. This here's Mustafa. We come here with the fullest respect for yourself and this jail, this beautiful old place. Billy has let us in here to investigate and see what's going on. So if you'd like to speak with us, I know a lot of people have been through here trying to communicate with you. We have a couple different devices here. We got a couple egg-shaped devices that can detect your motion if you want to walk by it. We also have an audio device that can hear your voice. And we also have another device here, this orange device, that can let us know if you're here and changing the environment in this room. You know what I'd say? It's like, it's really creepy, like looking at these walls and seeing these like inscriptions and the writings on there. It's strange. You don't see that a lot.
No. You think of Civil War, you don't really think of the word graffiti associated with it. Civil War graffiti?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I've been to a few places in the past that like historic graffiti's a thing.
Yeah?
You know what I mean? Yeah. Never seen Civil War graffiti per se, but.
If there are any jailers here, anybody who works here, my friend Brandon and I, we come here with the utmost respect. We're just here to document your presence. We'd love to know more about you, history of Franklin County, history of Franklin and this jail.
Is it okay that I'm up here with you? If yes, please come up and touch this box I'm holding in my hand. If I'm not, pressure change. Should I come in this cell that I'm facing into? If you don't want me to come into the cell, please come and touch this box in my hand to make it light up. I'm gonna go in anyway.
If there's anybody out in the hallway or in the stairwell, could you please join us in this room, follow our voices? I heard a lot of stories about some of the inmates here, some of the crimes that they committed, some of them that reportedly they were framed for, like Captain King and Abram Owens. Can't imagine what it would be like to be framed for the murder of your own brother and then everybody thinks that about you. Anybody here know anything about that? Pressure on the EDI.
Yeah. Pressure change.
Thank you.
If that was you, can you make that light turn on again like that? Just do what you just did, if possible. I feel it in my chest. You feel that?
I feel like my head's like mentholated, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's a story that resonated with me the most about Owens and King.
What's that sound, dude? You hearing that? It's right behind you. Oh, stay.
Could you come into this room, please? So William King.
Whoa. It sounds like something's tapping on that plexiglass over there.
Just want to note, it's not raining or anything outside. It's a clear night. It sounds almost like...
It literally sounds like someone's tapping on that plexiglass.
Does anybody here know know what happened to Harvey? There's no way that... I have 2 brothers, very close friends. I consider Brandon my brother. I can't imagine ever doing that to somebody I care about.
It sounded like this. That's exactly what it sounded like.
It was almost as if something was like moving that.
Are you right here? Are you trying to tell us something?
Hello? Pressure changes? There's a bunch of reports from the 1800s. What were you locked up here for? I'm getting pressure changes like crazy. And temperature. Can you let me know you're here by a different way? Can you come up and touch me or shake these keys in my hand or knock some of these boxes over or something? What can you do to let me know you're in here with me? I see that you can work the box now. Is there something else you can do? Pressure changes like crazy in here. And usually based on what we've experienced in the past, anytime there's pressure changes, we usually capture something.
Do you see these white egg-shaped devices here? Can you see us? There's a voice over there.
Where, in here?
Yeah, down in that room over there. You have the EDI?
Yeah. Hello? Was that you? It's really hot in here.
Yeah, it's boiling. Nothing coming from here.
Whoa, that was behind you. Turn around. That was footsteps behind you. Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's one of the claims here.
Let's stay right there. Are you following us? That was loud. It sounded like boot steps almost.
I hope we get that voice on your recorder, man.
It's in that room. It's not.
What?
What the fuck? Hold on. Listen. It sounds like full on someone's walking around in there. And we acknowledge it stops. I'm gonna turn this way. That is so strange. And it stopped. Like as soon as we acknowledged it, it completely stopped. Can you do that one more time so we know it's you?
Can you step closer towards our voices? Near this white egg-shaped device on the floor, can you see it? Follow our voices.
Right now, Mustafa and I are...
What the?
There's sounds everywhere in here. I cannot explain it either. It's not settling or anything like that. But we're here in the Civil War mural room with the Civil War graffiti on it. We're also in this living quarters that is over there, and we're hearing full-on footsteps in this room. And when we acknowledge it, it completely stops. Like right now, listen. You would think since we're standing in here, like you would apply more weight to the boards in here and it would cause that sound.
Captain King.
Did you hear that voice?
Where?
Right here. It was like,
there? You serious?
I swear. You didn't hear that?
No. That's what it sounded like when I heard it in this room.
It was like, and right in here, like right there, like in that same corner.
Can you speak a little louder, please? Are we talking to Captain King or Owen Abrams? Something about that story, man. That's like the one that resonated the most with me.
Maybe you have people from the Civil War era that are here because they spent their last moments before a tragic execution in the room. Anything is possible here, and that's what I find so exciting.
So we're gonna head back down and meet up with Lee and Kevin, see what happened with them. So we're gonna end session. All right, sit down.
Why, hello.
Hi.
How'd it go?
It was weird.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I could hear you guys get excited a couple times.
Well, we weren't really getting anything, and then all of a sudden I started talking about King and Owens, and then first pressure changes of the night started showing up on this, and then every time we started talking about King, we got footsteps. It sounded like there was like something pressing against the plexiglass in front of the mural of the guy that looks exactly like
Yeah.
Weird.
I kept hearing footsteps up there, and obviously I had no idea if it was you guys or something else, and I kept sounding. I'm curious to ask Kevin when he comes back down if he's been banging on things.
because I have distinctly heard metallic sounds coming
Really?
from back there, but I haven't seen anything here. But it's hard to tell. You know, it sounded a couple times like somebody was on the metallic steps back here, the metal stairs.
Right.
So I kind of kept looking back, expecting someone to start coming back down, but nobody did.
Weird.
So
That's strange.
that is strange. Ready for this, Emily? All right. I love that Billy was saying that this area is usually off limits unless it's a paranormal tour, mainly because of the room we're about to go into. Oh, it's real dark. This feels a lot different than it did when I was in here earlier. Oh, I like actually feel scared. That's the first time I can honestly say I actually feel scared. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So this is the room. I'm actually anxious. That's fine. Composing myself. We're good. All right. So this is the room where an inmate by the name of Terry supposedly is.
All right, when you want to take that end, just start unwrapping. Let's get this on the ground. So as you can see right now with this tripwire, it's all the same color going across. So if anything's gonna come in contact with higher EMF, anything of that nature, it's gonna change colors in the exact area. So do you have the EM pump with you?
I do.
So we have an EM pump that's gonna pump out electromagnetic energy. So we're gonna turn that on real quick. Look at that, see that? There you go. So you go down the line, boom. So if it was something was gonna walk down here that was producing EMF, that's what you would see. Boom, boom, boom. So that's what we're looking for. So again, if anything with an electromagnetic field to it crosses this in any way, shape, or form, we're gonna see it.
Wait, hold on, I'm going here. Hello? Is there somebody in here that wants to talk with us? Wow, look at all these books. I'm gonna set this right here. Oh, that's interesting. If there's somebody in here that would like to chat with us, all you have to do is get close to this little green box that I have put on that box. This room is amazing. Look at these ledgers. The amount of history that's in here is absolutely incredible. Somebody in here with us? You see that? There were some incidences here of some pretty violent incidents. There were some reports of some pretty violent incidents here where people were actually drug out of this jail and hung. That's awful. I mean, justice. Did I do that?
Do what?
It literally sounded like a book pushed. Maybe I did that. Did somebody just push a book? Somebody over here? If you're trying to get my attention, try to move one of the books again. You know, I'm kind of angry. Like, being in a place like this, when you see the inhumanity, it makes you angry. Does it make you angry too? Do you see that? Yep. It's not fair what they did to you, is it? Wow, 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 wow. Are you one of the people that died here? Are you just one of the inmates that was here for a while? Oh my God. This is insane. I know you all did something that landed you in here, but I don't agree with how bad the conditions were. Nobody should be subject to the elements. Nobody should have to deal with no bathrooms. I don't know. Is somebody up here? I don't fucking know, dude.
What is that?
Do you see it?
Yeah.
Hello? Guys?
Yeah.
There's a weird shadow situation. What the fuck?
Oh my God. Who
Holy
is that?
shit balls. Oh my God.
Oh
We're
my
fine.
God.
We're fine. We're fine. We're
Sorry.
It's okay. It's totally fine. We're just looking. Oh. I swear to God. I just need 1 second to compose myself. Okay. Okay, great. That's a big relief, actually. It was freaking bizarre. So I felt nothing in the room where Terry supposedly is, no groping nor anything. I tried to talk to him, just tried to talk about the space, nothing, got nothing at all. So we started moving around a little bit, but the cell directly across from him, I felt very drawn to it, and I got my first pressure hit in there, and then it kind of came and went. And then I decided just to set the EDI on the jail cell door and just kind of had a dialogue and was talking about, you know, I'd have been angry if I'd have been in a place like this. The conditions were bad, and everything started popping off, like bad. Like I was talking about how angry I would have been. And then there was a literal dialogue for a little while. Basically, I'd answer and I said, "Were you a jailer? Were you an inmate?"
Yeah.
And it was going off. It was pretty freaking nuts. And then it just went dead. Just went dead. When I tried to ask him about specific people or like when it might have been or like nothing.
And you were getting pressure hits?
Pressure hits, temperature hits. I mean, like pretty much every light was going off.
That's pretty cool.
It was crazy. I mean, just the fact like I was having, like even Emily was kind of like, oh, it was a trip.
We then test if Billy's presence in the jail will have any effect on activity.
Well, you know, I've never been much on orbs.
Yeah.
And anytime I come across an orb, I always want like the secondary confirmation, like there's something else going on. And I was watching the camera system one night, and I seen this light just kind of dart from the stairway down, and it went around and hit one of those field jackets in the Civil War room, when I Civil War, the military room, and it just stood there. So I went around and started with the K2 meter and started measuring right there at the jacket, and it was spiking all the way up.
I'll be honest, I'm not sure if my mind's playing tricks on me or something. My whole left side is like electrified right now. Yeah, it hurts. It's like when we were at Conrad Caldwell.
Mm-hmm. Feeling pretty comfortable right now.
Yeah. Not me. I feel weird, man.
You hear that, Nora?
Yeah, you heard that too.
I used to work in a jail, so I can talk to you about that experience if you would like. I think with the connection that Billy has with this place and all the love that he's poured into it, I think that whatever entities are here, whether they be inmates, jailers, or whatever, I think that, I think they respect him. And, normally within a jail, you have kind of the, I guess you would call it ring keeper. And, if he looks up to Billy, I think everyone else will as well. If not, they have to answer to him.
It is confirmed that there are underground tunnels here at the Old Stone Jail. We are very close to the cave systems here in Kentucky. They could be related. It's very possible. That's something we've been looking into and exploring further. But you also have Billy that's here, a guy that's so passionate about this building and about the history here that it makes you wonder if his energy kind of keeps this place alive in a sense.
He speaks softly and carries a big stick. I don't know what that means, but when I look at Billy, I think of that in my head. But what's really, really intriguing about him is that he just wants to tell the actual history of the jail. It doesn't matter how gnarly it gets. It doesn't matter how inconvenient certain parts that are included are. All he wants to do is tell the truth.
You know, Kentucky's a weird place, and there's a lot of geographical things here that make it very unique, of course, namely being the cave system, which we're not far from at all. And we know limestone is a retainer of energy, and so much of this building and this space is made of that. So when you add all those things up, I think you kind of have a perfect recipe for activity.
Although our personal experiences and the fact that both Kevin and Malia registered pressure changes in the same area were intriguing, we were unable to document any conclusive evidence of paranormal activity at the Old Stone Jail. Other personal experiences all but stopped soon after Billy entered the location.
At first, I was very skeptical until I actually experienced it myself, and then I was like, "All right, okay, I see that this is not fake. It is real." Especially if you try to, in a sense, communicate with them. I've tried to communicate before, and I've actually had an experience with my daughter. She passed away when she was 22. And I'm sitting on a chair in the hallway, and I fell asleep. So I see my daughter walking down the hallway, down the stairs. She came over to me. She kissed me on my cheek because she always kissed me on my right cheek. And I went like that. I woke up, I was like, I felt my cheek was wet. You know, like when somebody gives you a kiss on your cheek, it's a little damp. And I just said, "Thank you. Appreciate that."
Whoa.
What? What?
I just look like someone's standing right here.
So this has got a pretty intense history, and it's one of those locations where there are a lot of claims and not a ton of actual factual evidence to back it up. But essentially, 1885, Edward Mentz opens the hotel with his partner, Mr. Renfro. At that time, it's considered the Renfro Hotel. It's in a great spot because it's really close to the Mammoth Caves. So we're going to be super, super close to the Mammoth Caves here, which is pretty exciting. Then later on, the hotel is going to burn down. In 1904, pretty much everything is lost. Almost none of the original items are salvageable. They rebuild the hotel. It's now called the Mentz Hotel, and it's in all of the papers. I mean, like, this is the place to stay when you come to the Mammoth Caves. Also interesting is Edward Mentz worked for the Mammoth Cave Railroad, and then there was this really controversial thing where the company tried to pin something on him, and so he quit because he was getting all of this. He was used as a scapegoat, essentially. So now his entire life is at the hotel. He dies of paralysis in 1909. Now his son, George Mentz, takes over and spends a long time trying to, like, sell the place. I don't think he wanted to keep it, but he's living there. He doesn't have a choice. He also dies there. The next owner of the hotel is a Mrs. Fishback, I think her name is. Let me double check that. And she is also going to die at the hotel. So pretty much everybody that owned the hotel would go ahead and die at the hotel.
Really?
Yeah,
Crazy.
which is really interesting.
So don't buy that place.
Then you have in 1946, from about 1951 to 1952, it becomes the Bulk School for Junior Boys.
Okay.
And their slogan is Bulk builds better boys. And it's like this really popular school to send your kids to. They also run an Elks Lodge out of the place during that time. The story is that the school closed because one of the little boys died in like a pond behind the building. I couldn't find any actual documentation of that, but that's what people believe, so could be not true. Then all of a sudden, it becomes a nursing home. And And that's from like 1952 to 1962. So the story is for 10 years, there was 80 funerals in this place. But that's the story. I have only found documentation of 13 people dying at the nursing home during the 10 years, and I haven't found evidence in any of the obituaries that any of their funerals were held in the hotel, or the nursing home, sorry. And I think that's because they had a couple funeral homes in town. It doesn't really make sense that they would have the funeral in the building at that time. And it's also, you know, the 1950s, 1960s, that wasn't as common at the time. So
Right.
I don't know if that's just a really good story or if there were actually some funerals held in the place. I wasn't able to find any documentation that there was ever funerals there.
Well, still 13 deaths is pretty significant.
Definitely, and that's not even including the owners. That is not including George or Ed Mentz or Mrs. Fishback. So all of them died there. Then it becomes an inn again, and it changes hands a bunch of times until it lands in Gary and Karen's hands.
Okay.
And that's who owns it now.
Well, Karen, thank you so much for having us in your beautiful bed and breakfast. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and telling us how you came upon acquiring the place.
Okay, Karen Baldwin Carroll, and we had a vision for this when we were 34, and we moved to Kentucky in 2006, and we almost got it in 2010, but it took another 5.5 years, and we finally got it in 2015, and fulfilled our vision.
I mean, it's definitely an enchanting building, and it's certainly seen a lot of lives over its many years. It's been everything from a family home to an inn to a school for boys to a nursing home and now an inn again. So I would love to talk about the history a little bit because it's varied and vast and really kind of unique. I have a deep admiration for Edward Mentz, who started this place with, I believe, his partner, Mr. Renfro.
Correct. So Mr. Mentz ran Mammoth Cave Railroad Company, 1853 to 1909 when he passed. But he was very good at being an entrepreneur, and they would come to Bell's Tavern, and that burnt down in 1860. So he took the carriage house and made it the first Mentz Hotel on the corner. And then 25 years later, Mr. Renfro's like, I've got money, and you need a nice place. So they built one in 1885. 1903, it burned down. 1905, he built this. And there's a picture of he and his wife and daughter and her husband and the porter up by the porch in 1906. So we got a shot of who Mr. Mentz is.
I would love to talk about when it was Bethwood Nursing Home.
Okay.
So I've heard some pretty large numbers of people that have died here. I've personally found documentation of at least 13 that did die in the home. But I remember you saying something about that funerals were held in the home. Do you know when that would have been?
I just heard they were because I wasn't here, but we had numerous people say, oh, my great-grandma was there, or my great-aunt was there, and we used to go visit her there. But we heard there was funerals right here in the entry, in the foyer. So
I'm really curious if that would have been for the nursing home?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
Okay.
Yeah. They may have had, you know, if a local died, and the graveyard's just up the street from us, so they may have had a funeral here, just to have a funeral here, but I doubt it. It was probably just for the people in the nursing home. So
interesting.
That's a large number. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, so I have found documentation for 13 of the Bethwood residents who have passed in the home. I do know Ed Mentz died in the home, George Mentz died in the home, and Mrs. Fishback died in the home. So there is a large number of people that have passed in this home. And, you know, to me, that's not an innately creepy thing. I think it's a beautiful place. People didn't want to leave. And I think if you have the choice, passing in your own home is always more comfortable than in a hospital. It's not as sterile. It's surrounded by places and people that you love. And this seems to be a place that was well loved by a lot of people. And we are here because we want to investigate the supposed hauntings that apparently take place here. Have you had any personal experiences, or what are the most common things that people tell you that have stayed here?
Personally, I just feel like a thickness or whatever, but I've had numerous people stay or come and walk around and say they see the same ghosts in the same place, and I don't have that gift, so that's a good thing. But they'll tell me, you know, Mr. Mentz and his daughter's right here, and Mr. Balsh is over here, and the porter's up there, and his wife's down the hallway here in the same white dress that's in the picture. And so it's just interesting. room 7, people say there's all kinds of people in there. People have had stuff happen in room 9 where things disappear and then like 3 months later they'll reappear. And then people will see somebody walk by on the porch, think, oh, guest. Nobody. I can't tell you how many times I've gone to the front door thinking somebody just walked by.
Wow, because you literally saw them walk past the windows.
And not just me. Our innkeepers that we've had, a couple different ones, they've seen it. Gary's seen it. Yeah, my husband.
Is there a section of the inn that you feel or guests say is more active? And are there specific things they tend to always see in specific rooms?
Yes. So Gary's daughter passed away in 2006, and for some reason guests have seen it. People just looking have seen it. She's in room number 7. Well, one guest said, I need to tell you something. There's a young lady in there. And so I showed her a picture and she said, yep, that's her. And her husband says, no, it's a girl with dark curly hair. Well, her friend died 6 years later. And so I found a picture of her and he said, that's her. So for some reason they're here, even though we didn't have this till 2015. And then a lady had passed away in that room and her son found her and covered her with a pillow, and then they accused him of smothering her, which he didn't.
Oh, wow.
So this friend that can hear and stuff, she said, no, she said she died peacefully and that he didn't do that to her. Her son was a good person.
And what room did that take place
That's in 7.
Okay, so 7 seems to be a quite active room.
Yeah, and the previous owners, he went up to get a tool for his dad and said he saw a guy warming his hands in that room, and there was a little burn hole on the floor. It wasn't all the way through, but it was burnt and dipped. And I'm like, When he told me that, I was like wondering why there was a burn spot. So.
Do you have any idea what room that might have been? Like, was there any family members that maybe had stayed in that room at all?
No, our family, no. But there's numerous times people have said they heard people running in the halls at night. Guess one lady goes, you had people running in your hall last night. Well, I didn't want to tell her, but they said kids play tag up there. So there's children running in the hall up there.
Do you think that could be attached to the school that was here?
I don't know, because I don't see them or hear them. So but I've had that told to me at least 5 times.
Prior to this building being here, because of Bell's Tavern just being right behind us here, this wasn't a camp. During the Civil War, there was tents and everything all out here with Civil War soldiers. This is where they camped because they had a lot of meetings over there at the old Bell's Tavern. So you can still find artifacts. Well, at first I was very skeptical until I actually experienced it myself, and then I was like, all right, okay, I see that this is not fake, it is real. And after a while, sometimes I'll be sitting in the office and I hear people out here on the porch talking and there's nobody out here. Or I see somebody walk by the window. And so I get up we have cameras and I don't see anybody out here, and we're looking in the camera, we don't see anyone, there's no car. Especially if you try to, in a sense, communicate with them. I've tried to communicate before, and I've actually had an experience with my daughter. She passed away when she was 22, so. She passed away in 2006. So this was in 2006, maybe 3 months later. And I'm sitting on a chair in the hallway, and I fell asleep. So I see my daughter walking down the hallway, down the stairs. She came over to me. She kissed me on my cheek because she always kissed me on my right cheek. And I went like that. I woke up, I was like, I felt my cheek, it was wet. Like when somebody gives you a kiss on your cheek, it's a little damp. And I just said, thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, I think owning places that are older or historic, been around a long time, it definitely does make a difference, and it's made a difference with me and the way I believe and feel. Some people have seen my daughter and her friend up in room 7. Before they even mentioned that, the first thing I thought to myself when I was first cleaning room 7, we restored this 6 years ago, is I thought, yeah, this is the room my daughter would like. It's really cool. It's kind of like the it's like the hippie room. You know, it's got all the different yellow colors. My daughter liked a lot of hippie things. So I thought, yeah, she would like this room, this one out of all of them. So then, about 3 or 4 years later, person tells me, yeah, I saw a girl, 2 girls in room 7. And I'm like, really? I said, what were they wearing? So she explained to me what they were wearing. I knew exactly who it was right off the bat.
So I'm gonna set up this Zoom H6 right here, this hallway, so we get some nice audio coverage here. So get that here. It's nice we have these microphones so that one's gonna shoot down this way, one's gonna shoot down this way, so that's gonna work out perfectly. All right, we are rolling. This is a session here at the Grand Victorian Inn. So what we have here is a tripwire, and what this does is it picks up EMF, electromagnetic frequencies. So if anything passes in front of these different colored lights you see on the ground, it's gonna change color according to how high the frequency is. So they say they see, or they say they hear kids running up and down this hallway. So we're gonna see if we can get them out to come play hide and seek with us, see if we can get any of these trips. So we also have the EDI data logger over here, and we have a motion detector in the stairs.
Another thing we should look out for, and what's really cool, is that this is so visually based. So if a train does go by, a long-standing theory we have is that, like, you know, anything near a train station ramps up potential paranormal activity. So if we start seeing our stuff popping off when the train goes by, that's something worth paying close attention to.
Here at the Grand Victorian Inn, we're about 50 feet away from train tracks and trains actively passing every hour or so. That's exciting to me because one of the most significant finds in APRA's history was about the same distance from an active train track. And we collected an EVP of a woman asking if that would be on the train. Not exactly sure what she was referring to, but it is definitely one of the most phenomenal EVPs collected in APRA's history, and something I'm hoping to test further. You know, is it possible that a passing train generates activity? Does it generate more energy in a building? That's something I haven't been able to test since I investigated the Saugus train station back in 2008. I think we'll test that here tonight to see if that theory holds any credibility. Hello, first thing I want to do is introduce myself. My name is Brandon.
I'm Mustafa.
We come here with the fullest respect for yourself in this beautiful hotel, this beautiful inn. We've heard that there's kids here that are playing hide and seek out in this hallway. If there are kids here, we'd like to talk with you possibly. We're not scary, we're not here to scare you at all. We just want to see if we can interact with you, play with you. See these purple lights here on the ground? If you run up to them or run past them, we can, see if you're coming out to play hide and seek with us. All of these devices here and these colored lights, they will not hurt you at all. You can go up and touch them and grab them and see if they light up for you. Sound like a kid. You heard that, right?
You have the H.
It's running. Yeah.
It's running.
Was that you? Was that your voice?
Could you come out in the hallway? We have these toys over here.
Our backup lav microphones recorded an EVP we did not hear mid-investigation.
Was that you? Was that your voice?
If you come and you touch them, there's also a box with a blinking red light. That's really fun.
Mustafa and I both have kids.
Oh, they like playing with our stuff, especially when they shouldn't.
I have a 2-year-old son.
I have a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. She's gonna be 4. She's looking forward to her birthday party. She wants to make it mermaid themed again. She knows what she likes. What about you?
If there's anyone else here that's not the children that are heard here, or maybe the man that's been seen in these rooms, or the woman that's been seen on the staircase, we'd love to talk to any of you. Again, we're here with respect.
We were invited by Karen and Gary. They have a lot of love for this building. We've done a lot of renovations to it. I think it looks beautiful. What do you think? Can you see the work that they've done here?
So, yeah, we're up here. We're hearing a few strange noises down at the end of the hall. But, it's a massive place. This hallway is huge. So we're just trying to see if we can make any kind of contact with what eyewitnesses say they see here. I mean, it's been...
Again. Let me go see what that is.
You go in there?
Yeah, what could it possibly be? It's not that clock. It's not working. Sounds like it's coming from...
There it was again. It's out here again.
What?
I just heard it again.
You did?
Yeah.
Where did it come from?
It's like right over here. It almost sounds like something on this shelf.
Something on the shelf?
It sounded like right here.
Who's this?
I have no idea. Oh, there it is again. See?
It was like that.
Yeah, this is very similar to what it sounded like.
Hmm.
Mr. Mintz, is that you?
Whoa. What? What?
I just look like someone's standing right here. Look like a little, like about that tall. Oh, right there. Look like a little person.
Maybe they started the hide and seek game and they didn't tell us.
I swear, it looked like it. At first, I was like, I thought maybe I was looking at the chair right here. You know what I mean? But it was not that far back. It was right here, about to this height.
Again.
That was like a person's voice. Here, I want to play that back. Oh, let's play that back. That was 18 minutes. I'm gonna stop this. Let me see if I want to play this back real quick. That was kind of strange.
You need headphones?
No, it's got a speaker on it.
What?
Did you hear that? It was like it sounded like a man's voice. Hold on.
All right, we are rolling. This is a session here at the Grand Victorian Inn.
Heard that?
Yeah. Oh. What did you?
Yeah.
That's a. Who is that?
I don't know. What the fuck?
That's like clear as hell, dude. Listen. Well, I say we take it downstairs, or we pull it into the computer and analyze it.
Okay.
Let's do that. All right. Like Mustafa says, like he says something about like the owners of the hotel. So let's listen.
Not a guest who stay here. Hear footsteps in the hallway. People walking. A lot about some.
Here we go. This is it right here.
Read a lot about some of the owners here.
Right here.
Okay.
Wait, it's way more voice. It's way longer than it sounded like on there.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
Whoa.
Is there a way, can we blow
And
that
you
up?
can hear it's a
Hold on.
different accent and everything,
Hold
dog.
on.
It's Mence, bro. It's Eddie Mence. I'm telling
Hold
you, dude.
Hold on. Let's do this. Give me a second. That was.
Like,
That sounded like it
Yeah.
was just.
Okay.
we
What
need
do
to.
you-
Read a lot about some of the owners here.
Something this evening. I'll be down this evening. That's what it says. Listen, I'll be down this evening. Listen.
It's probably your owner.
Listen.
Read a lot about the owners here.
I'll be down this evening.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Oh my God.
That's exactly what it sounds like. Wait, okay, play it again.
I'll be
Play it
down
again.
this evening.
I'll go with Emily.
Okay.
I'll do it. Okay. Want this?
Yeah, so once you get it up there, just set it down like on a nice area and just hit that record button right there.
You got it,
See
pal.
that?
Okay,
All
let's
right.
do this.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and set this. Just give me for a second, I'm fine. I'm gonna set this here. All right, first of all, I just wanna say hi. My name is Malia. I'm here with my friend Emily. And it kind of seems like you guys want to play. I have a couple young goddaughters. One's name is Sophia, the other one is Camila. And they love playing tag, I'll tell ya. Do you guys want to play tag? We have a really fun little box and all these really pretty little purple lights. And if you set them off, I will know that you're here. And we can play. You don't have to be shy. We're a really playful group, I promise. We like to play.
I had a feeling. That's why I started walking over here. Felt like if I went over here, that I was gonna get set off because every time we start moving and we're like stationary, then we go, it goes off. But that's not set off by me because I was over here.
We have a full house of people up here. It's a lot of us are very playful.
All right, who wants to play with someone who's actually fun?
I'm really fun. Are you kidding me? My goddaughters love me. I'm like the queen.
Well, they have to love you because you're related to them.
That's not true. They're my goddaughters, all right?
That's true. Keep going, Malia. I'm just observing.
Great. Go have fun without me. Do you guys have a favorite room to play in? A lot of really cool people have lived here. The Mentz family is really, really impressive. Where did they go?
What? Heard something?
No, but who opened the employee's only door?
What?
Wasn't that closed?
Where?
Oh, yeah. It was supposed to be closed.
Oh, classic kid hiding spot, laundry room.
What?
EDI, let's go.
Go.
Oh, this just went off.
What did?
What?
This one off right here. This one.
Are you playing with us?
I'm pretty sure.
Wait, the motion detector
blue,
off is in
right?
here. Wait, the motion detector over here is off.
Does this change to blue?
Yeah.
The tripwire goes to blue if it's high EMF.
Yes, and then the motion detector. I think someone go in here. Go in here with
Oh,
the EDI.
someone
with the
went in.
Are you in here?
Oh my god.
That's me. Ooh.
This is room 7.
Dude, it is cold in here.
Is it?
Yeah.
They're playing with us.
It is cold.
Gary's daughter passed away in 2006, and for some reason, guests have seen it. People just looking have seen it. She's in room number 7.
Hello? Come on.
Are
I want to
you
win.
in
I've
here?
never won in tag.
Am I getting any environmental changes over here?
What about the bathroom?
Oh, yeah.
Did you guys run out again? Where did you go?
It all seems to be adding up. I mean, it was kind of weird though that we had the tripwire light go off.
Yeah, because that hasn't gone off at all. And then the motion detector in that room went off.
It was
and it was
like,
faced in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it only goes off if you're in there, and no one was in there.
Sitting though?
This? No, the tripwire light went off. This didn't go off. That was just up there.
Wait, doesn't that affect the tripwire?
No, absolutely not. This was up here.
Okay. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's not going to affect the tripwire at all. That's just EMF does that. So even if you were to take this, see? Because that's why we use the EDIs, because they're very well insulated.
This is such a trip.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah, the EDI is like really, that's why we like to use them, because literally the only way to kind of like, you could shake it and then nothing will happen, but if you breathe on it, like that'll set it off. That's about it.
Are you still hiding in here?
So I had to ask you, what happened in my bedroom?
What happened in your bedroom?
You all went into number 7.
Oh. So Emily noticed that, so the tripwire, yeah, the power light's up there. I left it on a table up there just in case we hear any noises while we're down here. But the tripwire had turned blue, and then I had the motion detector pointed towards the interior of room 7. It was, Malia made this connection where tripwire goes off, and then right diagonal of it, the motion detector went off after we started counting as if we were playing a game of hide and seek.
And after, when we started like looking for them is when that happened.
And then this was running the whole time.
In the laundry room, door was open and it's been closed.
That's weird.
Yeah.
So, like, I haven't, I mean, the entire time we've been here, that door's been closed the entire time. None of us were down there.
I think a lot of ghost stories always start with the former owner dying and then haunting the place. And that could be the case here at the Grand Victorian. You have at least 3 of the previous owners that lived here, loved it here, and then died here. Are they who haunts the Grand Victorian? I don't know. But what I find even more peculiar with this location is just like the Conrad Caldwell, where William Caldwell carried an actual photo of the house in his pocket, even though it was his friend's house, because he wanted it so bad. Karen and Gary wanted this place for 10 years. What is it about these homes that is calling to people? It wasn't their family that built them. It wasn't a familial connection at that time that drew them to that place. So why are homes calling to people? What is it that is making people yearn for a structure? At the end of the day, that's what a house is. So maybe that's why it's such a romantic idea to think of former owners loving a place so much that when they die, they don't want to leave it.
Mustafa and I headed to Sweet Joy to see if the claims of a ghost tea party are related to the room's proximity to an active railroad.
All right, Brandon. Finally alone.
God, you wish.
Here we go.
This is a little weird. This room is a bit strange.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just the layout, the look of this like cool Victorian room, but it's a little weird. I do think it's really strange so far. This entire investigation, we have not had a single hit from a data logger in any way, shape, or form.
Nope.
No temperature changes, no pressure changes, no humidity, no EMF, nothing like that.
Well, that's what, like, a lot of times we think like, oh, there's a temperature change. Maybe it's just like ultra sensitive to changes in temperature, which happens in a room, especially when you're going from room to room in a home. But that's what just makes our other finds on other cases that much more interesting, especially when we're at the Jailer's Inn, we're following that cloud around. We have a device here. It's an orange box. You'll see a blinking red light on it. I don't know if you can see it. But we've been reading a lot about this, about the Grand Victorian Inn, also known as a men's hotel. It's a beautiful area here. We love it. The railroad's right across the street, even though I can imagine it might not be so fun if someone's sleeping and a train goes by. I can sleep through trains going off. It doesn't bother me. The fact that we have such close proximity to the ruins of the Bell's Tavern and then the railroad right across the street, and then our proximity to the Mammoth Cave, I think it's just a collective kind of trifecta of different environmental and geological factors that are conspiring, I guess, for the lack of a better word, to make a perfect storm of paranormal activity. So I'm excited to see what happens here
and if any of these factors or a confluence of them will spur on the hauntings here.
Doing a sweep this whole thing, it's like 0 on milligas. Like, it's crazy. This place is like flat.
Which is good for investigating.
Yeah, it's
very
great.
good.
Upon hearing the incoming train, Mustafa makes a bet that we will finally register environmental changes on our data logger.
$5. $5. All right, I got you. Come on, I got $5 already on this. It's still going, dude. It ain't over yet. I love gambling. It makes things so much more exciting. I see why people get addicted. Gambling's bad. If you're addicted, like, call that hotline. I don't know what it is, but it's...
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. God damn it. How's you got up all night? God. Look it, it's still going on. Look.
Okay.
You can feel the roof shaking.
Yeah.
Look.
It's changing the pressure, dude.
That's interesting.
Whoa, dude. I'm getting, like,
Yeah,
goosebumps.
yeah, you can feel it. Look, it's still
big
going.
time. Pressure changes. Just pressure. And it's getting colder in here now.
Look.
Dude, it's getting colder in here now, but we're not registering any temperature drops.
What the hell, man?
Dude, I willed that, bro, because I don't want to lose the bet.
Well, I know the interesting thing is, I mean, like, the entire night we've had no environmental changes
None.
of any kind. Look, it's still. So you know what that means, right? I mean, that means in theory that, like, this train is changing the environment within this building. I mean, does that mean it's something supernatural? We can't say that, but it's very possible. Very possible.
So there's some kind of kinetic energy from the train that's ramping up whatever's here, or let's put on, you know, ghost enthusiast hat. I don't know, Mr. Mentz, Eddie Mentz, he worked on the railroad in his whole life. It's associated with this building, and he would bring travelers to the Mammoth Cave here, and he would, you know, take them, and he rode the railroad, and he rode it there, and he would take them to the hotel. But we do know that you did capture that really awesome EVP, Saugus.
That's what makes you wonder. I mean, we didn't have data loggers and that kind of technology at that time. So it makes you wonder, if I did have data loggers in there when that train passed and we captured this phenomenal EVP, like, would there have been pressure changes associated with that?
The most fun I've ever had investigating my entire life.
Oh my God.
I can only assume some tomfoolery just went down.
So the train starts to pass, right?
Yeah,
We
loud
take-
as hell.
All night EDI pluses
Nothing.
are not going off it. No, the EDI pluses are not going off, right?
Yeah.
We set it down on the table, and the train starts to pass, and Mustafa's like, bet you $5 it's gonna go off. I was like, oh, all right, here we go. We shake hands, pressure changes.
Okay, was it like it kept going on?
It wouldn't stop until the train stopped.
Do you hate it that I'm right, like, all the time about everything?
It's annoying as hell.
And this is the guy that's right all the time.
It sucks. It sucks.
I'm out $5, so.
Never make a bet with this guy.
So happy.
How many times you got him?
No, I manifested this happening, bro.
Don't say that.
I use my mind, bro. I'm telling you, I'm telekinetic,
All right.
dude.
Yeah. Do make it happen again.
I don't feel like
Make-
it. I don't
okay,
feel like
yeah.
it. All right. Tell the
Likely
train to come by.
excuse.
Tell the train. How about this? I'll make a train come by right now.
No.
Shut up.
Oh, what's that?
Wait.
What's
Oh
that?
my, you gotta be kidding me. Can we get, come here.
I just made a train come by. Oh, it's temperature. That's temperature. That's temperature. Yeah, baby.
There's so many claims here at the Grand Victorian Inn, it's almost hard to keep track of. I mean, you have everything from, the sounds of a tea party to seeing a man, trying to warm his hands by a fire. The Grand Victorian Inn is exactly the type of place I'm looking to acquire, not only as a research facility, but a place to live with my family.
So with Gary losing his daughter and people allegedly seeing her here, one thing that we've noticed with a lot of locations we've been to is that these places house a lot of love, a lot of family. And so I don't think it's far-fetched for, her to still be around here. She was here a lot. This is a place that she loved, and there's a connection to this place. And Gary and Karen's keeping it alive.
When it comes to the history of the Grand Victorian, I am personally drawn to the story of the Mentz family. I think what they endured is really inspiring.
What is it about this place that keeps people here? What is it about this place that people love?
I got started in the paranormal because I lost a brother to cancer and I lost a brother to suicide. So that was a very emotional, personal reason I got involved in this type of research. I can't imagine what it's like to lose a child. I know my parents did. I grew up around that, seeing how they reacted and seeing how it changed them forever.
We cannot say for certain if our findings at the Grand Victorian Inn are tied to the building's history. Rushing to define the source of our findings would be irresponsible and disrespectful to not only the location, but to Karen and Gary, who are keeping the Grand Vic's memory alive. What we can say, however, is that our own ghost story is now part of the inn's long list of paranormal claims, and we are honored to be part of it.
I was kind of scared because I had threatened to take all the fake money and leave with it. And then the spirit came through and said, I'll cut you. And so then I was like, okay, I think I need to take a break and step outside.
She had went into the detox cell. And then all of a sudden you hear this man saying, died in here.
Phil Evans was hung in 1894, and the lynch mob was so outraged with Phil Evans that they came to come get him and lynch him themselves. And there was the last public hanging in Nelson County.
A lot of paranormal enthusiasts and investigators, researchers believe that entities, ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them, are tied to a location because of an emotional attachment, familial bonds, things like that. This location here at the Jailer's Inn, you have a mix of all that. You have traumatic deaths, you have some dark history associated with it, you have jailers that lived and worked here. So it can be anyone that could be here, possibly. So we have to look into every aspect of not only the history, but the eyewitness testimony of the reports of activity. But we also have to really, light this place up with our scientific equipment, looking into the environmental data and seeing exactly who may be here. But there's a lot of dark history here. You can kind of feel that dark history when you first walk into the building. So we kind of have to put that out of our minds and stick to, logic, try and find some natural explanations to what may be going on here first and foremost. But I think this is a very special place. I think it has all the elements of a haunting. Being that we're here in Bardstown, you have massive cave systems, you have running water throughout those cave systems and the surrounding areas, and we have a building here that's made of limestone. There's a lot of paranormal investigators that believe that limestone retains energy. I'm not sure if that theory is legitimate or not, but this building is made of limestone, and it's a theory we have to definitely test and look into. But there's definitely something special about this place. I mean, just looking at it from the outside, walking into the building, there's definitely a different feeling to the Jailer's Inn than most places.
Well, first of all, Paul, thank you so much for letting us into your very cozy jail. We are in a very tight little space right here by the cell block, which I personally love because I'm a prison nerd, which is probably a really weird thing to say, but I'm actually really excited to be here. So if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself and telling us how you acquired the jail.
Well, I'm Paul McCoy. I'm with the Jailers Inn, or the Old County Jail, or Old Nelson County Jail here. It was a jail built in 1819, used as the county jail until 1987. And there's 2 jails still on site now. The building we're in now was a jail from 1819 to 1874. Built the back part and converted the front part into the jailer's home. When the front part was the jail, the 3 rooms upstairs were the cells. 2 of them were prefab cages, while the one at the top of the stairs, called the upstairs dungeon room or felon room, where prisoners were shackled to the floor. But then they built the back part in 1874, and that was the jail used until 1987.
It's amazing to me that the original thought was to have jails upstairs. That seems like a really strange design for a jail. And does that have anything to do with the fact that, not to be offensive to the jail, but it seems like a lot of people escaped from here quite often. And so is that why they were putting them on the 2nd floor?
When the 1819 jail was in use, the 3 rooms were the cells upstairs, 2 of them prefab cages. So you're locked in your room, in your cage, and upstairs to get out. So if you wanted to jump out, you'd have to jump out 15 feet off the ground to land on the ground to get away. Back jail was built in 1874 and used to 1987. The 2 buildings were connected around 1911, which is where we are now. The room behind us is referred to as women's cell, where women were incarcerated here. Nowadays, we've turned it into a bed and breakfast room, so it's a little bit nicer nowadays, rather than they get to pay to get in jail rather than pay to get out of jail nowadays. This was a jail to 1987. It sat vacant for the year. In 1988, the county didn't know what to do with it, so they put it up for public auction. My parents came to the auction. My father's an interesting fellow. He'd start bidding on it. Finally, we got a little higher. My mother pulled him aside, asked him what he was doing. He said, let's do something with this place. And she gave that next bid. That's the bid that bought the place. And not long after that, friends of theirs had a bed and breakfast outside town. She looked at the place, we got the right layout for this. And my mother started the bed and breakfast with 2 rooms upstairs and 2 rooms down, shared bathrooms. Now we've added private bathrooms to all the rooms and have 9 total bed and breakfast rooms now.
Well, and this is a really interesting place to stay because you have so many stories that are documented with the jail. I think that's the thing that really excited me as a historical researcher with this location, is just the amount of articles I was able to find on these locations. The courtyard, we know that is where the executions would take place. And you have some really graphic photos over here on the wall of one of your probably most infamous inmates, which is Phil Evans.
Right.
Who, I mean, that case is disturbing on so many levels. And if I remember correctly, he actually confessed on the gallows that he was in fact guilty of that crime.
Right.
And what I think is really interesting about that is, yet again, you have a mob of people that are threatening to take action if what they think is justice doesn't happen.
Right. There was the local jailer heard about the lynch mob coming for Phil Evans. He wanted to uphold the law, so he snuck him out of this jail and a roundabout way took him to Louisville, then brought him back down for trial, found guilty, then hung. Still just took 3 months. But that was still not fast enough for the townspeople. It was the last public hanging in Nelson County as well.
Oh, interesting. And from what I understand, the courtyard was full of specters. Everybody wanted to see this.
Right.
And that his coffin actually laid in here and the public could come view his body.
After Phil Evans was pronounced dead, they paraded his body in a coffin to the court square, put him on the court square for public viewing. Now, in the courtyard, only the men come to the hanging, while the women and children were outside the wall having picnics. It was a big social event.
One of the cases that I'm personally drawn to is the 1885 case of Martin Hill, who, as you know, shot his wife in a drunken rage, which is tragic and horrible. But the reason why I'm really kind of drawn to it is the women of the town were so outraged by the fact that this man shot his wife that they threatened to take action into their own hands if he wasn't hung. And this is 1885. That's insane that women are threatening to kill a man if the law doesn't hang him. That's insane.
Martin Hill beat his wife. She ran into the neighbor's yard, which just so happened to be Martin Hill's brother. She was nursing her baby. Martin comes in, shoots her while she's nursing the baby.
It's a tragic case.
Tragic
a horrible
case.
case. Also with Martin Hill, he didn't end up making it to the gallows, did he? Because he died in his cell of typhoid fever?
He died of fever in his cell, excruciating deaths. They said that the inmates could hear him moaning and groaning and screaming through the night. Years later, after his death, inmates still talked about hearing the moaning and screaming that would ring again through the stone corridors with thrilling distinction.
It's crazy that you mentioned that because I actually read an article in 1909 talking about the current inmates experiencing ghostly activity, which I have never come across an article that old, especially the location that I'm doing research on, where 100 years ago people are talking about ghosts. It was such an exciting find. What is happening here? What have you experienced and what have other people experienced?
Well, personally, the ghosts don't like me. They kept their distance. I've never had an experience here. Lived here for 10 years, been here for 28 years now. They just don't like me, I guess.
Interesting.
I think certain vibes people put out and they welcome the spirit, and apparently I don't have that vibe. But many of my guests have had come here and have had many experiences regularly here. People that have had conversations with spirits. I've had a guest that walked into the courtyard and started a conversation with another man out in the courtyard. After a moment of talking to this man, he realized this man's talking about how he was hung in that courtyard. And he said, when he realized what he did, he kind of did a what? And the man was gone. And the guy has come back a couple times and goes out there and sits out in the courtyard, smokes, and see if the man reappears. And he hasn't come back yet. But he had he truly believed that he had a conversation with a man that was hung out in that courtyard.
So this must have been like a full solid body
It was
apparition.
a full body apparition, a conversation, everything.
Are there specific places within the Jailer's Inn that you have heard the most activity taking place, like specific rooms, specific entities?
Oh yes, it seems the upstairs rooms have a lot of activity, but there's been activity in just about every single room we've had here. The garden room at the upstairs room, which was at one time one of our cells, is haunted by Joshua, a 7 or 8-year-old little boy who haunts that room. I've got guests come back and bring toys and put toys out in the room for him to play with. Mischievous, not bad. He'll move stuff, he'll touch you, a lot of times you'll see an imprint on the bed where he's laying beside there, or a butt print on the bed where he's sitting there. Some people have felt him touch him, nothing bad. I've had one group that stayed in that room. It was a man, a woman, and 2 teenagers. And my innkeeper at the time was telling some ghost stories to them, and then they went on to bed. Well, they got a little freaked out with what was going on in the activity in the room. So the one woman's been here before, comes talk to us, and so my innkeeper went and talked to him, told Joshua to leave him alone, they were ready to go to bed. About another half an hour later, this time, the woman is down here talking to the innkeeper again, but the man and the 2 teenagers are outside, scared to death, to come back in the room, back in the building.
Do you have any idea who Joshua is?
No, there's nothing that I know of documenting who he was, just as Joshua has started from ghost hunters that have had communications, and those that are sensitive that communicate and talk to him. The doorbell rang about midnight. I thought someone might want a room. I go check the doorbell, no one's there. Go back upstairs, and the doorbell's still going off. So I go back down and unplug the doorbell at the front door. Well, the one upstairs was still going off. So I went upstairs. By this time, it had been going for so long, it started to smolder. So I cut the wire to that one and finally get it. Rewired it all, and it still was acting up. So that was one probably experience that affected my wife the most there.
I'm curious, so you guys have an underground tunnel that connects to both the courthouse and the Talbot Tavern, just like the Talbot Tavern has obviously one to the courthouse and over here. Was there ever a time that potentially the inmates used that to get out of here, or was that just like no man's land? That's how they got in and out, but never to escape?
Well, the cave system that runs all underneath Bardstown is called St. Joe Caves. It was the jail originally was connected to the cave system, the tavern, and the previous courthouse. All these were back in the 1800s. Now, all parts of it have been caved in since then. And the main entrance, not too far from here, was when I was a child, you can crawl, or you can walk in there 400 or 500 yards back into it. Now, you can maybe get 50 feet crawling. So it's all filled in, caved in. But a great story with the cave system here, there's a fiddler who loved to go back in the fiddle with his dog and play his fiddle with down the caves. He loved the acoustics of it all. Well, there's a cave in, and he was trapped underneath there. But days and days after the cave in, they could still hear him playing the fiddle. and the dog barking. And one of the lures of the town is that some days you can still hear a fiddle being playing with the dog barking with it.
They never got him out?
They never got him out.
No, the dog. This is devastating. Oh, and the fiddler too, but the dog. Oh my God. One quick thing that I want to touch on really quick, because it was a big part of our investigation at the Talbot, is Jesse James.
Mm-hmm.
We know he liked to hang out in Bardstown, and a big reason is because one of the sheriffs here was buddies with him.
Not only buddies, they're family. Frank and Jesse James' first cousin was married to the sheriff here in town, Donnie Pence. And not only was Donnie Pence family with him, he was friends. He actually rode with Frank and Jesse and the Quantrill Raiders out of Missouri during the Civil War. Supposedly, Frank James saved Donnie Pence's life during one of those skirmishes.
Gotta love it.
So they knew they can come here and be safe from the law, within the law.
It's good to have a sheriff on your side.
It is.
It really is.
So they come here to Bardstown. They respected the sheriff not to rob any of the banks in town, luckily. They go to tavern, drink, party, shoot it up over there. There's a couple of murals that Jesse James shot up over there. Then they come back here, stay there, or Donnie Pence's home was about 8 miles out.
My name's Emino, and I've been into the paranormal since I was little. I investigated the Jailers Inn back in 2020 with a group of friends. And we had a lot of weird stuff happen. Like in one of the rooms, the alarm clock just started going off for no reason. And we're not sure why it did that. And then we turned it off, and then it started going off again. And then in the jail cell, we had some K2 meter hits, which was like responsive to what we was asking yes and no questions, and it was going off, answering the questions. But the main thing that happened was upstairs, we did an Estes session. And during that Estes session, we got a spirit come through, and he said his name was Jesse. And I'm pretty positive it was Jesse James, but we kept trying to get him to tell us what his last name was, but he wouldn't tell us what his last name was. But he kept talking about money and tunnels and everything that Jesse James would have done when he was here in Bardstown. I was kind of scared because I had threatened to take all the fake money and leave with it. And then the spirit came through and said, "I'll cut you." And so then I was like, okay, I think I need to take a break and step outside. The feeling I had was just anxious, anxiety, I need to get out because I don't know what this is and it's threatening to hurt me, and I don't want to be hurt by whatever this is. I feel like it was a little bit darker in here than it is at the Talbot. The Talbot, I think, has their known ghosts that hang around, but here it was just more darker, I feel like. And I'm not sure what it is, or if it's prisoners that was here that was kind of just hanging around. But yeah, that's how I felt. I do think the executions have something to do with the darkness and just the way that they were hung in the courtyard for everybody to see. I know if that was me, I wouldn't be very happy with that. I do think that the haunting here is connected to the Talbot. I know Jesse's known to be shown at the Talbot, and he'll come show himself in an apparition or in an EVP, but I do think maybe he comes here sometimes too.
I'm Ashley McGeorge, and I'm from Shepherdsville, Kentucky.
Hey, I'm Whitney Peevler from Shepherdsville, and we started going to bed and breakfast, and a lot of the bed and breakfasts around Kentucky have a large history behind them. All the buildings are old, and there's always some ghost story behind that bed and breakfast, and so we search those, we stay the night at them, and we just kind of walk around, see if we can hear anything. So we're really interested in the paranormal. I was just searching haunted places in Kentucky, and I'm like, this sounds so neat. We can stay the night in an actual jail cell.
You think that's neat?
Yeah.
We're weird. I think what brought us here is pretty much the claims and just the deaths and then the violent deaths that happen here. As soon as we got here, obviously they were friendly. They showed us that there's a Ouija board here. She touched it, I didn't. But it kind of really nothing started until around, once it got dark, probably
10:30.
around, 10:30. And we were chilling in the cell after going out and going live on Facebook. talking to everybody, telling them where we were. So we had came in, we were just chilling in the room, and we decided to go out into the cells and stuff like that. And that's when we heard a voice. I think it was something like, died in here. She had went into the detox cell, and she was recording. She says, I don't know what this is. And then all of a sudden you hear this man saying something before this. We can't even understand what it was.
We didn't hear it in person.
Yeah, and we
It
just
was
now
on
found
film.
out 3 years ago, or 3 years later. But he said someone died in here. Our blood ran cold.
Detox cell. I'm not sure what this is.
I had a creepy feeling from the beginning, but I'm going to a scary place that's haunted, so, but that's just me.
There's a lot of artifacts that are from whenever it was a jail. They used to hang people. A lot of the hangings didn't go well. And I think that conjures up a lot of negative spirits and entities. Well, there's calcite in the caves, which is a conductor for the paranormal. And also, Native Americans used the caves, and also there was a tuberculosis hospital in Mammoth Cave as well.
All right, guys, jailer's in. Here we go. Intense place, a lot of pretty dark history.
A lot of history. I mean, we have people dying in cells. We have people being executed in the back courtyard. I mean, you really kind of can't ask for darker history than that.
Yeah, I mean, we got this hood and the shackles used for one of the executions here. You have this story of this guy dying of typhoid fever in one of the cells. I mean, this ghost story goes back over 100 years, right?
Yeah. I mean, we're talking 1800s. This guy shot and killed his wife and then was going to be hung, but died of typhoid fever in his cell, and people said they hear him screaming. So that's pretty freaking dark.
So he's got unfinished business.
Hell yeah. Well, and then apparently it sounds like the legend is that his spirit of his wife's ghost followed him here too. So are you dealing with two? I don't know.
Curious to see what this feels like with all the lights off back there now. This dark and more settled outside. I've yet to be in this place at nighttime. I know yesterday walking in here during the day gave me a headache and kind of nauseous. And it hasn't done that today, but we'll see how it is now.
Yeah, I mean, like we've seen in our other investigations, sometimes that vibe will change, like in a heartbeat. Right now I feel pretty good, but we're gonna go and explore the depths of the jail and get all up in there and see if we can recreate some of these claims that people have of EVPs. I mean, I find it really interesting that that individual was Martin Hill, who died of typhoid fever. He's in there and he's screaming in the detox room, and that's where people said they captured EVPs,
Right.
and they didn't even know about the history. So I think when we go in there, we're gonna run some audio. Nice thing about this place, thick ass limestone walls. Probably not a lot of noise pollution,
Yeah,
especially
for sure.
all the way down there. I mean, I was trying to holler at you before when we were setting up equipment. Nobody could hear me.
No.
So nobody could hear you scream.
All right, that being said, let's get you guys down there first. So You
Okay.
guys can check out those the detox cell, that entire wing of the jail cells. And Kevin being a former jailer, I think that's gonna be pretty interesting to see what happens.
With my background, working in jail in the past, being a deputy sheriff, putting people in jail, taking people out of jail, I'm really excited to see if my background changes the way that the investigation goes tonight with the energies. As of the reports with this jail being dark, I have investigated places where darker spirits are said to reside. I personally don't think I've really encountered that before. I feel like I have a pretty good protection and boundary set up. So I'm not too concerned about it, but it's always something to be cautious of no matter where you're at.
Since walkies can trigger EMF detecting devices, we've strictly prohibited their use during our investigations.
Yes.
Let's just try in the end of the hall here. Maybe we don't have to be in a room. We have a whole cabinet full of things here.
It's a good idea. Set it down on the cabinet.
I'll pull up this
Paralight?
Let's pull up this Paralight. So basically an EMF detector. And the closer things get to it, this will light up and let us know that something's close.
You know what we'll do? We have that there. Temperature drop, normal. We'll put this bad boy here. Anybody wants to come and talk to us, you're more than welcome to. We're at the end of the hallway, near the very last cell. We have a few devices here. We got a box on the top bunk on the right-hand side, and it's got orange numbers on it. If you touch it, breathe into it, that'll let us know that you're here. We also have a white egg-shaped device on the floor. If you step in front of that, that'll also let us know that you're here. We also got this lantern. You touch that, it'll light up like a Christmas tree. It's pretty cool. I find it interesting if there are entities here, right? And Paul has this as a bed and breakfast. Isn't that kind of like, wouldn't you react weirdly to that? It's like, oh, here, I'm here locked up in prison, and like other people are coming here willingly to come and sleep.
See what happens if I take this and I walk in here and kind of isolate myself from people.
Do it.
Makes me a little bit more on my own. Excuse me, sir.
No, you got a bunk, mate. I used to have the same shirt as that guy.
Okay, now I'm in here by myself. If you can see me and hear me, will you come up and touch this device so I can know?
What was
Yes,
that?
that means yes.
What was that, the power light?
Yep. So that means you can see me, correct? Do it one more time. Will you come and touch this one more time for me? I went all the way up to the top.
Kevin.
Yeah.
Can you put the EDI next to it? See if we can get corroborating shit. Yeah, there we go. You guys notice that power light detects EMF, right? But there's no EMF in the room. It's at 0 on that EDI plus. So that's pretty interesting. What's it set on your tri-field?
Tri-field's at 0.9, but that's not enough to make this go all the way up to the top like it did.
Okay.
I think whatever was in here left.
Yeah? Maybe it's in the detox cell.
Sometimes when you're in here and you can feel like a presence. It's kind of a little bit heavier air pressure in here, kind of like walking into a sauna or something like that. Makes it kind of like the air is thick, heavy, kind of hard to breathe. I started to feel that a little bit when the paralyze started going off, but now it's back to feeling just calm. So I'm gonna take this and move down here and try a different cell and see if maybe it follows us or maybe it's there waiting on us. All right, now we're in a different cell. This one has a lot of different items. You like this room? I heard that. Did you make one of these items on this wall? I live in Bardstown and was born to raise hell, but the law caught me and threw me in jail. Now here I am still doing time with nothing but freedom on my mind. But one day soon I will be free and jail will have seen the last of me.
What's going on? Nothing?
So as soon as I walked in and set this down, it went off.
What about the EDI?
Nothing.
Okay.
So I don't know if it was attracted to something on this wall.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was trying to pick one of those items up or try to use it or what, but no other responses since then.
The activity Kevin and Mustafa documented led them to believe that whatever is there was reluctant to interact. I headed into the jail with a single camera to see if fewer investigators would lead to a change in activity.
You're over here, can you come up and touch this device that's in my hand, please? Hello? I just heard a sound hitting one of these bars. Sounded like that, very similar. Sound like it was coming from this detox cell. This is where they say that man died of typhoid fever was in here. And they say they hear his screams, and we're talking about articles that go back 100 years. They were talking about this man that screams in the cell, and it sounded like we're hearing hitting, like banging on these jail cells, these bars. Now that feeling's back again that I'm having. Are you right here? It's freezing in here, right?
Why is it so cold? There's no windows.
It's like way colder in here than it was in there. There again, right? It's like, it's not a radiator or anything. Obviously, there's no heat in here. Whoa, did you hear that? I heard a voice. Whoa, shit. What is going on right now? Are you out there? Come here, please. Oh, like temperature's dropping. Did you get that?
Yeah.
It's like physically cold right now.
Yeah, it's getting colder.
Like, this is like freezing. This thing is so cold. Are you dropping the temperature here, or are you aware that you can do that? It is so, like, it's like right here. Like, my hands are freezing. Jesus. Are you familiar with the Talbot Tavern? It's freezing cold in here. Come on out. Come talk with us, please. So as soon as we walked into that room over here, the detox cell, where they say that a lot of activity takes place, this man screaming, they've had a lot of sightings in there. We were brought to that area because we heard what sounded like almost like banging on the steel in there, like the jail cell, the bars, and instantly it was drastically colder. I mean, way colder. We started to have changes in temperature, drops in temperature as soon as we walked in that area. Can you come out and show yourself, please? Are you in here? Oh, there we go. Temperature change. I'm getting that feeling again. It's like literally like look at right there, boom. It's like we're chasing a freaking cloud. It's like this, and look at I move. You right here? Every time we walk into that and the environment changes like that, I feel this sensation in my stomach that makes you feel sick. And it like takes off. You see that? Because if it was right here. You can physically feel that cold. God, it's like every time we walk into it, like it just physically makes you feel strange. Oh, there we go, it's still going. Temperature is continuing to drop. It's dropping and dropping and dropping. It's getting colder and colder and colder. Like, I can feel it physically moving and I'm like chasing it. It is insane. Look at it, seriously.
I think it went out this right here. It's like right here. I can feel it, like physically. Oh my God. We can feel you, we can sense you. I do not like that room right there. It's where it's like gone now. It's like it took off, but we're like chasing it around that room. Oh, there it is again, right here. Oh. Look at this. We're chasing it, dude. Look at this.
Guys,
What?
Brandon, I'm getting some weird movement in front of that camera.
Say what?
I'm seeing some weird movement here. I
Where?
saw something weird as hell. It was like a foggy thing that kind of like moved like this.
A fog?
It was almost like a, like you see how this looks right here?
Yeah.
But it was like mirrored here, but it was moving like this, like it was shifting. But the camera wasn't shifting. And it was clear, it was undeniable. But it was around the edge. I kind of saw it go over here. It's so hard to explain. It was freaking weird.
hell? Okay.
And it didn't look like a shadow.
Malia sees in real time the strange cloud we physically felt pass through us in the jail on our night vision camera. Prior to her sighting, the same camera logged other instances of what appears to be a floating shadow we've been following.
What? Hear stuff down there?
What'd you hear?
It sounded like keys, but were they playing with keys in there? Or was it sounded like it was coming from over there?
Go.
Yeah.
Go.
Wait, motion detector just went off.
Motion detector's off, guys.
Motion detector just went off.
went off.
That's what it's about.
Holy crap.
What you got?
Pressure, straight just pressure, not with temperature. Hello? Is there someone here?
Where you at?
Pressure, it's in this room. Pressure. Are you setting this off on your own? Gone, it's not here anymore. You can feel it. It was like I was feeling some kind of like weird electric tingle.
Where'd you go?
I don't want to be here, man.
What's going on?
Dude.
You in here?
I can feel, it's gonna sound crazy. I can feel it whatever when it's here. I know.
You felt
when
it?
I felt it, dude. I knew when it was gonna be here. This room, all right, just so people know, like this room, you see this? This isn't a sexy thing you want to show on a TV show. It's just the back room, right? Whatever. But I knew it was moving down this hallway, and I'm just like, fuck this, I'm gonna follow it with this. And temperature drop, pressure, and I'm like, I knew it was gonna go in here. It doesn't want people to be in here.
This is exactly where I was when I heard the footsteps on this stairwell, and I grabbed the EDI off of this, and I went up right here, and that's when the pressure started to change.
Yeah. And what did I say? I went in there, I started feeling that thing, I was like pressure, I knew it was gonna go off, looking at it, and then I'm like, it's not gonna happen anymore. I said it, it's gone. It didn't happen anymore.
You don't feel it anymore?
No, it's fucking gone, dude. I
No,
know.
that's exactly what happened to me. It was like that feeling I was having the entire time. As soon as that pressure change happened, that sound on the staircase, gone. But then I walked down to that detox cell and walked right back into it. It's like you walk into a cloud almost.
But you heard the sound on the staircase and then it was gone.
Gone.
Same shit happened.
Yep.
I was at Old Nazareth Hospital in Mineral Wells, Texas, and I felt like I had to chase something, the EDI. What I felt like I was chasing at Old Nazareth, felt like I was chasing a person. And every time I'd experience it, or whatever it was, I'd get pressure and temperature drops on the EDI, and then my left side, I'd feel some kind of weird sensation. When I would walk away from that, I was fine. But whenever I encountered that, I felt a little ill. And then I felt like, it's gonna sound crazy, but I felt like something was strangling me. Over here, I felt like I was walking into a cloud. And when I did that, my stomach would hurt, like I had food poisoning, like I ate some like really bad food, like, while traveling abroad. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, it's like a floating cloud. Then whatever, a floating cloud of environmental changes that makes you feel like you want to, you know, puke.
I've never like experienced a floating cloud of environmental changes. Like, I mean, literally you walk into it and the sensors are picking up changes in pressure and temperature. You walk out of it, it's gone. You walk back into it, you're, you know, again, pressure and temperature, and you physically feel affected. Like, you feel like you're sick. I think the best way, like Mustafa said, is like food poisoning. Like, you feel physically ill. Not only your stomach starts to like get sick, but like the rest of your body feels ill.
And how did you feel when you walked out?
It's fine.
Same.
You know, and like you're chasing it, and we're getting like pressure changes. I mean, I don't know what to say. That's really wild. All right, now we have the EMCCD set up, and we'll do some monitoring down here with the EMCCD. So because we've been having this almost cloud-like sensation, you know, flowing throughout the entire jail cell area, we're getting pressure changes, temperature changes like crazy. Usually pressure changes indicate, you know, in our experience, some kind of event's about to happen. So now we have the EMCCD camera set up. Being that you saw that mist earlier,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, this camera is way more suited to something like that. So if that happens again, and you know, you seeing that mist correlates with that sensation we were feeling, and then, you know, actually documenting, you know, temperature and pressure changes.
Absolutely.
That should, hopefully we can get it on this camera. That would, you know, take it that step further. But we're the first ones to really start testing the paranormal photon theory. And we're starting to see a correlation between photon. Right there was a photon event right there.
What?
Boom, yeah.
Shit, I missed it.
Yeah, right there, as I was talking about it, right here. So Mustafa, can you note this?
Yeah.
10 minutes, 23 seconds.
Oh, what?
Whoa, pressure changes.
The hell?
Look at,
Oh my God.
and there was a photon event there, but it.
I'm fine. It's cool.
10 minutes, 23 seconds, right?
Yep. There was a big one right here. Right here.
What did it look like?
It was like very squiggly. It was red. Well, what's interesting, I mean, again, is like we go in, we have this sensation like we're walking into a cloud. It's like a thickness to it. You can actually physically feel it. We are documenting changes in the environment associated with that, and you're having physical reactions to it. Your stomach becomes sick, your body feels weak. You step out of that, the readings stop. No more changes in the environment, and that sensation within your body stops. So if we had the EMCCD camera running at that time, were those light events, were those photon events that we typically see on that, were they somehow coming into contact with us? Is that our reaction to something like that? We don't know. We're just theorizing, but it's definitely interesting.
It was heavy. It was a really heavy feeling. It would make sense that there's a lot of feelings of dread and a sense of longing and loneliness. I can only imagine what it felt like to be a prisoner, to be locked up here.
Rarely do investigations yield as wide a variety of experiences supported by documented environmental changes as our time at the Jailer's Inn did.
I think what I'm feeling is kind of the residual energy of maybe what the inmates themselves were experiencing.
Our scattered EMF spikes,
went all the way up to the top.
followed by sharp drops in temperature, spikes in barometric pressure,
Straight just pressure.
and video on multiple cameras of this so-called floating cloud. We captured all correlated with our personal experiences. What's most intriguing is that this phenomena has been experienced by members of our own team in different locations in the past. We can't ignore the physical feelings of sickness that occurred when we presumably interacted with this cloud in the symptoms of former prisoner Martin Hill, who died of typhoid fever in the detox cell. Our evidence suggests that we may very well have documented a more than 100-year-old ghost story, one that's been told by prisoners of the jail for decades, is very much alive and repeatedly playing itself out at the Jailer's Inn.
If that's more comfortable for you, can you make those lights blink again, please?
Look, and if you notice, this light now is glowing. So it's closer to us now.
Yeah.
So it's as if she felt like theoretically backed up into a corner, and then now she's here.
Oh, right there. She just, yep, look at.
Well, as I came up and around the steps, I saw an apparition, person, woman walk into Theodosia.
She married and had 3 children and raised them, and then her husband passed away, and she decided to take on this adventure and have a bed and breakfast so she could constantly meet new people and share her food and traditions and history with them.
So Brandon and I went up into, sorry, freaking out a little bit. We're talking to her, man. It's unbelievable. I have no words for it. It's insane. I don't even feel like I'm on planet Earth right now. I don't know what else to say.
So I'm actually a little shaken up a little bit. Some of my youngest memories of my own life are absolute terror of death because, sorry, because I was so worried I'd miss my parents.
We're probably having some of the most amazing communication with an entity ever, a supposed entity. It seems like there's intelligent communication back and forth.
It's such a privilege.
Oh.
Pressure to you.
Yeah, it really is such a privilege.
EMF on the EDI, dude. It's the first time we got that.
My name is Honor Settle, and my Aunt Caroline Royce remodeled and started Hall Place. All of our family events were here. My wedding reception was here, and we just had a lot of good times here. Caroline was kind of a tomboy growing up and just climbed trees and very just could talk to anyone, always had short hair, played the violin. She married and had 3 children and raised them, and then her husband passed away, and she decided to take on this adventure and have a bed and breakfast so she could constantly meet new people and share her food and traditions and history with them.
So I'm actually a little shaken up a little bit. Some of my youngest memories of my own life are absolute terror of death because, sorry, because I was so worried I'd miss my parents. And when I was brought upstairs, we had the tripwire up, and this thing is going off, and I sit down, and there really seems to be intelligent responses happening to the questions that we are asking, like big responses, and they are all, most of them centered against this wall, and we really do, it feels like everything makes it seem like it is Caroline. It is Caroline that is talking to us. It was not that long ago that she passed, and she was an older lady. And we're asking her these questions, and she's saying she wants to move on. And then she answers this question that she wants to be reunited with her parents. Sorry. It's just this idea that this woman is here and we don't know how to help her. I don't know if we can help her. I don't know if that exists, and she wants her parents. And it's just this thing that I never thought I would have any kind of validation of. And it's amazing and beautiful, and I hope that we were able to give her something. And I feel like it's a gift for me that I got to speak with her.
Hall Place is a tiny little place with a ton of history, and to put it quite frank, it is a place that the Barron County Historical Society has a lot of strong feelings towards. So this is gonna be a little bit touchy just because previous owners have told a few stories that the Historical Society and the City Council have been working tirelessly to correct because it's not true. But just backing up, so the house was built in 1852 by Judge Christopher Tompkins, who is one of those people that didn't really want to be a judge, and he was a great lawyer, but for whatever reason, he kept being put into situations where he became a judge again. Like, he literally kept retiring and then kept ending up in a situation where the circuit court is like, we need you. So this is happening for decades. The dude doesn't want to do it, he's doing it. He also suffers a crap ton of tragedies. Like the 1830s were a horrible time for him. He loses his wife. He loses 6 of his kids in total. Wow. One of his most faithful servants and his favorite horse also pass away. Jeez. So he is a man that is just full of sadness, okay? But he does have a daughter, Theodosia, and she marries a guy named Dr. James Hall, who is described as having, like, not a strong constitution. Like, he was kind of a shitty doctor, to be honest. Like, he was okay for normal stuff, but the money was really in surgery back then, and he just couldn't stomach gore, and it sounds like he didn't really want to be a doctor, but there he was.
That's weird. Runs in the family.
Apparently,
I don't want to be a judge. I don't want to be a doctor. Stop crying.
It is kind of strange. So, as a wedding present, he builds Hall Place. So it's called Hall Place because, you know, Dr. James Hall. Right. So they're living there. The house was built in 1852. 1853/1854, because it kind of spans some time, cholera hits the town by way of a traveling freaking circus. And this is a fun little story because it was at the Maupin Hotel the day of the circus. This actual, like, person staying at the hotel hears this dude moaning in the room next to him, and for some freaking reason, he, like, recognizes, like, oh shit, like, this has got to be cholera symptoms. So they try to contact Dr. Rogers, who is, like, the main doctor in town, who Dr. James, like, studies under, and he doesn't show up for some reason. So Dr. James Hall is apparently one of the first doctors on the scene, but again, his strong constitution isn't really there, so he bows out, runs back home. Obviously not much longer, Civil War breaks out. So this is one of the other situations in which there's a story that Hall Place was used as a Union headquarters.
Right.
That has been shot down by the Historical Society. I mean, there is a lot of Civil War activity that has happened in Glasgow, like a lot. There's even Fort Williams, which is essentially down the street, which kind of bounced around as far as who controlled it at different times. There was battles, you know, the fort got taken over. A lot of stuff did happen there. And if that had been a Union headquarters, they wouldn't hide it. Like, that's something they would want to share with people. So I think it's pretty safe to say that it wasn't. We know the house survived the war, but Judge Tompkins would not survive. He would die August 9th in the room that is now called the Theodosia Room.
Okay.
And during the time of the war, really, they're not about staying. So James Hall, his wife Theodosia, they moved to Illinois. They're never coming back.
Charlotte, thank you so much for having us in your beautiful B&B.
Oh, thank you so much.
If you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself and telling us how you acquired Hall Place.
Oh, absolutely. So first of all, my name is Charlotte Emmers. I moved here from Ohio in 2015. My late husband had developed congestive heart failure, and I needed some help. My mom and stepdad lived here in the area, and they just kept telling me, get down here to Kentucky. You don't have to worry about someplace to live. Jobs are plentiful. I'll help you with dentists. So we made the leap, and lo and behold, they were very good friends with the previous owners. Karen and Gary just finished renovations on the Grand Victorian in Park City. And of course, they had a restaurant attached to it. So Karen took one look at my resume. I have over 20 years in restaurant, hospitality, and customer service, and very much wanted me to come and work for her. And they were sympathetic. They were just super good people for me because they knew I was gonna drop them like a hot potato at times. But I always had a job to go back to. And as time went on, eventually the opportunity to buy Hall Place opened up. My husband was still alive at the time, and I asked him, and I said, what do you think about me buying Hall Place? And of course, he was a chef in his working career. And so his one question for me was, does it have a commercial kitchen? And I said, well, yeah, that's the one. He said, well, baby, if that's what you want to do, go for it.
All right.
So, I made that leap, closed on it the day before Thanksgiving, 2019. And we've been swinging for the fences ever since.
I really do feel like there's kind of this through line we keep seeing with some of our locations where it feels like the right owners are getting the homes. Like there's all of these kind of larger than life things that are happening that kind of make it so there's a path that's cleared for the right people to own the home. It's like the home is choosing you.
Yeah.
I would love to jump into the history a little bit. I'm a history nerd, so to speak. And I'm curious what you know about the house's history.
Okay, so I know the home was built in 1852 by the late Judge Christopher Tompkins. He built the home for his daughter, Theodosia, and his son-in-law, Dr. James Hall. Now, the family lived in the home until 1861 when they did leave. Now, the story that was initially handed down to me was because the Union was establishing the home as their headquarters during the Civil War. Now, I've since come to learn, thanks to Miss Carolyn Reese, historical expert in Kentucky, Barron County history, and she's corrected me. She said, no, they were actually sympathetic to the Union, and that's why they chose to leave. Now, documents show that Judge Tompkins did return to the home later on, but we do not know what happened to Theodosia or her husband. In 1989, another longtime Glasgow resident, with the help of basically an initiative that was started through the Historical Society and working with the bank, she undertook the huge job of, hey, let's renovate this beautiful building and give it a new life. Let's turn it into a bed and breakfast. And she did an impeccable job on the renovations, number one. But then number two, it served her well for the last part of her life. Unfortunately, she did develop cancer and then eventually passed from that. She was very happy doing exactly what she was doing. So it's just kudos to her for starting it off. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard business. I mean, this is hard work. It really is hard work. And I think it's a good segue into our biggest reason for being here, which is really to help Brandon kind of decide if he wants to live and operate out of a location that is haunted, because it is a lot of work. And then you potentially have entities that you're dealing with. So as a person that is in a space, I don't think you live on site, do you?
I do not.
But you're here every day.
Yes.
What is it like for you being in a place where so many people experience things?
It's a little bittersweet. There's times that I've definitely thought about, you know what, maybe you should just move into one of the rooms and, that kind of thing. But then I think about how is that gonna affect some other guests that might be in the house? I definitely feel like the owner. But at the same time, I feel like they kind of have the attitude of, look, lady, we were here first, and you are not just going to ignore the fact that we're here. Because there's one particular spirit that'll kind of mess with me in romance, to flick the lights. And even though I've had that, that fixture down a couple times, okay, I'm sure it's a loose wire, trying to justify why this thing's flickering. And even though I've checked them, I've even had somebody else in to double check those connections, it'll still flicker. Now, let me stop and say, okay, look, I am here to simply clean the room, do what I gotta do. Look, I know it was Christmas. Merry Christmas to ya. Now leave me alone. And they will, and it stops. My boyfriend, he's very sensitive, and he has trouble in Dr. Hall. The room that we're in now.
Currently in, yeah.
Yes, and I've had several guests. Obviously you've got your peaks and valleys with business, and it tends to be when the house is quieter, when folks will experience something. When I have experienced things is either I'm here by myself or there's just a handful. I had one lady and a daughter that had met me downstairs when I came in to cook breakfast. And she says, this may sound like a strange question, but what time did you get here? And I said, well, I just walked in the door like maybe 5 or 10 minutes ago. She says, you weren't here at 4:30 in the morning? I said, no. She says, well, I could have sworn it sounded like somebody walked up to our door and stopped. People ask me, was it haunted? I've actually lost reservations because I've said, well, it depends on who you ask, you know, because some folks do experience things and then other people, nothing. So it's, I don't know, it's just that great unknown. So I'm very excited to hear how it went, if you found anything, if they communicated. That's probably the most striking thing to me is whenever they talk back in whatever form that happens to be. And then of course, trying to decipher, okay, what did that mean?
My name is Dana Bucola, and I'm the event coordinator for Hall Place's events and special occasions, and then I work during the day as a server at our restaurant called Smoke and Eats. Here at Hall Place one day, I was coming in for lunch, normal day, and I just heard a wail. I can't explain it. I know it seems typical ghost story, but it was a legitimate wail that I had no idea where it came from. And when I turned around to look for my coworkers, nobody was in the building to confirm what I heard. So I guess I felt a little crazy, but that's what I heard. And I'll say it regardless of anybody hearing me. You just get a little freaked out. Yeah, I think maybe the blood drained from my face. And then I go outside and I try to retell the story, and it's not the same, but it was audible. I heard it. Richard has said he saw a figure walk into our front room, Theodosia. He thought it was Charla, the owner, his girlfriend. And she was not upstairs, anywhere to be found. And he said he swore clear as day a body walk into that front room. I don't think I'm smart enough to know any different. Like, I don't know what's there after life. And I'm not going to think I know. So if it is, they don't bother me, and I go on my way and they do their thing. And if it's not and my brain's playing games on me, then I go on my way and do my own thing.
The only energy that makes me feel uncomfortable is generally when I have to go clean and flip Dr. Hall. It's very common. I'll walk in there and the energy changes. I get very uncomfortable, sometimes agitated. And usually it doesn't last more than 3 to 5 minutes, you know, and I can just kind of get into my routine and get out. But I definitely do not enjoy going in that room. Charla and I were both upstairs working on the rooms. And I came downstairs to get some supplies. And when I came back up and I crossed the threshold of the steps, I turned and I saw an apparition walking into Theodosia. It would definitely be an older woman, have to be like what you would say 60s, 70s. It would have to be an older woman. It was a lot of shock, a lot of disbelief, you know, didn't want to believe it. It seems like whatever's here wants to be included and recognized.
All right, so we have a photo of a woman in the house. Might be her that you saw?
It's very possible that it could have been her. I couldn't tell you for certainty.
She's wearing a white dress?
Yes, yes. She's wearing a white dress. She is about the right age.
Our conversations with the Hall Place staff not only conveyed a sincere love for the building, but the hauntings they experienced may be tied to a former owner who passed away only 2 decades prior. We began our investigation, entertaining every possible outcome, but one was too apparent to ignore.
Hall Place, and this place is crazy. Heard a lot of stories, right? I mean, probably to me the most prominent eyewitness testimony was, you know, seeing this figure in this room upstairs, the Theodosia room, right?
Yeah, Theodosia room, and then just a lot of the stories from different people seem to be coming together, and it suggests that it's one of the former owners of this place. It's that, you know, that older woman. From what Richard was telling me about that crazy experience he had watching that rocking chair move, from what we heard about people's reports that there's an older woman who's reading a book in there. Sounds like a lot of granny shit. And you know, I think that that's what we're gonna, I think that's what we're gonna ultimately like find here.
Yeah.
You know, I got a feeling about it. I got a feeling.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of history here. I know Malia did a crazy amount of historical research before this and found a lot of myths associated with the building. And it was cool to hear Charla talk about, you know, dispelling those myths when you spoke with her.
Well, absolutely. And I think the thing that's really interesting is even though this was never a Union headquarters, and this house did exist during the Civil War, and it was empty. So it is very possible that during one of the skirmishes that came through, maybe soldiers did come through here. There's no way to know exactly what took place here, but people have reported seeing people dressed as soldiers in this building. So could there be soldiers here? Possibly, but was it ever a headquarters? Absolutely not.
Right. And
to keep in mind too that this area that we're in now originally was just an outdoor walkway.
Right.
This was built on as an addition.
Absolutely, yeah.
So they didn't necessarily even have to be in the house to still be seeing
That's true.
what is in the house now, because that's the original wall, exterior wall.
Yeah.
You know, I say we get up there and try and see if we can make any kind of contact with whoever's here. But I think we have a likely candidate for sure.
My name's Kevin. I just want to come in here tonight and hopefully speak with you. Find out a little bit about you, who you are, why you're here. You know, if there's anything we can do to help you. Any messages you'd like to pass on. There are a couple ways you can communicate with me. One, I have this microphone that's here on my pocket. You can speak into that. Or two, there's a box sitting here on the pool table. It's got a little orange light on the front. And you can go up and touch that or breathe into that. And it won't harm you in any way, but it will change colors. And let me know that you can hear me. Just come up and touch it just like this. This is all you gotta do. Anytime you want to communicate with me tonight, just go up and touch that just like that, okay?
Hello, my name is Mustafa. I'm here with my friend Malia.
Hi.
And I've traveled a long way to come here. I've heard a lot of wonderful things about this place, and we're here to document your presence. We come here with the utmost respect. I know we're making a lot of noise downstairs, setting up. We talked to the current building's owners. We talked to Charla and her boyfriend Richard, and some of the employees who work here. Dana, they say that they see somebody walking up here, walking into this room.
And I think it's curious that, you know, we've had a bunch of different owners for this place, and it's reported to see a woman come into this room. This was also Judge Tompkins' room.
Mm-hmm.
This was Franklin Gorin's room.
Charlotte's pretty much convinced that Theodosia's here.
Which is interesting.
Yeah.
She is buried in Glasgow. She's in the Tompkins family cemetery.
Yeah?
But she left. But you have to wonder, I mean, I know her and James had 4 kids. Apparently 3 of them passed from pulmonary illness. And it's very plausible that that all happened while they were staying here. Because they all died very, very young. So maybe if she is here, maybe it's because it's where she was with her children.
That would make sense.
It said that there was a couple spending the night here, and a lady went and jumped into their bed and said they're coming. Do you know who she was? What was she hiding from? Where that was coming from? Almost sounded like above us. Is there an attic here? Who's in the attic? Temperature and pressure changes.
But I kind of tend to think that the woman that people report seeing in the white dress, I think, is one of the latest owners.
Yeah.
Who is really responsible for the majority of this place being how it is.
She lived here she resided here for a long time?
Yeah, well, she didn't, it wasn't even that long. She
Yeah.
just fixed the place up, had been vacant. because the Presbyterian church had owned it and didn't do anything with it. So she comes in and makes it this comfy B&B that it is. And she was known for her amazing cooking and her welcoming. Yeah, people, like the community loved her. Like there's all of these articles about visiting her in Hall Place and her sitting downstairs. And it was just like, this was truly her home.
And when you touched the box a while ago, I mentioned something about an attic. Is there something I need to know about the attic? If I should go up in the attic, will you make those lights come on?
Do you like living here? I'd imagine you are if you're staying here. I think it's fantastic, and I usually don't like historic homes or anything like that.
I think it's been tastefully done.
Yeah, for sure.
It's easy to overdo it, you know, but this is tasteful. And you don't feel cluttered. You don't feel like you don't have that kind of like antique store like musk and stuffiness. Like it's very airy. There's a lot of movement.
Like I feel like I can walk through this place and not knock anything down. But that's the interesting thing too, is like Charlotte was always talking about, what I liked about her is that she wanted people to feel comfortable here. She said that she didn't live on the property purposely so people could feel comfortable, like it's their own home and they could have a good time here or whatever, you know, not feel like, oh, you know, like somebody's always watching me or anything like that.
Absolutely. And that it is interesting because she says she felt a little uncomfortable here until she acknowledged to whoever is here, like, hey, I'm here too. I need to clean this room. I need to be in here. You do your thing, I'll do my thing.
Who is the lady that has been seen walking around up here? Do you know her? Is she in here with us now?
It's like the time when people were actually like romantic. You had
know.
vanities. Nobody uses a vanity anymore.
What, that's romance using a vanity?
No, like sitting down and writing letters, love letters.
Man, you can just write an email.
No, it's not the same.
It's better.
No.
You get it right away.
Yeah, but you can't spray perfume on it.
Snapchats can be very romantic.
No.
You can send a nice little photo attached to it.
I absolutely disagree. You can also send a picture in an envelope.
How are you gonna send nudes in an envelope? What if the postman gets it?
Then you'll have a happy day. What if somebody
Well,
opens
what
your
about-
phone and opens your Snapchat?
You have password protection, problem solved. She doesn't think about these things, it's ridiculous.
So before I got to this location, a lot of the stories that I was hearing were a little bit more fantastical. You know, noises of crashing through windows, full apparitions that seemed like a human being jumping into bed with people. But when we got here and we started talking with people, that's not stories that the people actually living, operating, and being here every day are hearing. So that makes me think that that just is one of those situations where it's really good stories. It's maybe a story that people want to believe. Maybe those people did experience those, but that is not the most common occurrence here. However, the most common occurrences are of seeing an older woman in a white dress and a white apron. And instantly it's like, okay, I've seen the newspaper articles. That sounds a lot like Caroline. Wait.
What? You heard something out there?
I thought I did.
Could you make that noise?
When I was just walking. Hold on, really.
Oh,
Okay, just walking. I thought, yeah, I thought I heard like,
Pressure, pressure, pressure. Could you do that again, please?
Kevin, is that you?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Kevin, is that you?
I'm gonna sit here for a moment and see if anything stirs up in the Theodosia room that we just left. They said when it's quiet is when things usually happen here. So I'm curious to see, you know, now that our energy is left, if anything comes up on the monitor.
it doesn't seem like the interaction is intelligent or it's intelligently responding. So what Malia and I are thinking is that we were just at that other room, right? I think whoever's here is Caroline, the previous owner. Theoretically, there's somebody walking into the rooms, checking up on them. It's a residual energy. It makes sense because we were just at that other room, didn't really seem to respond, and then coming into this room, and then now it went off. And I think whatever it is, given the fact that a lot of the claims, people say they hear footsteps going through the hallway, maybe it's someone, it's this residual energy of someone going through their routine and just walking. I'm just checking up on the rooms. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
What do you say? Should we go talk to Brandon?
I think we should. I'd be curious to get somebody else up here and see if they get the same similar thing, if they move from room to room, if they catch any of the same pressure changes.
Yo, you thinking what I'm thinking in terms of a device to put out in that hallway? Say it at the count of 3, all right? 1, 2, 3. Tripwire. We got it. Do you want to put it down that hallway? Okay.
We readied the tripwire to detect any abnormal electromagnetic frequencies that would correlate with staff claims. Our prior baseline sweep established Hall Place as a stable investigative environment with minimal contamination, making what we found here truly remarkable.
I remember.
For the shot, right?
Let's see. That'll be nuts.
We come here with respect. Oh, right here. We're getting hits. Right there. On the tripwire.
Yeah?
Yeah. Both those last 2 right there went to blue, so that's a 2 milligauss spike.
Down at the back?
Yeah. They both went off. Yeah, those 2 spiked right there. We saw those devices there turn on. They're right there, it's going off again. Did you get that, David?
Yeah.
Yep. That went to green, so that's even higher. Can you do that one more time if that was you? Are you possibly getting off the bed over there?
Dude, you got the GoPro running.
Yeah.
That's strange.
Oh, it's going off.
Again.
Again. Look at 3 of them went off that time. These are high spikes too. If that was you, can you set that device off again one more time? Just so we know that we're communicating with you? Okay, thank you. Now that you see how we can communicate with this, can you let us know, are you a female? If you're a woman, can you set that off again, please? Like make that turn on like it just did?
Just to make sure, again, like my friend Brandon said, if you set that light off, that'll let us know that that's yes. And if you don't do anything, that'll be no. So are we speaking to somebody here who owned this hotel? Are we speaking to somebody who's an owner in this building?
Yeah, it just
3
went off
of them.
again. All 3 of those went off. It was a perfect spike.
Okay, so if we're speaking to somebody who's an owner of this building, which we believe you are.
Just to clarify one more time, if you're, and the owner or an owner of this building, can you set the lights off again, please? Make them turn on. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
We know that there's several owners of this building over the years. We're gonna start saying some names. Are we speaking with Carolyn right now? Caroline?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're not frightened or anything. We're just excited to see this interaction. So right now we're having direct communication with the tripwire that is showing spikes in EMF, and we're getting direct responses to who we believe is an owner of this building, a former owner. And we're getting direct, like you see now, we're just talking and it's not going off. And now you can see what's interesting about this is we have the data logger right here on this bed, and it's at 0.0 milligauss, so it's not high EMF readings right here.
Just went off again.
So seeing that these spikes are happening when we're getting, answers to our questions, yes and no here, that's really interesting.
Yeah, I performed a baseline sweep of this, and there's no EMF spikes. It's really well insulated, so there's no electromagnetic frequencies that are just aberrant and they're causing this stuff to go off by themselves. And it's what's really cool about this is it's weird. Like, we've encountered this a bunch of times in the past, but it seems like we're getting direct response communication. And it appears that this, with here, it's being done through EMF.
This is EMF, yeah.
It's EMF. Sometimes it's pressure. Sometimes it'll set off a motion detector, but it seems like EMF is how we're being communicated with right now. It's really trippy. Caroline, we believe that we're speaking with you.
Yep, it just went off again.
I just want to let you know that Charla and Richard and all the people who work here, including ourselves, and we're visitors. Again, my name is Mustafa. This is my friend Brandon.
It's nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you.
Just everybody who comes here really, really enjoys this place and they love it. Does it make you happy to see so many people here enjoying this building?
This is wild. This is very rare what's happening right now. I mean, we have no walkie-talkies on us. We have nothing that can set these off in any way, shape, or form. We are having a full-on conversation with Caroline right now. Full-blown. Like, it's completely established, full-on. I've never had anything like this before.
What?
I swear. I'm not even kidding.
I'm so jealous.
Hold on, it's like we are in a controlled situation right now. I have to take this.
Yeah, do it.
No, this is wild. Like, this is crazy.
What room are you in?
We're in the,
Royce?
is that the end of the hall?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 2 rooms with
Yeah,
you?
that's where we're at.
What happened?
Hold on, I'll get back to you on this. This is crazy right now, dude. You can come down if you want. We're, right now, Mustafa and I are having a full-blown conversation with Caroline. Like, full-blown, we are doing control questions, we were asking, we were getting direct responses through the tripwire. It's like full-on conversation.
With the tripwire?
With the tripwire.
Yeah.
Full-blown.
Are you able to see your ancestors? Are you able to see any of your departed loved ones right now? Is Brandon here?
No.
No, he's setting us up.
All right, so basically the 411 is we're getting back and forth with Caroline. We believe it to be Caroline.
Hi, Caroline. I'm Malia.
Hi, Caroline. I'm Kevin.
We're having it on the GoPro, but I asked her if she's able to see her, like, loved ones, people who departed. I don't know. I guess any kind of question you might have wanted to ask somebody who's no longer with us and get an idea of the afterlife would be a pretty good opportunity to do it if what's happening is what I think is happening. But she's aware, she can see us, according to her, and she knows it's the year 2022. So I'll let you guys spend some time with her. All right, Caroline, I'm going to leave, and I'm going to leave Kevin and Malia with you, okay? Do you mind talking to them? If so, could you set those lights off, please? Caroline, I'm going to go. Is that all right? If so, could you set those lights off again, please? Okay. I'm gonna leave Kevin and Malia with you, and then I'm gonna go. I'll talk to you soon, and if you can show yourself to us, please do that.
If you passed here, would you mind making those lights go off again?
For several hours, the tripwire registered EMF spikes whenever we asked a question.
If you passed at the hospital, can you make the lights go off, please? Okay. Did you come back here because this is your home? Were you worried that the place wasn't being taken care of? Are you here because you missed it? Yeah, I understand that. I miss my home a lot too. Unfortunately, they tore mine down, so I can't go home. But I think it's beautiful that you're able to be here. Does your family ever come and visit you? That's really nice.
That's awesome.
That's really nice. When they do come here, do you try to let them know that you're here? Oh, that's nice. I think I read something about you making really good, I think it was biscuits. Was it good biscuits that you were known for? Yeah.
Yep.
Man, I wish I could have tried those. I love biscuits. Is there something that we can do to help you leave?
Whoa.
Oh my.
Whoa.
Whoa. Okay.
That was red.
That was the whole
all
thing.
the way down. Look at my arms.
I know, me too. Okay,
I have
Caroline.
chill bumps down like massive. It's almost like a cold breeze just went
Yeah.
right by us.
Is the message that you have going to help you move on? Okay. Okay. I hear you loud and clear, Caroline. We want to do everything we can to help you on whatever journey you need. And I hate to ask this, I hate to ask any extra of you, but we are going to need a little bit more information, and I don't know how to get that information with the lights. So we are going to, if it's possible, we are going to need you to actually say what it is into the recorder that's on the bed so we can hear it and then try to help you move on. Okay. So this is literally the craziest thing in my entire life. We are getting direct responses to questions. I mean, this is getting very deep. It's getting almost existential at this point.
Brandon has some people he can talk to help you move on and do that. And I won't stop until, we all find somebody that can help you. If you understand that, trust us, we're gonna do everything that we can. There's very few people who are doing what we're doing right now and are able to accomplish what we just did with you right now. So don't worry. I mean, we got this. I'm pretty sure we can find somebody to help you with that, and I won't stop until we do that. I promise you that. There's no way we'll forget about you.
It's such a privilege.
Oh.
Pressure change.
Yeah, it really is such a privilege.
EMF on the EDI, dude. It's the first time we got that. So it's EMF. She's communicating with us via EMF.
I think Caroline would love what Charlotte is doing, especially bringing everyone in at lunch, and that's become quite a thing. She's gotten a lunch crowd, and she was just all about the community and bringing people in and feeding them. So I think she would love Charlotte being here.
Like the previous owner, Charlotte Emmers came into ownership of Hall Place around the same time she lost her husband. Is carrying this legacy of love and hospitality under similar circumstances literally keeping Caroline's spirit alive? And while we always work empirically, it's hard to deny the otherworldly feeling of investigating Hall Place. It's almost as if time stopped while we were there, forcing us to acknowledge an experience that was personally validating and one that extended beyond simply collecting data.
I am a part of something that is the coolest thing ever. And I'm just a kid from Jersey. I feel like fucking 12 years old. It's insane. And we're doing it. So this is awesome. We're talking to her, man. It's unbelievable. I have no words for it. It's insane. I don't even feel like I'm on planet Earth right now. I don't know what else to say.
And I feel like it's a gift for me that I got to speak with her.
Hall Place is exactly the type of location I'm looking to purchase and exactly the type of place that I would want to spend my time and operate out of.
It seems like throughout my investigations that entities communicate with people in different ways. There is no EMF, there is no loose wiring or anything like that. It's definitely a possibility to look into that this is how they communicate.
We leave Hall Place with a promise to fulfill and the knowledge that our journey has changed. It's not just about finding a haunted home anymore. Our research strongly suggests that the remarkable people tied to these locations play a massive role in their paranormal claims. What persists after death is a powerful desire to live a big life in spite of countless hardships and setbacks. So to honor the vow we made to Caroline, we will go further out of our comfort zones than we ever have before. And it all begins by returning to Hall Place with a radical new approach that few would ever dare to attempt.
The story is, it was in the 1890s. You know, at one time they called Louisville the graveyard of the West. Supposedly when she started dabbling in the black arts, that's when things went downhill for her. We're in the Russell Houston mansion, and we're on the second floor front room, which is supposedly where the governess to the children of the family once lived. Her name was Annie Whipple. There is a lot of written documentation about there being a lot of hoodoo practices and communities in this area. They came to her house one night and cut off her arm as a way of teaching her a lesson, you know, to not dabble in the black arts.
First of all, thank you so much for having us in your lovely home. It is truly spectacular. If you could please introduce yourself and tell us when you bought the Bourbon Inn and why you bought it.
My name's Ellen Stauffer, and I bought the Bourbon Inn last March. Found this property for sale and realized that I had another chapter left in me, and this seemed like the good place to do it.
We're here because your house is allegedly haunted, but more specifically, we're here because your house is the location of what I think is Louisville's strangest urban legend, which is that of Annie Whipple.
Oh, yes. So the first history that I heard was, obviously it was built in the 1880s. It took them 4 years to build it. It was built for Russell Houston. There was nothing left on the table. They, you know, it was a show of opulence and grandeur everywhere you look. The story that I know is that he was married and had children, and his wife died. And when he was in his late 60s or early 70s, he married a younger woman who was in her late 20s, and they proceeded to have several more children. And the story that as I said, what I have been told is that his third child was born when he was 76. So we were always like, that Russell got it going on. So that was the story as I had heard it.
Now we start getting into this. Okay, so if Russell didn't remarry, if he died in the house and his funeral was held in the house, and so that is in print, that was in the papers, he was prominent. Like, it's very obvious that Russell Houston meant a lot to the people of Louisville. His birthday parties were in the newspapers. His death was in the newspapers. Like, people really paid attention to what the Houstons were doing.
Right.
And then his wife dies in the home. So now we have two deaths, right? So we have the Houstons.
Right.
And what I find interesting is I start thinking, and I'm like, okay, but he had kids, so who could Annie Whipple have possibly been the governess to? That's the question, right? Because the legend is there was a governess to the children, one of the children was sick, and she helped, and she ends up practicing, you know, gets into witchcraft, and there's this amazing legend that surrounds her. But who was the kid? So like that's we have to start with that, right? Like
Right.
who was the child? Because all of Russell's children were fully grown when they were living in the house.
Right. The other thing that I had heard, of course, is her reign or tenure was here during the Spanish flu. That was supposedly the epidemic that the children got sick, and when Annie crossed over into the dark arts to help save them. So timing-wise, you're talking almost 40 years after the house was built and the Houstons had lived here. So maybe it was one of their children. I don't know. I have heard from the former innkeeper that people will see her. And I've not had any of my guests see her, and I've never seen her, but they'll see a woman in black, shrouded in black on the stairs, that kind of thing. It is a strong legend. As you found a lot about it, I've heard a lot about it. It's very interesting to me as we've done historic home tours and people have come through and there's discussion about the house and I think I know something and they're like, oh no, you're wrong. And so there is a lot of kind of ambiguity, I guess, surrounding all of that. And as you said, you look at the death records, Russell was married to his wife and they lived here forever. And the other thing that I'd heard later was that this was built for his retirement home. And I think he was only in it about 8 years or so before he died. And then she was, 9 years younger than he was, and she died almost 9 years after he did.
So the story of Annie Whipple is associated with the house.
Yes.
And there's a lot of ghost stories that attribute themselves to that legend. So I'm really curious. You're the homeowner. You live here. You have guests come and stay in this beautiful place.
Yes,
I want to
do.
know, what have you experienced and what have your guests experienced?
It's interesting that I did not hear about Annie Whipple until after I had purchased the home. And so what I had heard about, it was funny, what I had heard about was the ghost cat, which supposedly is at the carriage house, and that people would hear meowing and they would feel like a cat had brushed up against their leg. I was talking to my sister on the phone and she said, I want you to put me on FaceTime so we can look at the house. So we came in, and of course, I'm just enchanted. I'm enchanted with the thick doorways. I'm enchanted with all the hardware. I'm enchanted with the chandelier, all those things. And so I'm walking through, and she said to me, what's with the cat, the concrete cat? And I'm telling her about the legend of the ghost cat. And she is not a cat person. And she said to me, why does it have to be a cat? Just like that. And all of a sudden, all the lights just start flickering. And I thought, oh, there's got to be a short or something. So immediately I said, I love cats. Cats are my favorite. Like, I don't know if we made somebody mad, but I like cats, so we're all good. So that has been, there are odd things that happen in the house. And also when I purchased the home, I can't tell you the number of people that said to me, you're not gonna scare the ghost away, are you? You're not gonna, so it does very much have that reputation.
Yeah.
But the other thing that's interesting is, a book flying out of a bookshelf for no reason.
What room did that happen in?
That happened actually in the hallway, kind of by the servant staircase. And so that's kind of an interesting thing, and it's happened twice. And the same book. Yes. So and it was all I ever needed to know. I learned in kindergarten. So I don't know if that was a sign of something. I have no idea.
That's really fascinating.
So kind of interesting. And also there'll be times that I think that the door's been left open because there'll be quite a breeze. And you just know there's got to be something open, and there is not. I'm very particular about how our beds are made. It's part of what we do. We want them to be the most comfortable and soft and just so. And so I had been in the home alone for a couple days, and we were getting ready for guests and going upstairs to turn the lights on before they come. And I noticed that there is the imprint of a bottom on the bed, like somebody's been sitting there.
Which bedroom was that?
And it would have been it would have been on the third floor, what I assume would be the governess room. So it was kind of a funny thing. And I kept thinking, who's been up here? And I know I would have never sat on the bed because once they're made, we want to keep them that way, So that was also kind of a wild thing. that happened.
So going into tonight's investigation, do you have any advice for the team?
I think if you just enjoy the spirit of the house, that would be the biggest thing, because it definitely has one. You know, you can feel it. Just the ambiance and the, yeah. So I think that would be my advice. Just walk with your eyes open and take it all in.
Guys, when you were talking, there was noises upstairs. Is there anybody up there? Hello? Somebody upstairs? Are one of the windows open or something?
No, they should not be.
My name's David Domine. I live in Louisville, Kentucky. I write about old Louisville. According to legend, Annie Whipple was a kind of mysterious figure who arrived from the East Coast. They say she came from Maine, and her husband was a whaling captain who had been lost at sea. And she came to Louisville. Back then, Louisville was kind of a gateway city. You know, we were the jumping off point to many places in the Wild West. And she came here to get a new start. And she had been a teacher, and so she was hired by different wealthy families to educate their children. And supposedly she was hired by Judge Russell Houston to be the nanny and the governess to his children in this house. It was in the 1890s. You know, at one time they called Louisville the graveyard of the West because of our location in the Ohio River Valley. It's kind of a basin area. They said Louisville was usually more prone to diseases and epidemics than other parts of the country. Yellow fever, cholera, typhoid, things like that. Supposedly during one of these epidemics, the children of the family became sick, and Annie became their nursemaid, and she tended to them. There were 3 children, and she was able to nurse the 2 older ones to health. The youngest one, a young girl, she wasn't able to nurse to health. And doctors had come. Doctors told the family to kind of prepare for the worst. They didn't think that this little girl was going to make it. Annie refused to give up, though. She stayed at the girl's bedside, tried to make her comfortable, you know, mopped her brow, and while she sat there, Annie would entertain herself by reading the local newspaper, you know, books and things like that. And she came from a religious family, supposedly. She didn't believe in things dealing with the occult and paranormal, but one day as she was sitting at the girl's bedside, she supposedly read about a phenomenon, something that was becoming popular in Louisville, something that was popular other places, but it was called automatic writing. The idea was certain people had a talent to commune with the dead, and given the right circumstances, people on the other side could reach through the veil, and using your body, using your hands, they could write messages. And Annie Whipple didn't really believe this, but she, you know, read about this. Well, she also read a story about a doctor across the river by the name of Dr. Anderson. And Louisville is right on the Ohio River, so the next state on the other side of the river is Indiana, and the nearest town in Indiana is Jeffersonville. Annie Whipple read about a well-known doctor by the name of Dr. Anderson who had very unorthodox practices. He was able to cure anything, and some people called him a witch doctor. But he still had this reputation for doing miraculous cures and things like that. So after all the things Annie tried didn't work, she got it in her head that, well, maybe she went and saw Dr. Anderson. He might be able to cure this little girl, you know, that was kind of languishing on her deathbed. So one day, it was the next day, Annie Whipple hitched the horses to the carriage, and she drove across the one bridge that went across the Ohio River to Jeffersonville. She found out where Dr. Anderson lived, and she pulled up to his house, and she saw that the front of the house, the porch and the windows were all decked out with black bunting and crepe, which was a sign of mourning. And it turns out Dr. Anderson had died the very night before, maybe as she was reading, you know, the article about him. And so She turned around and came back to the Russell Houston mansion. And she was, of course, crestfallen. You know, that was her last hope. But that night, as she sat next to the little girl's bed and tended to her and read the newspapers like she normally did, she saw this article again talking about automatic writing. And supposedly there were several people who had come to the city to, you know, display their skill in automatic writing and talk about it. And when Annie Whipple read this story, all of a sudden she got this idea that maybe she could use automatic writing to contact Dr. Anderson, who had just died. You know, he was freshly dead. He was probably still reachable on the other side. And in this neighborhood, there was a famous voodoo woman. They called it hoodoo around here. Her name was Josephine. And right around the corner is a famous gnarled tree where Josephine used to meet her clients. So Annie Whipple made an appointment to meet Josephine and explained her predicament and said, you know, she needed to contact this spirit. This doctor had recently died, and he was the only one that she believed would be able to cure this little girl. And of course, Josephine, the hoodoo woman, knew exactly what it was all about, said, oh yes, and she took some money from Annie Whipple and then gave her this satchel with some magic powder in it. She gave her a gardenia candle and a parchment with a kind of prayer that was written out. And she said, well, what you have to do, if you're willing to contact the dead and they're willing to commune with you, you have to sit down at the table, light this candle, you incant this prayer, you invite the spirit to come and kind of possess you and use your body to write messages. And if they're so inclined, you know, things will kind of go from there. And so Annie Whipple rushed back here to the Houston mansion, to this room where she used to have her bed and her desk. She sat down at the desk, put out the paper, sprinkled it with the magic powder, lit the candle, said this prayer and said, Dr. Anderson, you're the only one that can help this little girl, you know. I know you've recently departed this realm, but if you could just kind of help me come up with a cure for this little girl. She's become like my own daughter. If you could help me, you know, I'd be forever indebted. And supposedly Annie Whipple fell into a kind of trance. And when she woke up, the paper that she had laid out in front of her had this writing that she didn't recognize. It was a different kind of handwriting, and it was in a language she didn't know.
This tree is at the center of the story of Annie Whipple, and I've been thinking a lot about that ghost story. And I always want to know, like, why certain stories people like. I guess a lot of people like Hamlet because, you know, people hate it when their moms remarry somebody. But I think that a lot of people identify with the Annie Whipple stories because no matter what, she was willing to put her life at risk and sacrifice herself in order to save somebody else. Apparently, witches, they would go and they make offerings here. People would come here and they would make some type of ceremonial offering. So I've brought some ceremonial items to offer to maybe charge the energy of the investigation. So I brought some things that really mean a lot to me. 2 things that mean the most to me in this world. I didn't bring my children, that would be inappropriate. But I've got some chocolate and a vape. I'm gonna go with the chocolate to give to the tree. I guess, maybe, can we see some ghosts in the Louisville Bourbon Inn? Can you make Brandon really happy and show up on a camera? If you want to possess me, you can. I don't really like myself that much, so if you could possess me with like a cool demon, that would be good. I would like that. So possess me, or at the very least show up on camera and talk to us. And I offer this chocolate and my soul, actually. And here you go. Oh, great tree, take the chocolate, take my soul. Get us some good activity tonight. Mustafa out. Bye, Witch's Tree.
The biggest question we had going into this investigation was if the constant retelling of a local legend possibly willed it into existence. We put this thought-form manifestation theory to the test by following Annie Whipple's footsteps. After making an offering to the witch's tree, we will recreate the seance she learned from Lady Josephine to test if living out this tragic myth, in spite of it being untrue, can possibly manifest sightings of Annie into existence.
Hi, Angelique.
Hi.
Malia.
Malia, pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you. I'm so excited about what you're going to bring to tonight. I think you are literally going to make this all the difference in the world. I'm so excited.
I'm setting up some multi-sensors in here, basically kind of logging the environment to figure out if any changes happen. We already had some in here to kind of get a baseline. Now that we're going to introduce her into the environment, we'll see if there's any changes. And I got a couple other things. I got a thermal camera as well. So if any environmental changes happen, we should be able to capture that.
I read that she did automatic writing, so I try to get as close to her. So I've got sketch paper, an ink, and an old-fashioned pen because she would have used that style. Gopher dust. Put in this jar. It's basically a bunch of different ingredients, mostly involving protection.
Okay.
They're dirt from different people's graves. I basically bought it off of them by paying some money at the cemetery gates and also bringing them some flowers so that they could extra protect us.
Okay.
Basically, what I practice is a spiritismo. It's like the Spanish version of spiritualism. And part of it is I have to cover my head. And the reason being, I don't know if you guys as ghost hunters or if you're kind of sensitive, but sometimes ghosts try to enter in through your head. We call this an
Really?
orrery.
Okay.
And it's a good thing you wear a hat. You know, it's always on, or cleanse yourself.
Good thing I get the protection.
I put Florida water in a spritz bottle
I
and
love
spray it
Florida
on
water.
me. Yeah, it's a great smell.
I love it.
But you can also use it for cleansing yourself too.
I'm just still stuck on ghosts entering through the head. Like, I got a bald spot, so like I'm worried about that. What's going in through there?
Can you get some tinfoil or something?
Yeah, I'm gonna get, I know something. Or a helmet.
So basically, in this is regular water, but to kind of spruce it up, I added some Florida water.
Okay.
Sometimes you might put other colognes in there. Colognes are protective and cleansing.
And what's the purpose of this is for, like you said, cleansing and protection,
Yeah,
things
pretty
like that?
much. We're recreating a seance.
Okay.
I'm kind of mixing my version with their version. I just know from experience, some seances I've been to have been pretty hardcore. And of course, not on camera, but I've seen people possessed where I had to clear spirits out of them.
Whoa.
And so some of these are for that. Yeah,
Okay.
I've seen some wild stuff.
Okay.
I'm Angelique Stacy, and I'm a tour guide with Louisville Historic Tours. I do practice espiritismo, which is a type of spiritualism. I'm also an initiate into Santeria and Olorisha. Sometimes folks are inclined to use Santeria, voodoo, hoodoo, those things interchangeably. However, though they are of similar essence, they are actually from different parts of the African continent. So they are, while names might be a little bit similar, it's specific entities that we're working, or angels, as some people call them, to use a word that's kind of interchangeable. You don't have to be initiated to practice hoodoo. It's good to have a teacher because you don't want to mess with things that you don't understand, or maybe, for example, working with graveyard dirt. You just don't want to go into any graveyard willy-nilly grabbing things. You want to pay respect to the certain spirits. And so there are certain protocols that are important to learn. I have seen people get jumped by spirits who don't have the human's best interest at heart. And so I've seen people need to have those removed. It was about 8 years ago, and I was volunteering for the dining at the mansions. So a couple of us came back to this particular mansion to wait for folks to eat through their dinner and collect them later. I was sitting with another docent on a couple of chairs in this same room, looking at both of the staircases, the main staircase here behind me and the servant staircase up in the back. And we joked about if Annie Whipple would come down these stairs, and at that moment,
something caught me out of the corner of my eye, and I started to look up the back staircase, and what I saw was a pretty firm outline of, not like a totally dark shadow, but an outline of a very proper woman, corseted with great posture, kind of hair done up like mine, walk up the staircase that way at a very steady pace.
We have not had any changes in the environment. Nothing unusual has taken place in any way, shape, or form. So
excellent.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens here when Angelique recreates what Annie Whipple did, right?
Yeah. From what I read, and maybe your researchers folks found more, that basically she got some dust from Lady Josephine.
I've not seen anything in writing about Josephine. It's been passed on through tales and stories over the generations. But one of the stories is that Josephine only had one arm. And the legend is that the locals, they knew she was practicing voodoo, and with the arm that she used to cast spells and give her potions and things, they supposedly, like, a mob of peasants with pitchforks and torches, they came to her house one night and cut off her arm as a way of teaching her a lesson, to not dabble in the black arts. And the funny thing is that there are newspaper accounts that kind of coincide with this time period, where at the house next door one morning, the residents awoke and they found a black woman's arm hanging from their front door. It had been hung there by a wire.
Oddly enough, this is not the strangest dinner I've ever been to.
I'm gonna walk over there and kind of cleanse myself with the water. So yeah, the back of the neck, the head, underneath the knees and the elbows are all places where ghosts like to enter in your body.
Really?
This keeps them out of my body, so hopefully they will just use my hands. I'm stating that intention in case there is anybody here we are trying to contact. Anybody else like to
I can do it.
cleanse?
See if there's like anything. I'll cleanse, sure.
Yeah, basically all you do is walk up to that bowl
I'll do
of
it as
water, put it on the back of your neck, on the top of your head.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know I'm losing my hair too. I totally feel you.
Okay, so just arms, back to head, and all that?
Yeah. Kind of like you're wiping yourself
Oh,
off.
I grew up Muslim. I did this a lot, so it's fine.
Perfect, okay. Things are same, culture's over.
Yeah. And then all over my body?
Yeah.
Okay. Doing
Kind of
that.
the head down, flick it off.
Okay, flicked it off.
All right, let's try this.
Ooh, that's nice.
Yeah, it feels refreshing.
I want to make that, use that myself. That's pretty great.
Yeah, any white flowers, Florida water.
At your local drugstore?
Yeah, your local drugstore. And then I'm supposed to have my shoes off. Oh, okay. I was just going to read a prayer real quick because probably the folks that lived in this house and Annie Whipple were probably of some sort of religious background. I'm guessing because she felt so guilty for going down to the tree in the first place and accumulating this stuff from Lady Josephine. So it's kind of an opening prayer just to start the seance kind of off. I'm mixing seance with spiritual misa or spiritual mass. I'm hoping that using some of my own abilities to kind of hope amplify, speaking to Annie Whipple or whoever else is in here. Feeling kind of a little woozy headed, so I hope that's a good sign.
Okay.
Okay.
What do we do? Just sit here?
Yeah.
Well, the next morning at breakfast, she was sitting there and supposedly a family member, a cousin, was visiting the Houstons from Philadelphia. He was a medical student. Annie had brought down this paper. She didn't, really think anything of it, but the medical student saw this paper and he goes, what do you have that prescription for? And it turned out that the handwriting was in Latin and it was for a kind of medication. And Annie Whipple said, I don't know. I just found this, what is it? And the medical student said, well, I don't know for sure, but he said, this is a kind of medication and it cures fever and fits and things like that. And Annie said, well, could it help, little Sarah upstairs? And the cousin said, well, I don't know, but maybe go talk to a pharmacist, a chemist, and see what they say. And so Annie took the prescription, went around the corner to a pharmacist and showed it to the man, and he said, yeah, this might help someone who's experiencing fever and fits and things like that. So Annie had this prescription filled. She rushed back, came up the stairs, and administered this medication to the little girl. And sure enough, the color returned to her cheeks. And she became lucid. She looked around, and it's like she regained her consciousness. And so Annie was convinced that Dr. Anderson had helped her. By the end of the day, though, the girl took a turn for the worse, and she kind of fell back into a coma. And so that night, sitting at her desk, she kind of repeated the process. She said, Dr. Anderson, she said, I don't know if, what you gave me was enough or if I did it right, but the little girl isn't doing well. It seemed to help, but she's not doing well. Can you still help me? And again, she kind of fell into a trance. She fell into a deep sleep. And when she woke up, there was this paper with this handwriting in a language, which she found out was Latin.
Yeah, I guess it'd be a good time to meditate and just open yourself up. But saying out loud, maybe in your head, open to this experience, but not exactly any extra things. We're seeking specific people here, hopefully Dr. Anderson. Just in case, I'll get this ready, hopefully nearby. I'm so nervous because they have such a nice spread here and I have ink. And I'm gonna throw dirt on things. Okay. We ask the Divine Spirit and all of our spirit guides and guardians be here tonight to watch over our work. We ask that only good spirits be present and that our spirit companions protect us from harm and mischief, from any troubled spirits who may be attached, attract, or sent to this place. And while I get ready, I'll just say in Our Father. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread.
What was that?
I heard that. Somebody out there? Go look real quick.
Yes.
It's right over here.
Yeah.
If you please come and talk to us. I'm just talking under my breath so that you spirits may hear me and those boys can go do their things and hopefully find you. I ask that you please work through my hand and only my right hand and not the rest of my body. If you have something that you wish to say, you may communicate it through my hand and only my hand. I do not give you permission to go through the rest of my body to take residence in there or in my brain. Thank you. It's kind of important to be specific.
So right now we're recreating exactly what Annie Whipple is said to have done to try and save the children that became ill. So we're trying to see if we can have any results here with Angelique in this process.
Dr. Anderson, you helped our friend Annie Whipple many, many years ago in this very same house. We ask if you are available, or Annie Whipple. Annie Whipple, are you available to speak to us? Any of the Houstons? I know this is the Russell Houston mansion. You used to run the railroad. Annie Whipple, was that you I saw walking up the back stairs 10 years ago?
And the same thing, the next day at breakfast, she asked the visiting cousin, the medical student, if it was something that might help the little girl. It was a different medication this time, but he said, yeah, this could help fever and fits. And she went to the pharmacist and kind of explained the situation, and the pharmacist said, well, yeah, this could probably help her. And she came back and the same thing, rushed up the stairs, gave the medication to the girl, and the same thing happened. She came to, she became lucid, color returned to her cheeks, and Annie Whipple was convinced that she had cured the little girl. But the second day, by the end of the day, the same thing happened. The little girl took a turn for the worse, and she kind of fell back into a coma.
Please don't be shy. We mean you no harm. I've waited a long time to meet you, and I didn't introduce myself properly that many years ago. Hi, I'm Angelique. I walk around your house all the time. Elizabeth Houston, are you here? Miss Whipple, could we have your attention, please?
You're upstairs. Please come down and join us.
You have a seat at the table here for you?
Pressure changes.
Pressure changes. This is the first time we've had any changes in the environment.
Oh, move my book. How rude of me. I brought a book to the table.
Which one had a pressure change?
Right
This
here.
one. Okay, because I sensed on mine the pressure went up. I don't know if it if it went up or down on yours, but it's higher. On that, for some reason, it's 1 millibar higher on that sensor right next to the EDI.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Closest to her, I guess.
If that was someone trying to communicate with us, can you please make that device turn on again? If you saw that there was a series of lights that were flashing, if that was you, can you do that one more time, please? Honestly, it was very interesting. We started hearing the noises on the stairs, and then we're starting getting pressure changes right here, closest to Angelique.
Annie, did you know that you actually helped young Elizabeth? That you don't have to feel guilty anymore? I'm sorry if me saying your name about every day keeps you earthbound here. But if you like to be here, we'd love to talk to you.
Is that candles just started flickering
This one
like
right
crazy?
flickered, yeah.
Should be interesting to capture with the thermal sees with that. Should show the heat signatures going up.
Annie, I was trying to redo your ceremony that Lady Josephine taught you at the Witch's Tree to hopefully see if I could contact you or perhaps Dr. Anderson, maybe even little Elizabeth.
Well, that night, Annie Whipple repeated the process. She sat at her desk, laid out the paper, lit the candle, said the prayer, sprinkled it with the magic powder, invited Dr. Anderson to come and help her, and she fell into a trance, and the same thing. She woke up and she found this paper with handwriting. It looked like a different kind of handwriting, a different kind of language, but this time she didn't even bother asking. She ran to the pharmacist the next day. She had the prescription filled. She came back, rushed up the stairs to the little girl's bedroom, gave her the medication, and this time the little girl started seizing and frothing at the mouth and convulsing. And it was so serious that they had to call the doctor. And the doctor came, and when he saw the medication that had been given to the little girl, he said, "You know, you stupid woman, why would you give her this?" She said, "This is going to kill her. You know, this is not something you give someone who's experiencing fever and fits." And they gathered the family together, and they told the family to call the priest because the doctor said by the time the sun came up the next morning, the little girl would be dead. There was no chance of her surviving.
We don't mean any harm, no disrespect. We're here just to speak with you and possibly document your presence.
We captured a disembodied voice on our Amazonic microphone in a direct response to our questions during the seance.
Document your presence.
Is it stating Annie's name?
So I went from a steady 1 to a steady 1.3.
1.3. Yeah, it's about. Actually, it's funny you said there's a 1.3 over here too. Now, what this is saying is it's Wi-Fi/phone. So again, most likely it could be the data getting from these devices to. I mean, it's just certain packets that it comes in. So that makes sense. But if there's a drop or a sudden increase, that wouldn't make sense. So it's a good baseline to see, though.
So far, we've had a change in the pressure on both these devices, right? The EDI Plus as well as your device, right?
Yeah, that one was higher. That one's still a little higher. I don't know if it's because there's other stuff around it.
Right.
But that one is the closest to her, so I don't know. But it was interesting that, it was right next to the EDI, and they both captured a
so they correlated together. There was a correlation between the two devices.
Exactly. And hopefully, we have the ambisonic mic, so that's right there, too, like if there was anything.
Did you guys just feel the table start shaking a little bit?
I felt a vibration in my seat.
I didn't feel it over here.
I had my hands on the table, so
I felt like the whole table was like shaking for a
It's a
second.
heavy oak
It's
table,
a very
too.
heavy
I was
table.
gonna say, even if we hit it a little bit, it would be.
Yeah, like it was
What
weird.
was it? What was it like a?
I live in California. It felt like an earthquake.
Really?
Yeah.
It was like that, just like that.
When you mentioned it, I felt it in like my seat as well. So it made me feel like I wondered, but my feet didn't feel it.
No.
I have like my shoes off.
Is there any suggestions or anything you can do? Because the four of us, Malia is not going to be here, but the four of us are going to stay the night here. Is there anything you can do to like open the energy or make things a little more, open? Is that a possibility? Is there something that you can
zhuzh up the ghosts?
Just try talking to him.
I want to see if the Tesla coil maybe will charge up the environment, just to see. I know, like, just without sensors and data, the hair on the back of my arms and stuff, like my hair on my arms, everything sticks up. You kind of feel the charged area. There is enough potential electricity to create interesting dynamics in the environment. I know I've had an experience where I had a Tesla coil going on for a while, and then I actually got a big jolt of electricity go through my arm, like 5 feet away from the coil, touching a door. I don't know if it's paranormal or not, but I just know it does create a really interesting electrical dynamic in the entire room. So there's 30,000 volts going through this. So I mean, you could touch it. It's very low amperage, but it could do weird things with the equipment. So we'll see what happens. Whoa. It's gonna be loud talking.
Yeah, on the 3rd floor, I believe this is where I know people have mentioned hearing things up here. I know there's indentations that occurred on the bed.
Yeah.
So if there are any entities here, maybe we can create a conduit of energy for them with this Tesla coil.
I would love to see, like, do you know what bed it was that she had the indentation on?
I think it's been a majority of these rooms up here.
Really? There's more than one. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if we can amp up the environment to give it energy, I'm going to turn this up. I don't know. Audio might be hard to hear us talk. But it's going to be a little loud. It does burn a little bit, but.
Okay. Whoa! Look at the light. Look at the light.
What's that? No. What is it?
Look at the light.
Oh.
Don't burn the house down, Zach.
You know what it is? That's how strong the coil is.
So what I'm gonna do, guys, I'm gonna set this EDI Plus right here on this bed, because that's where they're seeing this indent, which actually, if you come in here and look, it almost looks like there's an indent right now.
On the bed? Was that there before?
Look.
No.
Did anyone sit here? Mustafa, you gotta see this, man.
Oh man, I wish we had a control though of that.
I know.
Wait, Malik, can you see that camera? That's interesting.
Okay. If there's someone in here with us and you just sat down on this bed where this indent is, can you touch that orange box right there and make the lights go on and off? It's not gonna harm you. We come here with respect. We are not here to disrespect you or cause harm of any kind.
Yeah, because that was like you could see like a defined pattern.
Yeah.
It wasn't like over here, like the bed does indent a bit. I mean, it's maybe an older mattress or
Right.
whatever. So I could see that, but like.
Yeah, like I mean, it's like
you
a.
can see an impression. So if you were to sit.
Yeah.
Like something.
Yeah, like
laying there.
this whole part right here.
So she came to this room. She was sitting at her desk, and as they were tending to the little girl, as they were making preparations for her death, Annie Whipple was sitting at the table, her writing desk, and she saw the parchment, she saw the pen, she saw the candle, the satchel of magic powder, the prayer. She started wondering, what had gone wrong. And she started kind of wondering out loud, Dr. Anderson, why did you do this? I thought you were going to help me. And then she got angry and she cursed Dr. Anderson. She said, damn you, Dr. Anderson, you were supposed to help me. And anyone who knows about the paranormal knows you never curse people on the other side. But Annie Whipple did it anyway. And as soon as she said, damn you, Dr. Anderson, she said she felt kind of a rumbling in the floorboards, and the lights and the sconces on the wall began to flicker on and off. And all of a sudden, Annie Whipple fell into a trance, unbidden this time, but it was like a half trance. She said she was fully aware of what was going on, but she had no control over her body. And all of a sudden, her limbs started to lift, and her arms and hands started to flail as if she was a marionette. And she said one hand grabbed the pen that was on the table, the other grabbed the paper that was there, and she started slashing the paper with the pen, and then she started marring and chipping the wood of the desk. She just started going crazy. For a minute or two, she just slashed and tore everything apart. And then all of a sudden, things got still, and there was one little scrap of paper she hadn't destroyed, and with her other hand, she saw her pen quickly scrawl across the scrap of paper, "You fool, I'm not Dr. Anderson." And at that, Annie Whipple fell into a heap on the floor. And in the room next door where they were tending to the little girl, they heard her collapse on the floor. They came in and found her unconscious. They took her to her, put her to bed, and she had several lucid moments before, the day broke. But in between, she was able to tell them what had happened and how she had been supposedly contacting the spirits. And when the sun came up, Annie Whipple was dead. The strange thing is, though, the little girl was cured. And what they think happened was that third night, maybe a spirit that wasn't Dr. Anderson kind of intercepted the message and wanted to teach her a lesson for dabbling in the black arts. In the end, Annie Whipple forfeited her life in exchange for the little girl's, which is what she would have wanted in the end. And so they say ever since then, the spirit of Annie Whipple has been seen running up and down the stairs, as she was going from the pharmacist to the little girl's bedside to her room, trying to cure the little girl.
All right, so we set up the EMCCD camera and Zach's photon intensifier. So we have it on the staircase. That's where people report seeing this woman walking down. Angelique, I know she said that she saw somebody walking down the stairs.
The film crew left myself, Kevin, Mustafa, and Zach alone on location for the night. We ran tests with both the photon intensifier and electron multiplying camera in the controlled environment. The footage you are about to see is one of the most shocking pieces of visual data ever collected on the EMCCD camera. Our research into the legend of Annie Whipple has proven it's mostly just that, a legend.
Can we even prove that she's an actual human being? And the answer to that, at least that portion of the story, is not really.
This is a legend, and legends usually are inherently false. So I found no actual written proof that there ever was an Annie Whipple.
And while it's tempting to attribute the shocking find on the stairwell as proof of Annie's existence, another paranormal phenomena may hold the answer: thought form manifestation. Do one's thoughts and emotions affect a location's environment in ways we have only begun to explore? Can a person's belief create what we perceive to be paranormal phenomena? We've learned through our continued research that not all hauntings are the same, and the former Houston house, with its legend of Annie Whipple, has expanded our study of the elements of a haunting. This stunning find will be incorporated into our journey and will hold profound implications for all unexplained phenomena we investigate.
told that we don't have ghosts, we have spirits. But I have had some very strange things happen. The first thing that ever happened to me, I was giving a tour on the 3rd floor and a ball of light went past my eyes. And I wouldn't have thought anything about it, but a second one went by. And it was a cloudy day, no sun.
Whoa. That one.
Oh, motion detector just went off.
What
Another
the
one went off.
hell?
It's a common occurrence to have people in the house experience paranormal activity here inside the museum. We get a lot of activity in Elaine Caldwell's bedroom on the 2nd floor, mostly with visitors. A lot of male visitors refuse to actually go into her room altogether. They feel really uncomfortable when they step in. They say that it feels like they're not wanted in that space, or they get uneasy. We've even had someone get physically ill in that space before and have to excuse themselves to go to the bathroom just because they feel so tense and like they're not wanted in that area, which makes sense. It's a private bedroom, and Mrs. Caldwell was a private individual.
My name is Brandon Alvis. I'm the founder of the American Paranormal Research Association. My involvement in the paranormal began at a very young age. In 1995, I lost my oldest brother to cancer. In 2004, I lost another brother to suicide. So that sent me on my journey into the unexplained, and 17 years later, I'm looking to take that next step in my research and my life to really fully immerse myself in the possibility of consciousness surviving death. So that's why I'm here in Kentucky, here with Malia, Mustafa, Kevin, to try and find a location for a paranormal research facility, a home for APRA, to really take the scientific study of the paranormal, specifically life after death, to a credible study. One of the biggest things with taking this next step in my research and in my life is the fact that I'm willing to immerse myself into a haunted location, willing to sacrifice a lot to learn more. I'll be putting my family in that situation, which I really want to understand. Is it dangerous? Is it something that it could be detrimental? So that's why I want to come out to these investigations, talk to these people that live in these locations, work in these locations. What's it like operating in a haunted location day in and day out? It's something I really have to think about, but my gut just tells me I need to take that step, that next step for this research. And I hope I find those answers in this journey, and I hope that I make the right decision. All right, guys, first and foremost, thank you guys so much for joining me on this journey. For a long time, I've been wanting to acquire a haunted location for a research facility for APRA. So thank you guys so much. I've known you guys for a long time. This is fantastic. Malia, what do you know about the Conrad Caldwell House?
It is probably our location that has the most deaths on site, which I think is incredibly fascinating since we do have places that have darker histories, but this place is deeply rooted in familial history. We have two prominent Louisville families that have lived in the house. It was also a boarding house. It was also a Presbyterian house for widows, which is what I'm really interested to find out about, because I think over 30 women died in the home, and they even had some of those funerals in the parlor. So I am so excited to get there. I'm so excited to find out more about the house, and I think you guys are gonna lose your minds. I think it's gonna be super active. My name is Malia Molino. I'm a historical researcher. I have been researching history for the better part of 8 years, but I have been obsessed with history my entire freaking life. And the reason why I got into it was a combination of things, but I basically was bored, and I love history. And when I was in LA, I didn't know what to do with myself. So I would go explore all of the places that were supposedly haunted in LA. And I wanted to know, why is this place haunted? What makes it haunted? Like, yeah, sure, the Roosevelt supposedly has ghosts, but who
are those ghosts? So I would spend my time researching it, and I would talk the ears off my friends who just frankly didn't care that much, which sucked. It is my absolute passion. I love stories, and I have a crippling fear of mortality. So for me, when I get to learn about a place or the people that lived there in my own way, that's keeping them alive. I grew up in a family that we didn't just believe in the paranormal, it was an accepted fact. Like, oh, your grandma's house is haunted, or so-and-so is in that room. And it would terrify me. I spent my entire life paralyzed of seeing a ghost, being around ghosts, and I've always been incredibly sensitive to energies. So for me, it just became this lifelong need to try to understand what makes a place haunted. Again, I am terrified of death. I need to know that there is something after this. I need to know that we don't just get this one shot and that's it. I need proof. I am both petrified about this journey, but also incredibly excited.
Oh man, just the look of it and just the feeling when you go inside. Not so much when you walk in. I mean, it's just a grand view when you walk in, but getting upstairs in some of those rooms, it just has that vibe. Just kind of the constant feeling of being watched, if you will. And so I'm excited to get in here and, see what's going on, and, some of the people we're going to be talking to, actual descendants of the family that own the house, is going to be awesome. Really excited. My name is Kevin Oddie. I started investigating the paranormal in 2007, so it's been about 15 years now. And part of what got me into the paranormal is hearing so many different stories of things that people have seen and wanting to capture on tape exactly what they've seen. I mean, there's a lot of credible stories from people that have things happen to them in a place that they have no idea the story behind it, and it matches things that other people have reported in different times. Prior to being a paranormal investigator and working in TV production, I worked for a small sheriff's department in Missouri from 2003 until I moved to California in 2009. I feel like my training as an officer really helped the way I investigate, especially after doing so many court cases and stuff like that, because I work on putting together and building a case, presenting evidence for things that I've witnessed, things that I've seen, really diving into it and trying to look behind, what's really going on. So when I heard Brandon was looking for a home for APRA, after recently moving to Kentucky and experiencing some of the things that are here in the history, I reached out to him and told him this is one place he should start looking at.
No, this place is awesome. What I'm really super stoked about is the fact that it was a woman's home more than it was a residential home. So yeah, it has this great familial history. You have the Conrads who originally built the place. You got the Caldwells who were there a little longer than the Conrads, but there were all of these women who banded together. Even though they were in the later stages of their lives, they went for life, to have a great life and to build that family and community. And then when you add in all of this really gnarly stuff, we're learning about Kentucky, and everyone here kind of believes in ghosts, everyone believes in hauntings, and everyone we talked to said that if there's any place that's freaking haunted in Kentucky, it's the Conrad Caldwell house. So that gets me all tingling in the right places.
My name is Mustafa Gatollari, and the reason why I've been investigating the paranormal for the past 17 years is because I'm obsessed with hauntings, and not just ghosts coming and giving you wet willies in the middle of the night, but the hauntings that people experience on a daily basis. Everyone's haunted by something, whether it's a boyfriend who got dumped and then he's kicking himself for not treating his significant other good enough, or maybe you didn't spend enough time with your grandparents before they passed away. The great thing about my relationship with Brandon, this bromance that everybody talks about, whatever, I like it, I don't care. But that we met in the work. There was a like-mindedness in the work, and I'm wholeheartedly confident that we have a team of people who, when the rubber hits the road, not to use a pro wrestling term, when it does, they have no quit in them, and they just want to get answers and they want to get evidence. Everything, no matter what it is, whether it's paranormal investigating or whether you're even dating somebody, so you love me, show me evidence. You haven't come out to hang out with me in a couple of weeks. I'm not bitter, obviously, you can tell. But whatever it is that you're doing, you need to have evidence with it. I just gotta tell y'all, buckle up, because stuff's about to get weird. Well, maybe, I don't know, I can't promise that. But if it does, it's ghost, baby. Just deal with it.
Dude, this is insane.
I know, right here. Right here.
Right on the corner.
I know, dude. Oh, shoot, dude. It's even better.
Look at
in
this.
Pictures.
Oh my
She's
God,
like a
guys.
giant peacock.
Look
like,
at
she's
that.
so gorgeous.
Holy
Look at that.
That's pretty awesome.
Wow.
It's even better in the sunlight. God, it's beautiful, man.
Look at that. Wow. Look at this, man. This is crazy.
Do you feel like all those faces are just looking at you?
It's limestone, right?
Yeah.
That's
like,
huge.
That balcony's cool. It's like you got like a woman waiting for her gentleman callers up there with like a handkerchief.
Exactly. All right, Malia, want to meet with Kate and we'll get the equipment in the investigation.
All right, see you guys later.
See ya. Property taxes are probably crazy on that.
Malia meets with Kate Metter, director of the Conrad Caldwell Museum, to explore the home's rich familial history, along with its redoubtable status as the most haunted house in America's most haunted neighborhood, Old Louisville.
Well, Kate, first of all, thank you so much for letting us come and actually investigate in this incredible museum that I am so stoked to talk about. Like, literally, I'm very jealous of your job, and I'm just excited to be here. But go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what you do here at the museum.
Yeah, my name is Kate Metter, and I'm the executive director of the Conrad Caldwell House Museum.
And so the original owner of the house, Theo Conrad, he comes here from France?
He came here from France, the Alsace-Lorraine region of France. He was 17 years old. He had $2 in his pocket. He had family that was already here, but he came to Louisville, Kentucky with the hopes of becoming something, of making something of himself. And so he started as an apprentice in a tannery and eventually worked his way up to owning tanneries, apartment buildings. He really invested in real estate here in Louisville. So he was one of the movers and shakers here at the time.
He's here and he dies in the home.
He dies in the home, yep, in 1905, yeah. So he was very proud of his French heritage. And so the evening that he passed away, he went to the Galt House where they were having a lecture on French heritage. And so he attended, he came home. It was middle of February, very, very cold, went downstairs to check the boiler and make sure that it was working okay. And as he was walking up the basement stairs, he suffered a heart attack, or what he thought was a heart attack. And so he was able to make it up to his second floor bedroom. And apparently there were 7 doctors that were called to see if, what was going on and if there was any sort of anything they could do to help him. And he ended up passing away before any of those 7 doctors got here.
Wow. So he passes away and his wife's here until she sells it to their friends, the Caldwells?
Yeah, so she lived here, we think, for about a year or so. What's funny is that the Caldwells lived right next door to the Conrads for a very short period of time. So they, other than knowing each other just socially, they also were neighbors.
So I get really excited about the Caldwells because I feel like this is where a lot of the female energy that I'm really excited about with the house comes into play. Because Elaine was, from my understanding, really involved in women causes. And then you have her daughter who's very social, always popping up in the newspapers at, dinners, and they hosted a lot here, from my understanding.
Did.
So William and Elaine's daughter, Grace, went deaf, correct?
She did.
Okay, and so I heard that she went to the same school as Helen Keller to learn how to lip read.
Yes, she did. Helen Keller was a little bit later, but yes, they did go to the same school.
So the family lives here, and Elaine dies. Well, she suffers a stroke, doesn't she?
She does. She suffers a stroke in the house and passes away here.
Wow, okay. So, and then after that, from what I felt like I read in the newspapers, was there something with the estate, like they had to sell it? There was an auction of some of the family items. Like, was there any financial trouble at that time?
So not so much financial trouble, but Elaine passed away about 13 years before William did. William ended up marrying the housekeeper at the time, much later, after this housekeeper and Elaine never had anything to do with each other. They ended up marrying the housekeeper, and when William passed away, there was, some kind of issues with the family and his new wife, and who got the house, who got the furnishings. So there was a little bit of family drama that as we all deal with.
As it happens. So then I feel like the house really starts living its whole second life, right? It becomes a boarding house where I found so many articles of people that met up here, found somebody and got married, and or died here at the time it was a boarding house, and then it becomes the Presbyterian House for Widows, correct?
Yep. So for about 7 years, a woman named Vesta Lastly, I love her name, she ran this as a boarding house for middle-class workers. And then after she was sort of done with that, the Presbyterian Church came in and purchased the home and ran it as a widow's home.
I know there are a lot of obituaries of women that died in this house. Do you know how many people have died in this house?
I mean, at least 30, if not more.
That's nuts.
It is.
That's a lot of people in one house.
Yeah, yeah.
Were there ever any funerals here?
Yes, specifically, we know as early as Theophilus Conrad, he laid in state here in the parlor where we're sitting.
Paranormal claims.
Yes.
What are the most common things that you have heard of people experiencing in the house?
So I say the most common would be the sitting room. Some of the Presbyterian widows still are said to inhabit that space. Elaine Caldwell's bedroom, she's made her presence known. The housekeeper's room, we've had a number of people say that they have felt something off in that room. Definitely the billiards room. William Caldwell is supposedly, his spirit lingers there with the smell of cigars. And then the basement. I mean, we do have a full basement, and that is where Theo suffered his heart attack. So I'm guessing that, his spirit would probably linger in that area too. So we did have an intern a couple of years ago say that she saw the outline of a man dressed in like Victorian attire in the dining room. But I've never heard of anybody in the dining room except for him.
Okay.
And it was a man. I don't really want to know about it.
Fair. I'd probably honestly be doing the same thing.
Yeah, I keep my head down and I just kind of walk to where I need to go and then be done. If there are any spirits, I know that they're positive spirits and they're happy that we're doing what we're doing, but it still doesn't matter.
Well, finally, do you have any advice for us? Do you have any words of wisdom going into our investigation or things that we should just keep in mind as we're going about it?
I would definitely recommend being extremely respectful of the space, because I do, from different accounts that I've heard, some of the spirits may not appreciate so many people in and around. So I think I would tread lightly, and I would partly make your presence known that you're here for good and not for evil.
My name is Beth Caldwell. I've lived in Louisville all my life. And my great-grandparents, William and Elaine Caldwell, were the second owners of this house. Well, when I was little, this was a Presbyterian ladies' retirement home. And I think my mother thought her precious little daughters would terrorize the little old ladies. So we never came in here. But they would drive by out front and say that was your great-grandparents' house. But when you're 6 or 7, it doesn't mean a whole lot to you. But my father and my aunt were here extensively as children because it was their grandparents' house. So they had all the good memories. My great-grandfather William, when he was a child, his father died. His mother had tuberculosis, couldn't keep her children, so he was farmed out. And as the story goes, he left home when he was 14 or 15 with a nickel in his pocket. And he went around doing odd jobs, educating himself, eventually ended up going to Cornell and Northwestern universities and became a mechanical engineer. And he was living in the Chicago area, but the distilleries in Kentucky had heard about him. So he came to Louisville and eventually opened up Caldwell Tanks here in Louisville, which is still in existence today. They made water tanks and towers. We seem to have people from all across the country, and everybody seems to want to know about the paranormal. I think it's a big thing now. Well, we were told that we don't have ghosts, we have spirits. They said ghosts do mean things and scare people, but spirits come back to places they love to protect it. So I have never seen a person, but I have had some very strange things happen. The first thing that ever happened to me, I was giving a tour on the 3rd floor and a ball of light went past my eyes. And I wouldn't have thought anything about it, but a second one went by. And it was a cloudy day, no sun. And I thought maybe somebody was swinging purses or something, but nobody was. And if anybody else in the group saw it, they didn't say anything. My sister Barb and I have smelled perfume in my great-grandmother's room when we've not had tours. I was standing in the hallway on the 2nd floor outside my great-grandmother's room, and something brushed my face, went down my arm, made the hair on my arm stand straight up. And I had a lady's voice tell me hello when I turned the lights on one day. And then we had a lady that came for a visit once, and we were in the parlor, and she said, "Do you have spirits in the house?" And we said, well, we think we do. She said, well, there's a lady standing behind you, and she's wearing an ivory dress, and she has her arms out like this, like she's encompassing the whole house. Well, I couldn't see anything. About 4 years later, my cousin is in that same room, different time, different lady says to her, there's a lady behind you. She's wearing a light colored dress, and she has her arms out like this. But I think probably the most bizarre thing that we had happen here, we had a group of paranormal people that came through, and they had a spirit box. It picked up radio waves. So they went from room to room asking questions. My sister Barb and our assistant director Chris and I all walked through with them. And we couldn't understand anything on that box, but they claimed they heard answers. Well, they went to my great-grandmother's room, started asking some very insensitive questions, and out of the blue, on this box, as clear as day, a voice said, "Get out." And I can tell you, they got their equipment and they left. I would think it was my great-grandmother, and I feel very close to her. I really feel her presence when I'm in that room. All the things that I have felt have been more female than male. I can't speak for other people, but that's, to me, what I see.
We have a couple of live feeds of some of the rooms here.
We do, yeah. So we got two main feeds here. Yep. We got this billiards room, which is going to be a huge point of interest for what we're doing tonight. Got the hallway down there, but we have cameras in all of these rooms where there are reports. You got this man that's seen out here that's smoking a cigar on the balcony. You have the voices of Get Out, right? And a few second floor, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we have all that covered. So
we have a camera in the second floor sitting room where we've already heard footsteps yesterday.
Right, exactly. When we were shooting, the crew heard footsteps. Our DP, director of photography, David, saw a hand going down the railing, and we'll see what happens. You know, I'm very excited for this, but again, first and foremost, respect is key, right?
Yeah,
obviously, we want to make sure we're showing as much respect for the house and the possible entities that are here as possible. But I think that we have our nerve center here. Everything's ready to go. I say we start in this billiards room and get a session going.
Let's do it.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay, cool beans.
Let's do it.
We begin our investigation by conducting an environmental sweep of the billiards room to establish a baseline. This serves as a control for our experiment.
So right now we are in the billiards room, and we are not only running a test with Zach's equipment where we're monitoring all the environmental data in this room, but this is the exact room where many people over the years have seen a man smoking on that balcony right there. Man with the bowler hat. A lot of people believe it's
Theo Conrad. Yeah,
a lot
it's one of the Conrad descendant. It's Theo Conrad, Theophilus Conrad. That's who a lot of people think it is. Funny thing about this room too is that his wife, Mary Conrad, she didn't allow men to smoke in the house. So that's what's really interesting about this place, because this is like the man cave. I know caves aren't up, but he would go out on that balcony and smoke right over there because she didn't want the smell of cigarette or cigar smoke in the home. So that's kind of interesting when you think about, like, the time period. It was a man's world, but not in this house. And the house was actually in her name, which is pretty interesting when you think about that. And it sounds like she kind of took ownership of that. So pretty cool.
So again, what we're gonna do, guys, is just, kind of get this session going. We're, again, looking at all the environmental data with Zach's equipment. He's gonna look into this from a very scientific perspective. If something does happen, we're gonna capture it in every way, shape, or form. We also have a Zoom H6 right here that's gonna be recording very high quality bitrate recording. We also have an Amazonic microphone that's back here. And we also have a few motion detectors. So we're just gonna kind of check things out and see what happens and start a session.
Yeah, my name's Zach Hano, and I'm an electrical engineer. I currently work in the aerospace and defense industry, but I've previously worked on ships for ExxonMobil, and I've worked as a scientist for DuPont. The paranormal's always kind of intrigued me. As a kid, I feel like everybody has that overall curiosity, but as you get older, you kind of close off your mind more. But as I've gotten older, I've kind of got more curious about, what makes up the paranormal. I mean, there's too many people having experiences all around the world to, just write it off that, it's just, mind playing tricks on you or environmental factors. I really want to understand what's going on. As an electrical engineer, working in the aerospace and defense industry, I really want to use science because that's what I use every day. I mean, I'm in the lab and in the field, and I truly understand the scientific method. And the key of the scientific method is to really get that repeatability. And the paranormal, it's kind of difficult to do.
But that's why I think we need to bring in new equipment that's used in different fields, especially that I use every day. And obviously it's not made for the paranormal, it's just to understand the environment. And then equipment that I've actually made myself. We have super sensitive equipment. I have my ectopod, my ectodiscs. Basically what they are environmental sensors, but like very, very accurate sensors. Right now we're looking at the temperature, humidity, carbon dioxide, TVOX, you name it, we have it here. Right now it's running a background check to kind of see what the baseline is. Things are pretty nominal right now.
Okay.
Carbon dioxide is a little high, but I mean, that makes sense because we're kind of in this environment. So, we're breathing out carbon dioxide. But if there's anything that changes, anything that doesn't look, it doesn't line up with what our baseline readings are, we should make note of that. We'll have the camera on it, we'll see that, and then hopefully we'll use the EMCCD to see if we can collect that data, and then if there's anything caught, we can capture all that environmental data points on that.
Cool. So initially, just by looking at your readings right now, do you think that there's anything in this home that would adversely affect someone's mind or, thought process or whatever, their brain, to make them think that there's like something going on that's not paranormal?
No. So right now, everything seems fine. We carbon monoxide. There's 0 ppm parts per million, which is good. I mean, that's what.
Very good.
yeah. Air pressure is a little low, but it's pretty nominal. There's a little bit of ozone, but that can be coming from anything. There's a number of different things, but that's in the normal limit. Like I said, carbon dioxide is a little high. I mean, it's not high enough to create any type of a cognitive dissonance where you might be
like hallucinating
or something.
I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Brandon. I come here with the fullest respect for yourself in this beautiful home. We come here to possibly speak with you and to possibly document your presence. We have devices here. I know there's been people that have come through this house before that have tried to communicate with you or speak with you, but we do have various devices here that can possibly detect your presence. So if you are here, can you let us know by touching one of these devices? They will not harm you in any way, shape, or form, but they will let us know that you're here and allow us to possibly have some form of communication. Did you hear that right there?
That wasn't you?
Something knocked against the wall over there.
I'm gonna try walking away from it again, see if it makes that sound again. Almost sounded like this was almost like, it sounded like this right here. Hold on. Was it right here? Or almost some.
Could have been when you were moving with the floorboards. Let me.
It was this. It was like
that?
It was a sound over here. That's where it came from. Okay, let's just settle.
All right.
We're speaking with some of the museum curators here and the people who work here, and they stress the importance of being respectful. We're sorry if we were making a loud ruckus while filming here, but this really is a beautiful home, and we loved hearing the stories of the families who lived here and the people who lived here. So if there's anybody here that would like to say something to us, or if you could just spare us a few moments of your time, we'd really, really love for the opportunity to speak with you.
So there's something odd. I don't know. I haven't seen this with the meter yet. It could be a malfunction with the meter, but everything's all zeroed out.
It's not typically not like that, or?
No. Let me reset it. It might be. I want to start it over. But it was rolling, and for some reason it went all
to zeros.
All to zeros. So it froze.
It's kind of weird because earlier when we were shooting footage, David, right? Didn't your camera completely malfunction?
Yeah, and I couldn't see half my media in my card. It just wasn't showing up, and I have never seen that before.
We actually thought at one point, I think we were like, oh man, was this did the media get corrupted or something like that? And
yeah, I wasn't sure, and even my monitor was completely yellowed out. I've never even seen that before. It wasn't it was pixelated, but it was yellow and orange.
That's kind of one thing they've talked about here too, right? Is they said that there's been malfunctions with equipment and stuff, right?
Well, that's the thing too. It's for me, I'll speak for myself at least. I am so detailed with this stuff. I make sure everything's working perfectly fine. So when something like this happens, Like it's like it really like kind of irks me. It's like something. I mean,
Right.
I mean something's
Right.
up. Like it's not normal. Right now it's going through the baseline again to kind of calibrate. Seems like it's working fine now. But that was weird. I just noticed that when it was on there.
It's kind of strange though, coincidentally, you know, call it a
back
coincidence
down.
or not, but earlier David had the same thing happen with his camera in this exact room.
Oh, right over here? This is where
Right
it
by that
happened?
couch, yeah. Started freaking out, yeah.
It's weird. One of my other sensors kind of went off. There's 4 of them, right? Should have
Yeah.
4 data points. We only have 3 right here.
And it's not working.
It's the PIR one.
Is that you making these devices not
Set
function
this.
properly? It's a very beautiful home you have here. You see why you would stick around, stay in this beautiful room? I mean, it's one of the most beautiful rooms I've ever seen, actually. I wouldn't leave it.
Do you want a cigar? Is it because there's a cigar on the billiards table? Do you want me to take it out of the bag? You do that.
Yeah, feel free to smoke it.
I'm sorry if you're trying to communicate with us, and if there's anything that you want me to do, I could remove that from the packaging. I mean, if interacting with that orange box and this green box over here with the orange numbers on it,
What's going on, dude?
As soon as we started talking about the cigar, the TVOX, total volatile organic compounds, went up to 44 parts per billion.
Okay.
Like that is like that could be, you know, chemicals that are in the actual cigars themselves. Like that's weird. That was just weird.
I mean, wants to smoke? You want to smoke?
I don't know if it was because maybe you took it out of the bag, but
Okay.
it was.
Want
it was
me to
like
recreate it? See if that does
yeah,
that again?
we could try.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my
Okay.
idea.
Let's see that. Tell me if it's happening.
It might. I mean, it might have to
No problem.
calculate. So.
Mr. Conrad, if you're here, Zach can monitor these devices on the table. Can you come and stand next to me against this table and see if you can make his numbers change? Can you walk up and stand next to me? Is it okay if we light up this cigar in the house?
What are you hearing?
I heard something over there.
Like a footstep?
Like a voice.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's mark that. It's 7:58 p.m. Is anybody outside? Can't see out this way. Let's put this right here.
So we walked into the billiards room to set up a control, just get a baseline and see what the environmental factors and conditions were. As always, I have my investigator hat whenever I'm in a spooky place, and so I'm just looking around at some of the equipment that we set up. And while we were talking a little bit about the different environmental factors, and specifically we were talking about the Caldwells, I heard what sounded like a voice, and I was surprised nobody else heard it, but it seemed to come out of the corner of the room. Immediately marked it. We're gonna go review the.
What the hell?
What?
Oh, the whole table moved.
It's said that, whenever staff or volunteers try and move anything or change anything in that room, things start happening, like lights will flicker, doors will open. So we now have this superstitious, tradition where we kind of walk in and we're like, ladies, we're gonna be cleaning, we're gonna be, fixing, we're gonna be, rearranging. So, we just want to recognize that you're here.
We apologize.
We apologize. We don't mean to be moving things around or anyone that's in here. We don't mean to be upsetting you. We're just trying to make things a bit easier.
I wasn't
for us.
jumping up and bouncing up and down on my feet, right, or anything.
No.
Like that. That was cool. Apparently, a table just moved out of nowhere and almost knocked the EDI off. We've been asking any of the entities that may be here to interact with that. But yeah, I find that kind of interesting that it just moved the table. That one
motion detector just went off.
What
The
the
other one went off.
hell? All right. David, can you move back?
Yeah, that could be a moisture spot on the wall. See a lot of reflections, I think, in the window.
Now that we have our control here in this billiards room, what we're gonna do is bring in Malia and Beth into this area that's usually, in its time when the house was functioning, was usually an area for
That
males.
went off.
Motion detector went off.
Right over there.
Right when we said we were gonna bring in
Beth. Right when we said.
That's also where I was today.
Oh, that was.
That's where it happened.
I was
huh?
right in front of there.
Is that where that happened?
Yeah.
So interesting, we did have a motion detector just go off right when we were talking about bringing up Malia and Beth, which is really interesting. This room was mainly used for men. This was a men's parlor, billiards area. So bringing in Malia and Beth in here, and we'll be at the nerve center monitoring the entire time. And if anything starts to happen, we can join into the investigation at that point. But so far, very interesting.
Hi, Beth.
Hi.
It's so nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
It's
Our
so
experiment will test the theory that familial connections are the catalyst for reported paranormal activity taking place at the Conrad Caldwell Museum.
One thing that I will tell you that's really interesting so far is the entire time we were doing our baseline sweeps, we really didn't have any fluctuations of any kind in the environment. But right when Mustafa was talking about bringing Beth up to the billiards room, we started having changes in pressure and temperature, which is interesting. So
interesting.
But we will right there again. See the spiking.
My
It was
Lord.
not going off the entire time, which is very interesting. So I get right there again.
Wow. It's like the house is happy. She's here.
It's definitely a change. Absolutely. So right there we go again.
Yeah, it seems like that's measuring the pressure. So this was definitely your great-grandfather's space.
Yes.
Would Elaine have ever come in this room, do you think?
Well, I'm sure she came in, but probably not while they were playing pool and poker and having their men's night out.
Okay, so this was kind of where he would come, he would chill, he would come and play cards.
I mean, I will say it's very, very interesting that the EDIs were, measuring some changes in pressure and temperature. I mean, right before we mentioned Beth, or right when we mentioned Beth, right?
Well, I mean, the motion detector did the same thing. And then also, the cigar we debunked, but the motion detector went off around the same time. I heard something, and then the EDI goes off too. So that was kind of gnarly. And they weren't going off the entire time we were there. I just thought it was probably an area where the EDIs aren't really gonna do anything, but.
Now, when you've been in this room, have you ever personally had any experience in this room?
I was turning the lights on in here one day and a lady's voice said, hello. I said hello back, but nobody said anything.
Do you think it was Elaine?
I would like to think it is. I feel her presence in this house, especially on the second floor.
And so I'm always thinking back, if I could have just had that conversation. Like, if you're so drawn to her, is there any kind of conversation, anything that if you could say to her, you'd want to say to her?
Well, I would like to tell her how much I admire her, and I would love to have been like her.
I think you are. I think there's a reason why that you're drawn to this house. Maybe it is something that's kind of pulling you, that familial connection is just calling you back, because your family hasn't even owned this house since when? Would you say 1940?
1940.
That's almost 100 years ago. It's 80 years ago.
Exactly.
And the fact that when you said your father, all of you guys are coming here to volunteer your time, that has to mean something. And I just have to believe, the fact that they already got a little bit of something with you just being mentioned, you walking in the room. I feel like the house is happy you're here. I think there's something rooted where the Caldwells want their family here.
Well, they were very family oriented, and I think they would be very happy to know that the family is here and volunteering and involved in this house.
That's interesting. It's going off when you said that.
My great-grandmother did not want to move in here. He had to bribe her by saying, you can decorate it any way you like. And that's the only way she would move in. She said it was too big and too pretentious.
Interesting. So you think your grandfather was, that's a strange thing. I have to admit, it's a little strange to carry a picture of your friend's house in your wallet.
True. But this was a unique house, and I
Agreed.
think he loved it.
Okay.
And I think he always wanted it. But like I said, he didn't want his friend to die to get it, but he loved living here.
Interesting, that's really going on.
Hey guys.
Sorry. Cutting in.
This thing is really just was
Really?
going,
Which one?
Was it
on the
right
one,
there?
that one, yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
So what we've noticed in our research, guys, is that anytime we start to get changes in pressure like that, so
Okay.
that yellow light that goes off, something is happening. And we're not sure exactly what it is, but we've noticed that activity changes. And it's interesting when you're talking about the familial history like that, right?
Yeah.
So that's very, very interesting. So we'll let you guys continue that thought, but we're gonna bring in Mustafa as well.
I just think if it would be nice if, you wanted to, directly try to address any of your ancestors who are here maybe, if there's anything that you'd want to say to them, and then who knows, we might be able to sometimes we get voices of people who aren't here.
Well, I had the lady's voice tell me hello in here.
Yeah?
So, Grandma, are you here? Aunt Grace? Well, it's mostly when we've talked about the ladies of the house.
Really?
The
That's
ladies,
when
and
it would
then
go off?
we first started talking, it started to go off a lot when we first started talking about how, which I think I'm still not over, her great-grandfather, it is your great, right? It's your great-grandfather carried around a picture of this house in his wallet while the Conrads still owned it. They were friends. And like she keeps joking, he didn't want him to die to get the house, but he had been wanting this house.
He loved this house.
Constant pressure changes on one of the data loggers catches Mustafa's attention. Since the changes would presumably occur on both, he resets the device to rule out any false
The
positives.
family still loves this house. It's almost like the house was built by the Conrads, but it was meant for the Caldwells.
Well, I can tell you this story. When my father and my aunt would come here, they always said they were going to the house. And everybody knew what they were talking about. My sister and I today say, we are going to the house, and everybody knows exactly where we're going.
I could say, I mean, even from my equipment, you know how I'm very scientific with it.
Yeah.
I think Beth acted as a good catalyst, and I think they acknowledge, if whoever is here, if there's anything here, the environment, at the very least, acknowledges that she's here.
Yeah.
So that's what our data is telling us. So I just think that's very interesting. I mean, for me, I'm like, okay, that's really, it's cracking my brain. So.
It's cool. Okay, well, if it impressed you, then that's good.
We get a lot of activity in Elaine Caldwell's bedroom on the second floor, mostly with visitors. A lot of male visitors refuse to actually go into her room altogether. They feel really uncomfortable when they step in. They say that it feels like they're not wanted in that space.
I will tell you, I do feel more uncomfortable in this room than I did upstairs.
Okay.
It doesn't feel bad, but it feels heavier.
Yeah. Hey, is there anybody out there? Is there anybody in this hallway here?
Oh, it's facing into there.
Yeah, it's facing into there. That just went off. That's the...
The electronic voice phenomena you're about to hear was captured on Mustafa's lav mic just as the motion detector in the adjacent room went off.
Yeah, so I got the...
From here.
I got the motion detector set up into that bathroom. Into that bathroom. Into that bathroom.
Our over 50 years of combined research has led us to believe that at the heart of many hauntings is a deep familial connection. So we absolutely had to begin our journey at the Conrad Caldwell house.
We're gonna go review this.
What the hell?
What?
Oh, motion detector just went off.
What the hell? All right.
If one had strong familial ties in life, do those bonds persist in death? Does fighting to remember and celebrate those bonds conjure a haunting? I'd say with what we documented in Old Louisville so far, this could very well be the case.
I would think it was my great-grandmother, and I feel very close to her. I really feel her presence when I'm in that room.
But the Conrad Caldwell house is only one piece of the puzzle. We'll implement what we've learned here in further investigations throughout America's most haunted state.